Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Demon Monarch Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Mommy had rules, very simple easy to follow rules. There were only 3 of them so far, and Izuku was happy to comply if that meant Mommy wouldn't hit him anymore. It was a fool's dream, but Izuku put hope into it anyway. Follow the rules, and you might survive. Don't speak, mumble, cry, or whine. Ever. Do everything Mommy tells you. Make sure the house is clean, and make her breakfast. Izuku, 4 years old, knew that these were the rules. He had them memorized and stored away. Mommy liked it when he followed these rules. Izuku didn't mind that Mommy made him follow these rules. He didn't mind when she hit him, either. He wasn't allowed to mind. He could only accept it and move on, like when Daddy left them. That day, Mommy had been very mad and she'd slapped him across the face. It was the first time she struck him, and it never stopped after that day. How'd he get that nasty bruise, Inko? Mitsuki asked as the young boy played with Kaken. Inko gave her a confused look before going over to her son. Izuku perked up, hoping Mommy would be nice. She mumbled softly, taking a hold of his face. I'm not sure, I'll have to keep an eye on him. Izuku beamed at her, hoping his mommy was better now. He was wrong. He was so wrong. Kaken handed Izuku an All Might figurine and they played together, Kaken wielding an Endeavor action figure. Izuku liked Kaken because Kaken was nice to him, unlike other kids in preschool. He was 3 at the time, and it was the day that he realized Mommy would pretend to be a nice mommy, and then hit him whenever the company left. Kaken and Izuku played for a while longer before Mommy stood up. Sorry Mitsuki, but I have to clean the house today, it's too bad we couldn't stay longer. Oh. It's fine Inko. Same time next week? Katsuki really loves Izuku, Mitsuki nearly begged the woman, and Inko smiled a smile made of sunshine and razors. Not that Mitsuki noticed the last part. Sure, that shouldn't be a problem, Inko told her, gesturing for Izuku to get up and leave. Izuku pouted and handed Kaken the All Might figure, and Kaken pushed it back into his hand. Izuku arched an eyebrow in confusion. Bring it next time we play, Deku. He yelled gruffly. You better not be late, either. Izuku giggled at the blonde, and his mommy grabbed his hand and guided him out of the room. He was buzzing with excitement, nearly jumping out his skin as he gripped that All Might action figure in his small pudgy hand. His mommy walked him all the way to the nearby neighborhood where they lived. She trudged up the stairs and shot a glare at him as she yanked her keys out of her pockets. You don't ever tell Mitsuki about me hitting you, Izuku nodded profusely, gripping the All Might figure just a little tighter. She opened the door to their home silently and opened the basement door. Izuku fought the bile in his throat and the tears threatening to fall. Mommy just gave him that angry look, and he reluctantly made his way down the stairs. It was dark and cold in the basement. It had no lights. He was afraid of the dark. As soon as he reached the end of the stairs, he rushed to his bed desperate to find his tablet. He turned it on and sighed in relief when his face and his surroundings were engulfed in light. This tablet was something he found soon after Daddy left them, and he hid it in his dark room. Sitting in the basement on his bed, Izuku kicked his feet and smiled to himself as he scrolled through the news. It was his birthday tomorrow. That meant Mommy wouldn't hit him, but he wouldn't get cake. She wouldn't congratulate him either, but he could spend the whole day watching an old clip of All Might. It was his birthday present to himself. Every year he'd watch the same video over and over. It was comforting and he absolutely adored All Might. He silently hoped that he'd get a quirk tomorrow, and he hoped it was cool. Nothing could be worse than being quirkless, so he begged any deity or god up in the sky that he got one, no matter how useless it was. How ironic, considering he'd do anything to be quirkless merely days from now. Would Mommy love him if he became a hero and got a cool quirk? Maybe. He grinned at the implications. He could sleep in an actual room. Mommy would kiss him goodnight, and make him cake on his birthday. Mommy wouldn't have to hurt him anymore, hopefully. Mommy would act like a mommy from those movies she always watched when she sent Izuku to bed. Izuku grinned, still holding the tablet. He crawled under his covers hastily and tried to turn off his brain. He was almost too excited to sleep, but after watching a newer video of All Might giving a speech about quirks, he finally went to bed. The next morning he opened his eye with a small well-rested sigh. He blinked the drowsiness out of his eyes and yawned. He rubbed at his eyes and did a double take. What he saw made his limbs lock, and his lips tremble. The monster looming over him had teeth sharper than a sword, and they were longer than his forearm. They dripped with red saliva. It made Izuku sick to his stomach. The black limbs attached to the dark man were too long, and they gripped the ceiling, his bed, the floor. A human spider. Blacker than black. It was nose to nose with him. Terror bubbled up his throat, and he wanted nothing more than to run. But 4-year-old Izuku was frozen to his spot. His throat ached as he fought for air. No matter how much he begged to scream, his mouth didn't move. His throat refused to open. He couldn't even breathe. Everything had come to an abrupt stop. He hated his quirk, he quickly decided. Then the thing began to scream. So loud that Izuku was finally spurred into action. He tried to push the monster away, but his hand went straight through the demon. He stopped short, letting out a relieved sigh as the monster's hand went through him too. It couldn't hurt him. It was just merely there. Upon realizing that it couldn't hurt him, the spider-like man sprung from Izuku's bed, making the 4-year-old squeak in surprise. Izuku watched as the monster tilted its head, its white eyes glaring into his own. He relaxed finally, letting out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding this entire time. The spider-like monster continued to stare at him before Izuku shooed him away. It hissed at him and glared. It stayed put but didn't bother to meet his eyes again. Izuku was just fine with that, as he scrambled in the darkness to change his clothes. The dark was more ominous now, as he grabbed his tablet and it glowed through the darkness. Izuku bit his lip and jumped back with the smallest of yelps. His heart jumped into his throat, as he ran back to his bed, his breathing labored. They were everywhere. Demons surrounded him on all sides, and he choked back a sob. A garbled growl echoed through his room, and Izuku gripped his blanket and tablet tightly. No one had told him that quirks could be scary. He wanted them to go away. Izuku bit back a whine, he didn't want this quirk. Who in their right mind would want something like this? Definitely not Izuku. The door to the basement opened, Izuku could see the light leaking down the stairs. Izuku, a stern voice snapped. His mother. Get up here. Izuku didn't want to move. He couldn't even open his mouth to breathe, but he got up anyway. He didn't want to make mommy mad, and it was a rule. Do what mommy says. So he did. He ran up the stairs at lightning speed and pressed his lips together. His throat bobbed slightly, and he could feel his hands beginning to shake. His mother's face was one of anger and red-hot viciousness. Do you know what today is? She asked. Well, she didn't ask. She already knew, and she knew he wouldn't answer her. She crossed her arms, her lips curling into a scowl. It's your birthday. Izuku nodded, wringing his hands together. Did you get a quirk? Should he tell her? It wasn't cool, or heroic in the least. She would hate it. She'd be angry if he lied though. So he nodded, and she raised an eyebrow. Lips trembling he said only 3 words. I see monsters. Her hand came down faster than little Izuku could comprehend. Did I say you could speak to me? Her voice was shrill and made him shrink back. He shook his head vigorously and backed up into the nearby wall. Exactly, she mumbled calmly, her hand coming to touch his face. Izuku jumped. You don't have a quirk, she told him sternly. He furrowed his brow, confused. He definitely had one, even if he didn't want it. You don't have a quirk, she repeated. He nodded if only to appease her. She smiled at him, her hand going to his wrist. Good. Make mommy some breakfast, okay? Izuku chewed on the inside of his cheek and grabbed a bowl. He could only make cereal at his age, and mommy didn't care. He filled her bowl with the cereal and then retrieved the milk from the fridge. He poured a respectable amount in the small bowl. He handed his mommy the bowl and she didn't spare him a single look. You can go back in your room now, she grumbled. Or do whatever, just stay away from me. Izuku didn't have to be told twice. He went into his room, momentarily forgetting about his scary quirk. He retrieved Kaken's All Might figure and sat down in the spare bedroom and played by himself. He smiled gleefully as he swung the toy around back and forth. But it wasn't as fun as playing with Kaken, who could talk enough for the both of them. The young boy puts down his action figure and pouts. He doesn't like it when mommy makes him be alone. He wants to play with Kaken and eat dinner with Auntie Mitsuki. He was truly just a child craving human interaction at this point. He loved his mommy, but she wasn't nice. With a defeated sigh, he takes a hold of his All Might figure again and ventures out of the room. The TV is on, but it's faint, and he can hear his mommy talking on the phone. Oh, I'm not feeling too well today, Mitsuki. I know it's his birthday, but I literally can't even make it out of bed right now. She goes quiet for a moment, and Izuku dares to venture closer. She barely spares him a glance, her voice high-pitched and cheery as she asks him a question. Do you want to hang out with Kaken today, Izuku? He nods vigorously and mommy continues on with her conversation. You can come on over and pick him up, thanks for this, Mitsuki. 10 minutes later, Kaken is holding an Endeavor action figure with a smile. Mitsuki talked to Inko, her eyes glimmering with pity. Izuku and Kaken are playing right away, and Mitsuki takes them out for ice cream. The small shop is bright and colorful, and inside parents were everywhere. Children trail their parents like little ducklings, and Mitsuki asks both him and Kaken what kind of ice cream they want. Obviously Kaken chooses chocolate, and Izuku picks vanilla. It's a simple and sugary flavor and Izuku enjoys it every time they go out for ice cream. The three of them take a seat at a table with plush chairs. So, Izuku, Mitsuki begins, looking uncomfortable. Is your mommy nice to you? Izuku takes a lick of his ice cream and ponders the question. He nods feverishly, and Mitsuki lets out a relieved sigh. That's good, she exclaims, ruffling his curly hair. Izuku gives her a beautiful smile, only for it to falter just slightly. Another demon is hanging around, there are a few more outside. He can see them through the shop's window, and they stop to stare at him but quickly move on. He sighs in relief silently, and Mitsuki gives him a sidelong glance. Her expression is soft, and she wraps him in a half-hug that he burrows himself into with vigor. They move on to another place, the park this time. He and Kaken play tag, and Kaken has tiny explosions coming from his palms. Your quirk is so cool, Kaken, Izuku exclaims, and Kaken blushes. It makes Izuku grin even wider, and Kaken tackles him yelling about Izuku being a dumb butt. Not that he minds in the slightest. Some other kids are playing, some in the sandbox to their right, and some playing on the plastic fort with slides. Kaken and Izuku are fine the way they are, playing tag and fighting with their action figures. The two of them are so engrossed in their playing that they don't notice the man wearing a mask. Mitsuki does though, and she positions herself in front of the two children. Everyone is screaming, and she can hear sirens in the distance. Her lips are curled into a frown, and she crosses her arms. The man in the mask has a gun, and Izuku glances up as the man raises the gun in his hands. Mama! Kaken starts but never finishes. A shot rings out, but Mitsuki never falls. You know, Mike, if you would stop yelling in my ear for one goddamn second dash. I'm sorry, shoulda. Present Mike practically screeches, as he watches the single bullet from the gun drop harmlessly onto the ground. Thank God Eraserhead had the sense to wear a bulletproof vest today. Present Mike, the criminal grumbles, with the slightest of nods. Eraserhead. Yep. Present Mike yells, that's us. The Wonder Duo. Don't ever call us that again. The only reason I'm even awake right now is because you bribed me with coffee. But Shoyuta. It's Eraserhead. The man with black hair snaps, wrapping the criminal in his white scarf. Izuku's eyes go wide in amazement. Mitsuki lets out a shaky breath of air. The park is empty save for them, and Kaken is tugging on his mother's sleeve. Who are they, Mama? He asks, and present Mike whips around excitedly, nearly brimming with energy. Why hello there, dear listener. The man exclaims. Kaken looks confused for only a second before Izuku walks over and gawks. Kaken practically matches his expression as Eraserhead and present Mike enter into another bickering match. Mitsuki grabs both boys by the hand and thanks the heroes profusely. Present Mike waves his hands desperately, while Eraserhead yawns. It's fine really. Present Mike tells her, we lost sight of him, it's our fault he even got that close. It is your fault. If you would have let me wrap him in my capture weapon we wouldn't even be here, Eraserhead pointed out. Mitsuki grins, you two bicker almost as much as those two, she JRKs her thumb to the two boys crowding her legs. We should really get going, and get this villain detained before he can escape, Eraserhead mumbled, then he pointed at present Mike, sorry about him. Hey! Present Mike whined, you're mean. Tell me something I don't know. This might just be the best birthday he's ever had. Especially so when Auntie Mitsuki manages to haggle autographs out of both of them. She tucks the autographs away in her car after the two pro-heroes leave, and they drive home. She doesn't take Izuku to his house yet, she tells him it's because she bought him a cake and she bought him a few gifts he needs to open first. He opens them with unbridled excitement that makes Mitsuki and Masaru coo at the sight. He gets an All Might onesie, and an All Might poster. After eating some dinner, and munching on some of the cake, Masaru, Mitsuki and Kaken pile in the car to take him home at long last. Mitsuki and Kaken walk him to his house, and Mitsuki knocks on the door. Kaken turns to Izuku who is smiling. Happy birthday, he mutters, gripping an All Might figure. You can keep this, cause it's your birthday. He hands Izuku the action figure for good, and Izuku tackles him in a hug. Kaken sputters, finally breaking away when Mommy opens the door, looking tired. Oh Mitsuki, she mumbles, thanks for bringing him home. Mitsuki nods, but Izuku misses the air of suspicion weighing the blonde woman down. Izuku waves goodbye to Kaken and Auntie Mitsuki as the door closes behind him. The house is dark, and the gray colors of the walls only make it seem darker. The floor is cleaner than usual, to the point he can actually see the wood flooring, which means Mommy cleaned. He throws off his shoes at the entrance, slipping on his house slippers. Mommy says nothing. This was a good day for her, she didn't even hit him. Maybe his mommy was really okay. She takes to staring at him as he takes his presents and head for his room. He went downstairs, passing a black figure on the way. His hand barely brushed the demons, but the gasp of shock elicited from his mommy is enough to startle him. Izuku peers up at her through his eyelashes, and she's shaking. What is that? Izuku bites his lip and shuffles his feet. Did she want him to tell her? Or was she just shocked? Her face is deathly pale, and she backs away into the kitchen. Her hand shoots out as if on instinct, and all Izuku can think is, oh no. A knife flies into her hand almost immediately, it glowing a faint green that makes him nauseous beyond belief. Get that thing out of here, she snapped. Take it downstairs with you, and don't bother coming out tomorrow. Izuku's bottom lip quivers, but he yanks on the demon's hand, and it seems to comply to an extent. It gives him a Cheshire grin that makes his blood go cold, but it goes nonetheless. He grips his poster, action figure, and onesie tighter. Go, mommy growls, knife still in hand, her hair falling in messy clumps. Her green eyes pierce his, and he scrambles into the petrifying darkness. His mother was scarier than any quirk, and any darkness. He threw his birthday presents onto the concrete floor unceremoniously, only holding the onesie as he grabbed his little tablet. Izuku plays that video for himself, that one where All Might is saving people all the while he has blood dripping down his face. It offers Izuku comfort, as he changes quickly and adorns his new onesie. It's soft and warm. He ignores the white eyes in the darkness, the way their garbling voices itch at him. He ignores their long claws that yank at his blanket. He ignores how ugly they are. Izuku shoves the image of the stumps they all had on their backs where wings were supposed to be out of his mind. Despite himself, he wonders what they'd done to have their wings ripped off. Something horrible. Something bad. Something taboo and dark. Izuku is 10 years old when he realizes that his mother hates him more than anything else in the world. It's a sobering realization, but a realization he needed to come to nonetheless. It could be because of his quirk. Or his father leaving her. Who knew? All he knew was that his mother hated him, and told him he was quirkless repeatedly even though they both knew he wasn't. It was strange, but Izuku figured out it was safer to agree than to refuse it. She'd kicked him in the stomach more times than he could count when he talked about his quirk. So he did the only thing he could think of, and he learned to ignore his quirk entirely and to fear it at the same time. It didn't make much sense, to be afraid of something he pretended didn't exist at all. But he'd do anything his mother asked of him, including lying to the world about his quirk. Midoriya Izuku, a boy with a quirk? No. Midoriya was undoubtedly and unequivocally quirkless. His birth certificate said it. His ID said it. Even he said it, albeit only when she made him. No one had any reason to doubt him, and he was grateful for that. The only people who were anywhere near suspicious of him and his mother were the Bakugus. Only because Auntie Mitsuki found it odd that Izuku never ever said a word. Not to his teachers, not to Kaken, though the boy always knew what he was thinking, not to his own mother. Over the years Mitsuki constantly asked him why he never spoke, and Izuku just shrugged. It wasn't like he couldn't read or write. He just didn't like talking. It set him on edge, and it made him mother mad. He didn't like it when his mom was angry. She'd go quiet and cold, and her nails would dig into his scalp as she dragged him into the hallway where she'd beat him. It was like his voice was a trigger, and he'd much rather avoid talking altogether. Today though, he'd followed all the rules and she still ended up backhanding him across the face. His cheek throbbed and ached, and he could feel hot tears begin to sting at the back of his eyes. I told you to clean the kitchen. She screams shrilly, and he finds himself wishing he could go back in the basement even though the thought sent goosebumps down his arms and legs. He definitely didn't remember her telling him to clean the kitchen, but her anger was beginning to bubble over. It would only be a matter of time before she hit him again and handed him a bucket full of harsh chemicals to scrub the floor with. But today he ducked past her and grabbed it himself, his tiny hands shaking as he got to work, and she left him, an ugly frown marring her otherwise beautiful face. The sponge in his hand was dipped into the bucket of bleach, and he didn't even bother to put safety gloves on as he bent down to scrub the perfectly clean floor. The kitchen floor was made of white tiles, and in all honesty, they could go without an in-depth clean with bleach. The sharp smell of bleach assaulted his nose and he resisted the strong urge to rub at his eyes. The smell of the bleach always had a dizzying effect on him, but he pushed through it. His mother was scarier than passing out from the bleach, so he made quick work of cleaning the kitchen and the kitchen counters. He stored the bucket of bleach under the sink and closed the wooden cabinet before moving on to sweeping the floor. Throwing the crumbs of food and chunks of food into the trash, he grabbed a rag and scrubbed at the counters. Some of the food was stuck on the counters pretty good, and his arm burned with all the energy he was using to scrub all of the gunk away. His mother got up from the couch around an hour later, once he was sure the entire kitchen was spotless and clean. She studied the white plane counters and gave the floor a pretty critical look before glaring at him. Izuku swallowed his inevitable yelp, and she moved before he could react. Her hand wrapped around his wrist, squeezing with way more force than necessary. Her eyes flashed with malice and resentment, emotions he was used to by now. Her frown morphed into her signature scowl, and he cowered. He tucked his chin into his chest and avoided her eyes. Her fist cracked against his face, his eyes were squeezed shut and white light sparked behind his eyelids. Izuku clenched his jaw as another blow was aimed for his temple. Pain sliced through him, leaving him swaying on his feet and clutching his head with a slight hiss. He opened his eyes just slightly, becoming nauseous almost as soon as his eyes were open. His vision was blurry, and the ground seemed like it was moving closer and closer. His mother spat something, but he couldn't quite hear it. All he knew was that she left him after that. It was then that he decided to take his leave and head for the Bakugo's home. He promised to go over some homework with him earlier this week, and it would be suspicious if he didn't show up. He went down into his darkened room and navigated it with practiced ease even though he could barely see anything. He grabbed an All Might hoodie from the pile of clothes on the floor, sniffing it to make sure it didn't smell like it hadn't been washed. And it hadn't been, not for a while. He hoped they didn't notice. He bit the inside of his cheek as he changed into sweatpants, his vision swimming, and his chest tightening. He always felt the tears before they came, and every once in a while he couldn't keep them at bay. Today was not that day, as he swallowed them back, taking deep breaths to clear his vision. A ghost of a hand rested on his back, and he shrugged it off. A garble of dark curses soon followed, and Izuku glared over his shoulder. The rough mumbling stopped, but those white eyes stared at him. The hairs on the back of his neck rose, and he could feel himself breaking out into a cold sweat. He needed to leave before the darkness got to him. He could only handle so much before breaking down completely. The demon sighed through its nose, the noise loud and clicking in his ears. He ignored it and trudged back up the stairs quickly. His mother was nowhere in sight, and Izuku silently thanked his lucky stars as he left the house in a hurry. He shoved his hands in his pockets and took the memorized path to the Bakugo's home. The walk was relaxing and entirely a welcome distraction. The sky was open and nearly cloudless. It too warm for his hoodie, but he didn't mind. He liked being warm over being too cold. He walked down the pretty deserted sidewalk, only coming into contact with a minor hero who asked him if saw a cat named Salem. "Hey there! Have you seen this cat?" The small-time hero held out a little flyer with the picture of the cat and gestured toward it. He shook his head silently, and the hero looked dejected and upset. "Oh, sorry for bothering you." He really wished he could help, but he wasn't really good at finding cats. They avoided him at all costs, and when they got too close to him they lashed out. He still had a few healing scratches from a week ago where a cat attacked him out of nowhere while he was walking to school. It was probably because of his stalkers who followed him day and night. The demons who screamed at him and ripped off their skin to scare him as a kid. They still scared him, but they couldn't touch him, so they were relatively harmless. Most of them yelled unintelligible things at him and gave him obscene gestures. Sometimes, though rarely, they repeated one phrase. "God does not shine upon you." He could attest to that, honestly. Izuku saw out of the corner of his eye a particularly large demon, but he shoved away all traitorous thoughts about his quirk. He was quirkless. He was quirkless. Mother was always right. Everything she says goes, so if she says he's quirkless, then he's FING quirkless. He didn't even spare those dark figures a single glance as he crossed the street. One of them brushed against his shoulder, but he pretended not to notice. It was easier to stare at the cracks in the pavement and ignore them than to acknowledge them. It would make his mother angry, and it egged them on. Even just a drop of blood would send them into a frenzy. He didn't want to fuel the already out-of-control fire. No thanks. He walked down the street for a little while longer before coming upon the small house. It was bigger than what they needed, but Izuku was over there a lot, so it made sense as to why they'd save the extra room for him. He rang the doorbell and shuffled his feet eagerly. He loved hanging out with Kaken and Auntie Mitsuki. She always fed him a lot of food and gave him random presents. Sometimes he caught her staring at him with worried eyes. She was wary for him, and rightfully so. Izuku waited patiently for Kaken to open the door and startled slightly when he immediately screeched when the door swung open. "You're late, Deku." He growled angrily, even though it didn't match his relaxed stance and soft eyes. He smiled thinly, and Kaken stepped aside to let him inside. Izuku instantly feels welcome as soon as he takes in the carpeted floor that's a dull beige color. The walls are a soft gray that complements the carpet pretty well. "Deku's here, hag. You got him some snacks, right?" He didn't deserve these people, he quickly decided, as Kaken went into the kitchen and handed him a nutrition bar. "You look skinny as stupid Deku," the boy spat. "You gotta eat more." Izuku nodded. "And you gotta start talking more too. How are you gonna be a hero if you can't talk to people? Kaken's voice was rough and rude, but his words were always gentle beneath all of that. It was almost like he had a soft spot for Izuku, and it made the shorter boy grin. What you grinnin', 'bout DMN nerd? Izuku shrugged, and downed the nutrition bar in record time, dragging Kaken into his room. Fucking, fine. Let's fucking study DMN. Why are so impatient? Kaken growled, closing the door behind them. Izuku makes a beeline for Kaken's backpack and grabs the many textbooks resting inside. He drops them loudly on his desk, Kaken curses, and Izuku flashes his winning smile. He has a pad of sticky notes at the ready, and he motions to the open textbook and the worksheet that accompanies it. Kaken rolls his eyes. I hate that you're so smart. They settle into a simple routine. He watches Kaken work through the packet, slapping a sticky note down when he gets it wrong. The stick note is filled with a long-winded explanation of the question and exactly where he went wrong. Sometimes I think you have a FING analysis quirk, Kaken says with a deep sigh when Izuku slams another sticky note onto the packet. Izuku gives him a smile that looks like the cat got the canary. You smug little BSTRD. He exclaims, launching himself from his chair, and Izuku lets out a yelp as the taller boy crashes into him. Kaken is on top of him, and Izuku pouts silently when Kaken snickers at him. No one's better at combat than me. Kaken's expression is self-assured, and it makes Izuku roll his eyes. Combat genius. He wrote quickly. He smacks the sticky note on his head, and Kaken snatches it off, rolling away so Izuku can sit up. He lets out a snort and helps the green-haired boy up. This is always when his mother bursts in, yelling about watching a movie or a TV show together. Right on time, Auntie Mitsuki kicks the door open. She's dramatic and smiles at Izuku warmly. Do you want to watch a Marvel movie with me? She asks as Kaken puts his now-finished homework away. Katsuki, go make your mom so fucking popcorn. How about it, Izuku? He nods eagerly, and his eyes must be shining his excitement and contentment for once because Mitsuki looks really, really happy. Alright, y'all, let's go. They all move from Kaken's room into the living room where Masaru is setting up the surround sound. He sticks the disc into the DVD player, and Kaken is in the kitchen making popcorn. Izuku goes to help him, grabbing a big plastic bowl with an All Might decal on it. 3 minutes later the popcorn is ready, and Kaken pours it into the bowl mumbling about how he could have used his explosions to make the popcorn faster. That boy is ridiculous sometimes. Izuku darts out of the kitchen popcorn in hand and Kaken growls when he ducks away from him. Sit down, problem children, Mitsuki mumbles as Masaru presses play. The two of them take up one side of the couch, and Mitsuki and Masaru are on the other side. The movie starts pretty quickly and Izuku deduces that it's a Thor movie as soon as Loki walks into the screen. Thor and Loki are some of his favorite Marvel characters, and Auntie Mitsuki knows that. She's honestly like an angel who keeps him from starving and becoming socially inept. Honestly, he'd be dead without her. He hopes he never loses her, as Kaken grumbles about Loki being an absolute butt. It reminds Izuku of a certain blonde. I am not like Loki, you shitty nerd. Sometimes I wonder how you can read his mind like that, Masaru says as the movie continues on. Soulmates, I wonder? Kaken sputters, a mad blush creeping onto his cheeks. Izuku elbows him, glaring but blushing too. Masaru and Mitsuki bark out bouts of laughter at the look on their faces and Kaken loses his mind. Shut the F up, you old hags. He yells, grabbing a hold of the popcorn and monopolizing it. Izuku can see Mitsuki holding back a laugh, and his shoulders begin to shake. He holds his hand over his mouth, fighting the laugh bubbling up in his chest. Kaken gapes, but Izuku lets out a breathy wheeze, and Mitsuki is on the floor cackling. Even fucking Izuku is laughing. After the endless laughter subsides and Izuku can catch his breath, they all direct their attention back to the TV. The movie ends too soon for Izuku personally, but Mitsuki lets him stay for dinner. Masaru fills his plate full of vegetables and rice, accompanied by some chicken. Eat up, kid. He doesn't need to be told twice, as he picks up his chopsticks and downs the whole plate in less than a minute. Mitsuki gives him a fond look, and then her eyes widen just slightly. Oh, I have something for you. Izuku arches up an eyebrow, and she goes into her office. She quickly emerges with an older phone model, and suddenly she shoves it into his hands. It's older, but not by much, it's her old phone. He turns to her and Masaru, giving them a confused glance. It's for emergencies. It already has our numbers in it, including Katsuki's. You don't have to pay for it either, I'll take care of it. He started to shake his head incredulously. No, it's okay, honey. You need a phone in this day and age, and I don't mind paying for it as long as you use it. Izuku knows his eyes are glistening with tears, and he tries to push them back. Mitsuki engulfs him in a hug, handing him a charger for the new phone. Call me if you need me, yeah? He nods mutely into her collarbone and she releases him. Now, why don't I send you home, before it gets too dark? Katsuki and I could walk you. Izuku shakes his head, pointing to his phone with a smirk. He'll be fine, and there are always plenty of heroes patrolling in the afternoon along the populated streets. Besides, what was the worst that could happen? He runs into a pro hero and gets their autograph? Wow, how scary. Mitsuki ruffles his hair with a grin. Alright, get going before it gets too dark. Send me a text when you get home, I don't want to be worrying about you all night, young man. Izuku gives her a curt nod and leaves. The sky is turning orange and red, and Izuku can't help but be a little distracted. It's warm, the sky is beautiful, and he's calm. No one is actively trying to kick his butt, and he doesn't have to clean anything or even go home yet. He's so distracted that he walks right into a stranger, their shoulders knocked together. Suddenly he's in a chokehold, his world whirling as he got his feet under him. Izuku's breath is already ragged, and the arm around his throat tightens. Be very quiet, boy, a tall burly man says, holding out a knife for him to see. It glints gold thanks to the sunset. Izuku nods quickly, air puffing out of him in short panicked breaths. Good. Izuku grips the man's arm, clawing for air. His throat aches, and it spreads to the rest of him. He's pulled into the nearest alleyway, and his vision blurs drastically as if he's underwater. He lets out a choking noise and digs his nails into the man's muscular arm. It's a futile fight, but he notices a dark figure watching with white eyes. The demon locks eyes with him, and he gasps slightly. The demon does nothing but place a hand over Izuku's, and the boy watches that hand, pleading silently. His assailant jerks his arm away from him, hissing. Izuku whips around, only taking 2 seconds to see what happened. There was a burn in the shape of Izuku's hand, and he was cradling his arm with a murderous glare. He failed to notice the vigilante waiting to swoop in and decapitate his attacker. The vigilante was wearing a red scarf and held a katana in one hand. Izuku is running before he notices the world whipping past him. He doesn't dare look behind him or stop running until he's retrieving a key from his pocket. He jams it into the lock and unlocks the door, letting it click softly behind him. His throat throbs, and he lets himself gather his thoughts and catch his breath. That demon helped him, and Izuku had no idea why. The house is dark, and that sudden thought hits him like a train. It's dark. He can see, because of the light filtering through the windows, but it's still dark. Dark enough to set him on edge and make his skin prickle. It's not like the kind of terror he feels when he's locked in his room, but it's very similar. It's almost enough for him to turn on the living room light, but he couldn't. It might wake up his mother. And a forcefully awoken Inko is an Inko he'd rather stay far, far away from. Reluctantly he goes down into the pitch-black darkness that is his room, and he can already feel the fear building up in his chest. It constricts him, and he feels his eyes burn. The only thing he can hear is his own labored breathing. As soon as he leaves the stairs he turns on the All Might-themed nightlight near his bed frantically. He has another one on the other side of his bed, and he turns that one on too. The room is very dimly lit now, but it helps him immensely nonetheless. He sits on his bed, tucked in the corner, watching the whole room from his angle. He grips his single pillow tightly, and his eyes never leave the dark staircase. White eyes stare back at him. He squeezes his eyes shut, shuddering and hyperventilating. He hates the dark. He hates it, he hates it, he hates it. The night lights make it bearable, but he'd rather be in a room filled with light. He grabs his tablet and turns it on. His shoulders slumped as soon as he upped the brightness. He didn't mind that his eyes stung. It was so much better than the darkness. He'd rather die than be trapped somewhere in the dark. It was such a silly but debilitating fear. Izuku held his pillow tighter in his arms, before remembering that he promised to text Auntie Mitsuki once he was home. He got his phone out of pocket and turned it on. He manages to find Auntie Mitsuki's number pretty quickly. Izuku, I forgot to message you when I got home. I'm still alive. Auntie, good kid. I was starting to get a little worried. Izuku, sorry Auntie. Auntie, oh it's okay kiddo, just don't forget next time. Katsuki wanted me to ask you if you know what his English essay was about. He put it off until the last second, typical. Izuku, I think it was an essay about quirk theory. He's supposed to choose a topic. Tell him to pick how quirks can affect personalities. The essay is argumentative and honestly he argues about it with me too much. Might as well write an essay on it. Auntie, thanks honey. I'll be sure to show him your text. Izuku, make sure he puts his name on it too, he always forgets. Izuku waited for her reply, and after a while, he realized he probably wouldn't get one for an hour or two while she helped Kaken with his essay. Talking to Auntie Mitsuki always had a calming effect on him, but the second he looked up from his phone that semblance of calm was shattered. A demon with long claws stood nose to nose with him. He yelped and scrambled backward, bumping into the headboard at the back of his bed. The demon tilted its head to the side, but didn't make any moves towards him. Heart hammering in his chest, Izuku didn't sleep for a long time that night. He almost never slept in that dungeon of a room. He hates this room almost as much as he hates the dark, hates his quirk, and hates his mother. And that's saying something. It's one thing to learn that mothers aren't supposed to hit you, but it's another to learn that your mother has let a strange man stay with them. It's a shock, Izuku being the tender age of 12 and mute nearly his entire life when a man named Hisashi comes home with his mother. He doesn't question it of course, as he continues to get ready for the school day. He's gotten used to wearing a middle school uniform, and he's used to his mother's cursing and swift deliverance of pain. He doesn't feel so hopeless as he should, not yet. Izuku still has Auntie Mitsuki to lean on and Kaken always keeps the bullies at bay. He buttons up his uniform and winces when his fingers brush against his bruised collarbone. The blotch of bruising is a deep purple that has yet to begin healing. He hisses between his teeth before trudging up the stairs with his bright yellow backpack. That's when he comes face to face with Hisashi, and the man looks gentle. So different from Izuku's mother, who didn't bother to hide her malice toward him. Hisashi's hair is basically a copycat of Izuku's hair, but black. His eyes are a deep brown that almost looks black. He gives Izuku a slight smile. Izuku doesn't return it, not with his mother standing a little way off. It almost feels like a bucket of ice has been poured down his shirt. He can feel it in his bones. This man is weird, and this man is Hisashi Midoriya. His smile is off-kilter and his eyes are devoid of anything, and Izuku doesn't trust it. He shoulders his way past the man, and Hisashi watches him leave the house with sharp eyes. He can still feel them as soon as the door shuts behind him, and he tries to shake it off. It doesn't work as well as he'd hoped, but his thoughts melted away as soon as he left his dilapidated house and stepped onto the cracked concrete sidewalk. There, adorning his own uniform was Kaken. A black figure was wrapped around Kaken. Its long arms wrapped around Kaken's throat, holding itself up. The demon's legs were hooked around the blonde boy's middle. Kaken was possessed since they were 11. At first, he was worried sick about the boy, but the only effect the demon seemed to have on him was making him more irritable. Maybe Kaken was resistant. He was meaner than he used to be, and he was way more cocky than he'd been originally when they were younger. Sometimes the demon bared its fangs at Izuku and Kaken snapped at him, but it was a rare occurrence. Instantaneously, Kaken was talking, waving his hands around. "Yo Deku, you know how we were talking about going to Yui together?" Izuku nods, feeling a bit apprehensive. Kaken tried to give him a reassuring smile, but it ended up being a smirk. "So, I was thinking that I should apply for the heroics department, and you could for general ed. You could be the smart one, and I could be the one that puts those crazy plans of yours into action. How does that sound?" He nodded ecstatically, his smile going wide. He barely noticed the dusting of pink on Kaken's cheeks. "You like that idea? Good, we can be a wonder duo." Now that was something Izuku could get behind. Kaken went on a whole tangent about it too, as they walked to school. The cherry blossoms were in full swing at this point. They caught in Kaken's hair and Izuku stared at the petals absently as Kaken talked and talked. "We should probably have hero names too. What about Deku and Kaken?" Izuku shot him a thumbs up, and Kaken smiled at him, that soft smile that made Izuku's insides go tingly and warm. Before Kaken can notice the blush on Izuku's cheeks, they arrive at the shitty school they call Aldera Junior High. Not only is the school shoddy and run down, it's also filled to the brim with shitty teachers and even shittier students who didn't know when to keep their mouths shut. In the end, Kaken always got them to stop talking, either through threats or a beatdown they weren't going to forget for a while. It was comforting to know that Kaken would be there with him all day. It was a relief to have a legitimate excuse to stay away from his mom, too. Kaken goes near silent as they enter the building. The two of them shoulder their way through the crowds of bodies that clog up the hallways. Izuku was never a fan of people he didn't know touching him, and this whole situation made it worse. Luckily, before he could panic, he and Kaken managed to make it through. Taking a deep breath, Izuku followed Kaken down the next hallway, dodging bodies and dodging teachers who happened to be in the way. It was almost a dance of sorts, he and Kaken darting out of the way. Sometimes Kaken would yank him one way or another to avoid someone or a wall in some cases. Sometimes it was Izuku pulling him out of the way with an annoyed sigh. "DMN, this school's FING packed," Kaken grumbled. "It shouldn't take this long to get to FING class." Izuku nodded in agreement, gripping the strap of his backpack tightly. They take their seats all the way in the back, and Kaken sends him a text. Izuku's phone buzzes in his pocket, and he shoots Kaken an exasperated look. They were literally sitting next to each other. "Kaken, so how are you?" "Deku, you're literally sitting next to me, why are we texting?" Kaken, "Because someone decided to be difficult and never talk." Deku, "Okay, ouch. A-hole." Kaken, "Seriously though, are you okay? There's a bruise on your eyebrow." Deku, it's fine, I just hit my head. Kaken, oh. Okay. Deku, what? Kaken, nothing. Did you eat anything before school? Deku, I can barely wake up this early, and you have the gall to ask me if I ate? The answer is obvious. Kaken, you're a dumb butt. Deku, tell me something I don't know. Kaken clicks his tongue loudly and Izuku looks up from his phone. The blonde boy is holding out a few pieces of wedged apple for him, and he takes it with a smile. Their class begins as he takes his apple wedges and eats as quietly as he can manage. If he's chewing loudly and being annoying, no one voices it. No one even spares him a single look. Maybe it's because Kaken is emitting a no-nonsense aura, but Izuku isn't paying enough attention to his friend to notice. He's diligently taking notes for the both of them, and watching a demon out of the corner of his eye. He tries his best to ignore his quirk altogether, and sometimes he manages to. Other times they captivate him, just like now. The dark figure is thin and taller than what should have been humanly possible. It was a bit of a mess, trying to watch the teacher while that thing placed its hands on the chalkboard. Izuku felt his muscles tense and resisted the strong urge to cover his ears immediately. The claws whispered against the board at first, but suddenly they were raked across the board. His ears stung, and he vaguely felt his teeth dig into his tongue as the screeching reached its lethally annoying crescendo. He could feel himself beginning to grind his teeth together, but he pushed past the annoyance and sudden anger. He quickly caught up on his notes and snuck a glare at the demon who decided to torment him today. The demon's white eyes narrowed, and he swore that the monster pouted at him. His eyes had gone wide for only a second, as the demon left the room without so much as a word. Izuku stared at the door awestruck for a few seconds before trying to focus once again. It was kind of difficult, considering a demon pouted at him. Usually, they flipped him off or cussed him out. They hung around him and chanted dark things as they walked with him. Never have they ever pouted at him, or helped him. Besides that one time, he almost got killed by a criminal in an alleyway. That had been something to behold as well. It was kind of scary to see them listening to him too. That was new. His quirk was getting stronger, and he had no idea why or how. He wanted nothing more than to stop it or make it disappear altogether. Honestly, making it go away forever sounded pretty appealing. He had no idea how to go about it, but he'd figure it out eventually. Izuku had heard some wild rumors about villains selling quirk suppressors for a hefty price. Maybe he could save some money and get one? Who FING knew, but having something rather than nothing was preferable. He was pulled out of his thoughts when someone kicked his desk. He startled, nearly letting out a yelp when he made eye contact with Kaken. Come on nerd, class is over, let's go to lunch. Did 3 hours pass by so fast? He must have been so engrossed in his own thoughts and taking notes that he didn't pay attention to the time. He scrambled up from his desk, hurried to catch up to the blonde who went on ahead. The lunchroom was large, and so was the FING line. Kaken went to secure a table for just the two of them, his mother's homemade bento in hand. Izuku checked his phone for any recent hero activity. Despite his circumstances with his mother, he hadn't forgotten all of his hobbies. Especially analyzing heroes and picking them apart by just knowing their quirks. He was still fascinated by them, and he still adored them. Even if they failed to notice a suffering teenager right before their very eyes. Well, Izuku didn't make it very obvious though, did he? Finally, the lunch line went forward a bit, and Izuku stared at the rapidly filling round white tables seemingly placed at random. He wasn't hungry, and he really didn't need food right now, but Kaken would kick his butt if he came to their usual table without any food on his plate. Soon enough, Izuku was filling his plate with food and leaving the line to sit down. He let out a tiny sigh, eyes scanning every table before he spotted the spiky-haired blonde. Thank God Kaken was hard to miss because he didn't want to spend all day looking for him. It would be embarrassing and annoying. He sat down quickly, with a stifled yawn. Did you even sleep last night, Deku? He gave Kaken a shrug and pulled his wooden chopsticks apart to begin eating. Kaken merely opened his lunch from his mother and slid his phone over for Izuku to look at. It was a newly published article in New and Upcoming Heroes. Kaken really knew how to get Izuku's attention, huh? I'm betting Kamui Woods is gonna be big, he grumbled through his food as Izuku scanned the article like a rabid animal. Izuku shrugged. What you think MT Lady will beat him? He gave a slight shake of his head, before grabbing his phone. They both knew that if Izuku wanted, he and Kaken could study JSL and communicate that way. Honestly, he didn't want to make Kaken learn it, so he just never bothered with it. Maybe he should've. That would have been wise, but Kaken always spoke enough for him, and could practically read Izuku's mind. It was kind of unnerving almost, how easily Kaken could read him like an open book. He didn't need JSL to communicate if he had Kaken. But he wasn't that naive, he knew if he wanted to become something he'd have to speak. He just wasn't sure how, or if he could. Or maybe he could get off his butt and bother with some JSL. Auntie Mitsuki would probably be very interested in helping him learn it, and she'd even offered to help him learn a few times. So maybe he could try that out. Anyway, he shakes his head at Kaken. He slowly types out his response in his phone as he eats, and Kaken's eyes widen slightly. I give it a month before they're dating. You think they'll get together? He exclaims incredulously, giving Izuku a shocked look. Izuku nods vigorously, and Kaken leans back in his seat with a smirk. How could you possibly know that? He shrugs and Kaken shakes his head. They continue in companionable silence as they eat, with Kaken sliding his phone over for Izuku to look at. Most of them are about All Might's good deeds today, like how the man stopped a hostage situation before it could escalate. All Might was truly a good hero, through and through. And the world's #1 hero didn't have time for small cases of child abuse. That was fine for Izuku. It could be worse, he guessed. He could be homeless or dead. Or maybe that was preferable. Kaken had to serve detention for his harsh behavior towards other students during school. He'd been standing up for Izuku, so he felt bad and wanted to stay with him, but Kaken told him to go home. So he did, by himself for the first time in a long time. His friend always wanted to make sure he got home safely because he was mute, and people would take advantage of that. Or so Kaken said. Izuku had yet to meet someone who even looked in his direction. He was ordinary and plain-looking. No one even bothered to spare him a glance unless Kaken was slinging an arm around his shoulders. It was a blessing honestly because he hated talking to people. He walked through an underpass, phone in hand as he texted Kaken. He wanted to come over to his house tonight to hang out, and Izuku needed to figure out a way to deter him. Izuku was coming up with an excuse. Something along the lines of needing to finish an art project. It was a valid excuse because when he wasn't analyzing heroes and avoiding his mother, he was drawing. That was when he heard it. A wet sound, coming from behind him. Izuku stopped in his tracks, turning slowly. The underpass is dark, and the slime figure looks disgusting in the dim lighting. And might he say, terrifying? A cocky grin, all teeth is displayed on the villain's face. Izuku grimaced, taking a retreating step back. Don't run away, kiddo, it's like there's gravel in his throat, the way his voice sounds. Goosebumps blossom along his arms and legs, like ice. He isn't stupid, and he doesn't waste time hesitating. Izuku has to move if he wants to live. He hears his shoes slamming against the pavement before he registers that he's running. Izuku passes a few dark figures who watch him with fascination, but he ignores them. It's sad really, how close he was to the street where tons of people walked. How close he was to escaping before he was grabbed, and slime entered every airway. His vision blurred almost instantly with tears. It was a strange sensation to suddenly stop breathing because slime was pushing its way into his lungs and stomach. Down his throat and nose, burning and making him GG. He couldn't even close his mouth, and his jaw began to ache and add to the overall pain of everything. Every moment of pain in his entire life couldn't hold a candle to the pain he was experiencing right now. And the despair that coiled in his gut, and the sudden rush of thoughts that screamed at him. Louder than the alarmed screams from his demonic entourage. This was the first time he'd ever had a thought such as this one. One so desperate and simple. Primal and uncontrollable. A single thought. I don't want to die here. But Izuku Midoriya was cursed. His hands twitched, and his entire chest and face positively ached and screamed at him for air. Even just a second of it. Anything. Anything. I don't want to die here. Izuku didn't beg to be rescued. He knew what he was, and what he deserved even if his thoughts betrayed that. Angels didn't save demons, they ripped them apart starting with their halos and wings. Until they burned. Until nothing but stumps and blood remained, their tortured screams only heard by a single boy. Izuku, who was no better than them. He was tainted and dark. He didn't deserve the gentle words and touches that heroes handed out like free candy. He wasn't a potential hero worthy of praise. Izuku was an abomination, yet he wanted to live. He was so engrossed with his thoughts and struggling that he didn't see the flash of red. He didn't see the blonde hair of a hero he used to admire with almost a religious adoration. But suddenly he was falling and there was air in his lungs. The second his hands skid on the pavement he vomited. Sludge fell in disgusting heaps out of his throat, and Izuku scrunched up his nose. He looked over the two heroes who saved him. All Might and Eraserhead stood a little way off. He gaped at them, his breath coming in short breaths. A man where the sludge villain used to stand stood in its place. Looking terrified. Aya, All Might. Eraserhead dash. The voices sounded muffled to Izuku, and he noticed how Eraserhead left quickly as soon as he made eye contact with All Might. He knew that the #1 hero could take care of it. Izuku took one look at the distracted #1 hero, and the retreating underground hero. And then he left, scrambling to grab his bag. They hadn't noticed him. He blended into the crowd nearby and dusted off his school uniform. Dark green smears were all over it, but that was fine. He had all weekend to clean it. He could sneak in some laundry at some point if he was lucky. Then he remembered something very important. Hisashi was home. He gripped the strap of his backpack tighter at the sudden reminder. Izuku stopped before the door to his mother's small house. The paint was faded and cracked in some places. The house key sat heavily in his pocket, and for a moment he debated actually going inside. It was silent inside as far as he could tell, and it made him grind his teeth together. Izuku reached into his pocket and quickly throws caution out the window. His mother would be furious if he didn't come home. There was no getting around it. He opened the door with a creak, and all of the lights were on. Strange. He took a cautious step forward. The floor squeaked under his weight, and he jumped nearly a foot in the air. Izuku made a beeline for the basement door, steps hurried and his lips pressed into a thin line. Anxiety bubbled in his chest, similar to the sensation of being strangled like earlier when the sludge villain assaulted him. Someone cleared their throat behind him. It was obviously not his mother because it was deep, too deep and masculine. His hand froze around the doorknob. Izuku didn't move. Not even when footsteps sounded behind him, heavy yet quiet thanks to the carpeted floor. "My boy, I was wondering when you'd get home." Izuku chewed on his lip and glanced over his shoulder. "Turn around, Izuku." It was like someone poured a bucket of cold water down his shirt. His mother had never called him that. No one called him that except for Auntie Mitsuki. And this man's tone was cold and devoid of emotion. Izuku carefully detached his hand from the doorknob and turned to face the man who he'd inherited his curly hair from. His freckles. It was like looking in a mirror. A scary, distorted one. He gulped, ducking his head. He could barely see the man through his bangs and eyelashes. But he could never miss that smile that pulled at his lips. His hands started shaking immediately, malice radiated off of that man, his teeth gleaming like fangs. Everything about Hisashi made Izuku want to stay far away from him. Preferably light years away, please and thank you. But no, he only had a wooden door with the lock on the outside. Suddenly he had a gut feeling that his room wasn't safe. Well, scratch that. His room was a prison cell, but now he knew it was a cell that Hisashi planned on invading. It was bad enough that it was shrouded in perpetual darkness, but now Hisashi prowled. A cold, sick feeling coiled in his gut. It hit him like a punch to the stomach, fast, sharp, and unexpected. Hisashi was strange, he had that air about him. The stray demon who managed to follow him cowered in the corner next to him. Its back was to them, its form a solid black. Where wings should be, rested stumps and scars that were a slightly lighter color of black. Izuku's gaze didn't linger, he was too focused on the man in front of him. Asking him a question he'd never answer. Only because he couldn't. He would never be able to. "What were you doing?" "School let out a little while ago," Hisashi grumbled, his arms crossed. "Aren't you going to answer your father?" The silence that follows is deafening, and Hisashi takes a step towards him, and of course, Izuku takes a cautious step backward in response. His fingertips brush against the wood of the basement door. It sends cold chills through him at the thought of that dark room. His muscles lock in place as Hisashi places one hand on his shoulder. The wave of pain hits him like a freight train, and Izuku is frozen in place. He's on fire, he's burning. This is hell, pain bubbling and overflowing beneath his skin. His teeth snap together, and he doesn't cry out. He can't. His skin screams at him, and his bones jostle just under his skin and muscle. His vision explodes, and everything goes white hot for a single moment. In that single second everything distorts. Everything is too sharp, everything is too clear. He can see those godforsaken wings fanned out behind Hisashi. He saw the cowering demon flicker and disappear. He's hallucinating from the pain. That's the only explanation. The basement door he's leaning against shakes, and Izuku lets out a growl of pain. His hands shake, and his knees keeping knocking together as Hisashi's grip only tightens. A deep scratchy voice whispers faintly. A single word that has Izuku reeling. "God?" The pain escalates, and Izuku is barely aware of falling to the floor in a big heap. Barely aware of the words Hisashi is spouting. "That's my quirk." His quirk. All of this was his quirk? Izuku carefully lifts his head only slightly. The world tilts, and Izuku groans. One side can cause pain, and the other can cause panic. "You should be a very careful boy, Izuku." Izuku finally manages to get his feet under him, the hand finally pulled away from him. Relief rushed to him in euphoric waves. He uses the basement door as support, watching Hisashi carefully. "Break any of your mother's rules, and I'll make sure you pay the price, got it?" Izuku blinks the vague pain away and nods eagerly. Hisashi grins. "I think I like you, my boy. I like my victims better if they're quiet and complacent, like you." Hisashi's calloused hands grab a handful of his hair, his picky lifted up and away from him. Izuku flinches back, his breath labored with terror. Izuku grinds his teeth together and ducks his head. Hisashi bares his teeth at him, his next words whispered into his ear. Go in your room and don't come out. Izuku's hand is already around that cold doorknob, and by the time Hisashi walks away he's already opening the door. The darkness swallows him too easily. Izuku squeaks in surprise when the door slams closed on its own. All light is extinguished, and Izuku can feel that rising panic and worry. He hurried down the rickety set of wooden stairs that were never carpeted. Once down into his room the quiet settles like a thick blanket. He chews on his lip, listening for anything. The floor is cold beneath his feet, and his eyes dart around the empty black. A pair of white eyes blink before him. Heavy footsteps make their way closer to him. He can't see anything but he sure as hell can feel it. The ice encircles his wrist, so cold it burns against his skin. A hand wraps around his wrist, and the creature rambles loudly incoherently. Izuku tears his arm away and scrambles backward until his shins slam into his bed. The footsteps begin anew. Izuku shoves his hand through the demon before him, and usually where his hand would phase through, it felt like he plunged his hand in ice and fire. He yanked his hand back with a gasp of shock and pain. The demon's advance halted and it grumbled again. Poison. Izuku scrambles beneath his bed covers and hides. The rambles continue loudly, and he can feel the demon's claws scratching gently at the blanket. Izuku curls into a ball, ignoring how that thing's voice sets him on edge. He's quirkless. He's quirkless. That isn't a demon trying to talk to him. Poison. In his pocket, his phone vibrates, and he extracts his hands from his face to take it out. It's a text from Auntie Mitsuki, and Izuku answers her quickly. Auntie Mitsuki, Katsuki wants to hang out with you tomorrow, are you free? Izuku, yeah, but why wouldn't he text me himself? Auntie Mitsuki, I grounded him, he refused to eat dinner until I nearly shoved it down his DMN throat. Izuku, he's so dramatic. Auntie Mitsuki, yeah. He said he was worried about something, and then wouldn't shut up about wanting to hang out with you tomorrow. Izuku, tell him I'll meet him at the park. I'll text him when. Auntie Mitsuki, okay. Have a good night, sweetie. His room was silent now, not even an inkling that there was something else in here with him. He lets out a sigh of relief and uncovers himself from the blanket. His room is dark as usual, but there's an aching difference, there aren't any white eyes staring at him from the corners. There are no gleaming teeth or gritty grumbling. It's strange, but he takes in stride, emitting relief and minor anxiety. Izuku clutches his blanket, the darkness burning at his eyes. Even with the absence of those things, this room was still a cell. He could definitely leave at any given moment, but the thought of the repercussions that would follow kept him in his bed. His mother and father would lock him down here forever. And he couldn't let that happen under any circumstances. So he sat in this endless inky dark and stayed put. He reached for his water bottle on the floor next to his bed and drank a few gulps. He always got dehydrated after painful experiences like the one he just had with Hisashi. There were sure to be more, so he should probably think about keeping a few bottles down here at a time. Just in case they decided he wasn't worth the effort anymore, or if Hisashi beat him again. Izuku closed his eyes but didn't sleep for a long time. Even the silence was loud and unbearable in this room. It was when he turned 14 that he realized just how trapped he really was in this house and in this life. Izuku finally came to the realization that things were worse now that Hisashi had been here for 2 years. He rummaged around his room, looking for his phone. That was the first sign that something was off. His phone was gone, and he scrambled back over to his bed. Somewhere on the floor underneath was the tablet he only used for emergencies now. It was gone. Both of his only light sources were gone. Panic grips him with an icy firm hold, and Izuku sprints up the stairs. Ignoring how loud he's being, and ignoring the dozens of white eyes blinking at him. His hand is around that cold doorknob before he can even realize he's made it to the door. He twists the knob this way and that. And it doesn't open. It's locked from the outside, and a wave of terror crashes into him. He drowns in it, shaking and hyperventilating as soon as he realizes he is truly and unequivocally imprisoned in his own room. The darkness whispers to him softly, and he can't hear anything over his own fear and hysteria. His shaking hands come up to cover his face, his nails digging into his cheeks. He can think of a million things to scream, but his mouth has never been in his control. His vocal cords could never produce a sound. His face stings and his eyes burn with tears. Izuku can hear heavy footsteps venture closer to his bedroom door. Izuku freezes completely, taking a few steps down on the staircase backward. Hisashi's voice is easy to recognize. The alarms go off in his head, and he listens carefully at the words his father says. Your quirk is ugly, you're an abomination to society. So you're going to stay locked down there all day, do you understand me? Izuku finally steps off the last step and slides down into a sitting position, his nails dragging down his cheeks and chin. His teeth clang together in his mouth, and his jaw aches from clenching it too much. Even his teeth ache. His fingers dig into his neck, stinging and burning with the force of his endless scratching. The panic is rising, and he can feel his heartbeat a million miles a second in his chest. There's a lump in his throat, and a scream begging just to be let out. The skin under his hands is warm and sticky. He can taste iron and fear coating his mouth. His fingertips are warm with his blood, but he didn't care. Those white eyes kept watching him. They kept whispering, but it might as well be roaring. Purgatory. It was a chorus of voices and guttural whines. Almost like a mob of monsters growling at him. He couldn't see their bodies in this deep darkness, but he could see their eyes, and that was enough for him. His shirt clung to him, and suddenly he was coated in sweat and prickly skin. Fear wrapped around him like a blanket, and it just wouldn't go away. He didn't want to be locked in here anymore. He wanted out. That's when he heard it, his possible escape. The sound of the only human being who he cared for more than he cared for Auntie Mitsuki. Kaken. Hey Auntie Inko, have you seen Deku around anywhere? He hasn't been answering my texts. But Izuku is frozen in place, his fingers digging into his delicate skin still. The darkness swirls and distorts before him as his mother's voice gently reaches his ears. The glow from under the basement door is the only meek source of light, and he can see the telltale sign of someone standing right in front of that door. 2 spots under the door are dark, and as he quietly walks up, he catches a glimpse of shoes. He stands a step below the door and listens. He isn't here right now, Inko merely says, her voice light and airy. Izuku can practically see her blank face and tired eyes. Her empty words mean nothing when paired with her face. It's painfully obvious to Izuku that his mother is a blank shell. But maybe it's a good enough act for Kaken because Izuku can hear his familiar footfalls begin to retreat. Closer and closer to the door. Swift and confident but heavy due to his stormy sea of anger. Izuku listened silently, not daring to move even an inch, but the white eyes hiding in the walls around him have other ideas. The demons converge, refusing to be locked up in here, and for a second he believes it's for his behalf, but that can't be right. Demons hate and want to torture everything. They hate him, and they want to make him suffer, so their next move made sense only after he realized the full scope of it all. They merged together, a wet gurgling sound shook the rickety wood stairs, and Izuku blanched as the door shook and the hinges screamed. Kaken stopped in his tracks, and Izuku launched himself forward into the icy depths of the unnatural black. It was jumping in an icy cold lake in the peak of winter. It was so cold that his very bones seemed to freeze and burn. His face was numb nearly instantly, as he pulled the black mass of demons toward him and away from the door. Izuku's fingers sunk in deeper to the monstrosity slamming itself into the door and pulled physically and spiritually. The feeling in his fingers dissolved quickly, as the silence beyond the door ripped at him. He messed up. This was a mistake, he was dead and cursed. This would not end well for him in the slightest. The icy feeling spread through him as if it had entered his bloodstream and began to infest him. His heart sunk in his chest as the demon mass lashed out. Its outraged scream shook the walls and the door. Izuku bared his teeth and yanked even harder, and the demons fused together faltered. Almost immediately he remembered that he was standing on the weak wooden stairs. His hair tousled in the rush of air that accompanied his quick, painful descent. His stomach plummeted to his feet, and he only had a few seconds to feel nausea before his knees and ankles ached. He tumbled down the set of stairs, rather loudly he might add. The conversation beyond that door didn't resume, and that demon mass seemed to have exploded apart. Many pairs of white eyes stared at him, grumbling and rattling wordless rasps at him. His head throbbed, and everything seemed to hurt as he stumbled to his feet. The darkness whispered against his skin, and he managed to shove the intrusive thoughts of fear so he could listen to the conversation upstairs. "What was that, Auntie Inko?" Kaken asked, sounding confused and concerned. "Are you sure you haven't seen Deku?" "Oh, I'm sure, it's just our cat. He likes to scratch strangers, so we keep him downstairs when guests are here. He has a habit of making a lot of noise too," his mother explained smoothly. It was alarming. And then, just as quickly as Kaken got there, he was gone. His escape and hope were gone. All that was left was this invading darkness and those white eyes that made him want to gouge his own out. And the impending doom of his punishment. If used correctly, his mother's quirk was quite terrifying, but he was more concerned about his father if he was being honest. The duality of his quirk was concerning, and the ease of which it could be used for villainy was also a cause for fear and horror. He waited with bated breath, chewing at his lip and pinching the skin off in his mouth. It didn't really hurt, it was more of a nervous tick than anything. Like how people bit the skin off their bottom lip. He did that too and chewed his fingernails. He watched that door with sickening anticipation because he knew what was coming, he just didn't know who would dish it out. For a few long minutes, it was nearly silent. Eerily so, as the floor creaked just above him. The door up those narrow stairs jingled loudly before something heavy thumped onto the floor. A few seconds later that door creaked open and a little light shone through. It brought him no comfort as his mother's honey-like voice reached him. "Izuku dear, get up here." It was too cheerful, and too much like how a real mother would speak to him. So much like a demon imitating a demon like in movies, its effect was exactly the opposite of what his mother probably wanted. She probably wanted to lull him into a false sense of security, but Izuku wasn't stupid. It made that same icy feeling from grabbing those demons slam into him again. This time it felt even worse. Izuku, despite knowing that he had no choice but to go, stood still as a statue. It was strange and he didn't want to do it. No. He didn't want to see what awaited him. He really didn't. "My boy, if you don't get up here right now I swear to God dash." And Izuku rocketed himself up the stairs, knowing full well that his father wasn't afraid to go down into his room. He'd drag him by the ankles up those stairs if he had to. Izuku was engulfed in the light as soon as he left his room, his eyes burning as they adjusted. Inko stood well enough away, looking absolutely sad. Hisashi had his arms crossed, looking like a real angry father for only a second. The malice coming off him in waves was overwhelming, and Izuku had to duck his head away with urgency. He waited, staring directly at his feet. His fists were clenched at his sides and he practically jumped 5 feet in the air when Inko was the first to speak. "Drink this," she merely said, holding a glass of water. She must have snuck off silently while he stared at the ground in horror. Izuku grabbed it quickly and downed it faster than he thought he could. Izuku didn't care if it contained a lethal poison or sedative drag. He just did what his mother told him to do. If it meant he had to drink this he was fine with it. If this was his punishment, it was a mercy. Izuku handed the glass back, and Inko disappeared for a few seconds into the kitchen and Hisashi took the spotlight. "Your mother is truly a brilliant woman, I wouldn't have thought of that in a million years," Hisashi told him. Izuku blinked slowly, in fact, everything was slower. His chest ached, and nausea racked him in waves. He couldn't breathe, and suddenly he had a face full of floor. It was like an elephant was sitting on his back, and whatever was in that drink wasn't good, he quickly decided. Was it really poison? Was this what the demon had been warning him about? His gut told him that either way, something was gone. Something was repressed and stripped away from him. It hurt, it hurt. He covered his mouth with his hand, as he nearly dry heaved. His stomach was doing backflips, and his heart was twisting and beating erratically in his chest. There wasn't enough air. He blinked through the blurry haze as Hisashi crouched to his level. Izuku raised his head. "Wait, no." Hisashi grabbed a handful of his green curly hair and jerked his head up. That was more accurate. His words were unintelligible, and Izuku completely blanked. He seemed pretty heated. "You deserve fault stupid quirk. Cursed boy hated." Everything was muted. Izuku couldn't understand a single thing happening. Those words were lost on him for now. Suppressants. Okay, he was wrong. He understood that in perfect clarity. That water was filled with quirk suppressants, and that's why he felt so weird and sick. He felt like he was high and drunk at the same time, and it was strange. It was a great escape once the pain and nausea subsided. It was like he wasn't attached to his body anymore. Hisashi helped him to his feet and practically threw him back into his room. Izuku couldn't see those white eyes for the first time. He couldn't hear the screaming. He couldn't feel that fear. This drag numbed everything, even his quirk. Izuku was in love with it, until he woke up the next morning. The crash was a beach, his lungs and chest screaming and aching like he just ran a marathon. He couldn't even move, every muscle burned and stung in agony. Every shift or twitch made him bite back a roar of pain. He was wrong. He was wrong, so wrong. That drag was torture. And they gave it to him again. Hisashi has snuck into his room and forced him to drink it again, and that same euphoric feeling calmed him for only an hour before he crashed again, only this time it was worse. His weekend was a haze of highs and lows, literally. Either he was high off his butt thanks to this drag, or he was bedridden, on the verge of ending it all so he didn't have to feel anything anymore. His fingers itched for anything sharp while he came down off the high. Maybe cutting his own head off would be better than suffering through another dose of this sheet. All weekend he was tense, waiting to hear his father's footsteps. Waiting for that beautiful wave of euphoria but dreading that all-too-consuming wave of agony. He was eager to go back to school and avoid home as much as possible. He was eager to see Kaken again and forget about all of this as soon as he could. All he knew was that he didn't see those all-seeing white eyes anymore and he didn't hear that endless hair-raising screaming. The fear of the dark was always there though, even if he didn't want it to be. No amount of drags could put a stop to that. No matter how much he prayed for it and hoped. Izuku woke up on Monday morning with sore muscles and a throbbing head. He managed against all odds to get up from his bed and grab his school uniform and put it on. His steps were near silent on the wooden stairs, as he made his quick ascent up them. The door opened easily and Izuku let out the tiniest of relieved sighs before making like a bat out of hell out of that house. Once the front door closed softly behind him, he took a chance to breathe at ease for once. The sky outside was still dark and gloomy, but he could see Kaken waiting for him a little ways away. "Deku, where the F were you all weekend?" Kaken asked immediately. Izuku offered him a vague shrug in response. Did Kaken really think he'd respond with words? Izuku stared at Kaken as he watched his expression change to one of annoyance. Izuku gave him a weak smile, and he must look like sheep because Kaken sighs softly and drops it for now. Their walk to school is unusual and quiet for once, and Kaken lets Izuku lean against him when they finally get to class. Izuku doesn't remember much of class, or anything if he was being honest. He must have fallen asleep a couple of times, or maybe he zoned out completely. He vaguely remembered Kaken dragging him to lunch and making him eat something, but he wasn't too sure. He was concerned about it. And how it must look to Kaken, but he couldn't control any of this. He was lucky that Kaken even cared, and had the compassion to help him out while he was out of commission like this. He didn't even remember that Kaken was taking him to his house tonight until Auntie Mitsuki greeted him with a bright smile. Things got less hazy from there, and the Bakugus looked relieved. They asked him what he did over the weekend and he responded with finishing his art project, and that he completely forgot that Kaken wanted to hang out. "That's understandable," Auntie Mitsuki replied. "What did you make?" Izuku quickly reached into his backpack and grabbed his sketchbook. Which drawing could he show them? A lot of them were drawn in charcoal, some of them were hastily drawn and smeared. Most of them weren't drawings of people either, they were of those creatures with the white eyes. They were drawn horribly, and they carried a certain amount of terror with each drawing. The eyes were large, colorless holes, and their hands were long and needle-like. Some had white smiles and some were ripping their skin off. There was the rare picture of Kaken leaning against a wall, or an even rarer one where he was grinning. When he wasn't drawing scary demons, he nearly drew Kaken exclusively. As a kid, as an adult, as a teen, as a pro-hero. He stopped at one with the hero design he created not too long ago. Kaken was sporting a pharaoh-like smile, his grenade-shaped gauntlets weighing down his wrists and forearms. He stood with one arm up wiping the sweat off his brow, and the other swinging lazily in the wind. Behind him was a massive mess of concrete debris and the road was littered with explosion-like craters. Izuku quickly displayed with detailed drawing to the family before him, and Mitsuki snatched it as soon as she saw it. Izuku's heart clenched in his chest, worried she'd flip through the pages and see the other drawings that weren't as perfect and unconcerning. Luckily she didn't, and she passed it to her husband who studied it in awe, who passed it to Kaken. He looked like a tomato, embarrassed but also impressed at the same time, which made Izuku fuzzy and warm. "Is this a new costume design for me?" Kaken asked. "I think it's the best you've come up with so far." Izuku nodded enthusiastically. Kaken grinned slightly at him and handed him the notebook back. "You're crazy good at drawing." Now it was Izuku's turn for his face to heat up. Kaken smirked at him and they went into his room where one or two All Might posters adorned his walls. There was one poster of Eraserhead and Present Mike. The pair of them sat down on the bed and Kaken gave him the set of notes he's missed all day. Izuku was quick to copy them down and silently thanked Kaken profusely in his head. "Are you sick?" Izuku looked away from Kaken but he knew Kaken would get it out of him eventually so he nodded curtly without looking in his direction. He laid down on the massive bed and angled his body away from the other boy. "If you were sick why did you come to school?" Izuku shrugged, groaning lightly when Kaken draped himself over Izuku's stomach. Kaken was half on the bed, and half hanging off it trying to reach something. Izuku glared at him, confused yet slightly amused. Kaken pushes himself back onto the bed once he got whatever he was trying to reach. A blank notebook and pen was thrown in his direction and Izuku sighed shortly through his nose to voice his annoyance. Kaken sat up completely, crossing his ankles over each other and stared at Izuku expectantly. Izuku cocked up an eyebrow. "I'm gonna ask you a question, Shitnerd?" Izuku flipped him off with a smile and nodded. "Answer honestly." He nodded, but had no intention of being honest depending on the question. "It's well. Izuku gave him a concerned look as Kaken attempted to form his sentence. "Do you have a quirk?" Izuku nearly laughed. Kaken had been his friend his entire life, and he was asking quirkless Izuku Midoriya if he had a quirk. The answer was an easy lie. "No." "Come on Kaken, you already knew that." Kaken grinned slightly. I know. Izuku crumpled up the paper and waited for the real question. It came quickly after Kaken's response to his sass. "Is Auntie Inko treating you good?" "What kind of question is that Kaken?" "A valid question. What I guess I mean is she hurting you?" Kaken asked warily, wringing his fingers together. Izuku tore at his lower lip with his teeth, his skin becoming slick with sweat. Of course not. I'm going home. That was rude. Izuku stood quickly, leaving the notebook and pen behind. He swung open Kaken's bedroom door and was halfway to the front door when he heard Kaken's heavy footsteps. He hesitated for not a second, but it was enough for Kaken to catch him. Deku, wait! Kaken pleaded. I don't think she's actually God. I'm just worried you look like sheet, like you got hit by a train or something. You couldn't even stay awake in class and you didn't respond to any of my questions all day. You've got bruises everywhere and your hands are all effed up and ripped open. There are scratches on your throat. How is that not concerning? How is that not a red flag, Izuku? Kaken's hand wrapped around Izuku's wrist and tugged. Izuku didn't turn to face him, wrenching his arm away from the blonde's grip. He heard the other boy growl and glanced back. Kaken's hands were carting through his unmanageable hair, and he looked like he just ate something sour, or something absolutely disgusting. His face was pale, but Izuku didn't stop. He tore at the inner lining of his mouth, feeling out the irregularities with his tongue as he made a quick departure. Izuku! His heart ached for Kaken, but he couldn't risk that secret becoming a known fact in the Bakugo household. Who knew what would happen if Inko and Hisashi found out? How long would it remain abuse, and not the newest homicide in Mizurufu, Japan? Is it him? He made no indication that he heard Kaken's outburst and took the quickest route home. He didn't hear any telltale signs of Kaken following him, which was a major relief. He cut through unsavory alleyways to save time and to avoid Kaken if he was trying to find him. This particular alleyway was littered with foul-smelling trash and only one sleeping homeless person. The alleyway was dark due to the setting sun that set the sky on fire. The orange and red rays made everything seem a little more sinister, not that Izuku minded in the least. Izuku's life was cut from the same cloth as horror movies were. His life was a living, breathing nightmare with sharp claws and entrancing eyes. It seemed innocent on the surface, but if anyone managed to delve deep and break the surface apart, they would see nothing but darkness. Darkness and hell. He clenched his fists as he walked. How would he fix this new array of problems with Kaken? How could he get him off his trail? He was so engrossed in that train of thought, and the thousands of answers that came with it when something dropped from the sky. Oh wait. It wasn't something, or someone. It was the sludge villain, its dark green slime familiar and sickening as he was harshly reminded of the strangulation he suffered at the hands of this villain. It took me long enough to find you again, Izuku Midoriya. Nice to see you. Maybe this time I'll kill you. Izuku backed away, heart slamming in his ribcage with vigor. His hands were slack at his sides, but his eyes were wild and reckless with anxiousness. He made the mistake of glancing behind him in search of escape. It was futile, and in that millisecond the villain lunged. Izuku didn't dodge in time, but somehow he was out of the way in an instant. Ice encased his wrist, and he hissed through his teeth. He glared at the black figure yanking him away, and ripped himself free. He was mildly grateful, but he didn't like the demons. Izuku was determined to keep them at a distance and pretend they didn't exist. Don't struggle, it makes everything worse. The sludge villain screamed, and Izuku attacked this time, his eyes scanning the liquid body before him. Were there any obvious weaknesses? His eyes locked onto that villain's eyes and it clicked almost audibly in his mind. Of course the only solid part of him would be a weakness. That same feeling of ice crept over his skin again and Izuku begrudgingly did the only natural thing that he could think of. That demon's hand caressed his own, and he gripped that hand tightly and pushed everything he had into it. His entire arm tensed and went ramrod straight. Fire burst from his skin, it was sizzling and burning like a piece of meat. Or maybe he wasn't on fire, maybe his arm was being ripped off. That would make more sense, as he watched the demon distort, enlarge and then turn back to its original size. The demon looked more defined than usual, and more human-like. Black flames glimmered in each of its hands, and it grinned at him gleefully. Without being told, it launched itself at the sludge villain. The slime stood no chance as the otherworldly fire came into contact with it. It melted away and wisps of evaporated liquid wafted into the air. It smelled awful, even worse than this alleyway. Some of the slime fell off like wet slabs of meat coming off a melting corpse. A morbid analogy, but true nonetheless as Izuku watched the sludge villain fall. While that demon had the villain distracted, Izuku rummaged through his bag in search of something sharp. He was hoping to find a pencil or a pen, but he truly struck gold when he found a pair of very, very sharp scissors. He grinned to himself, and that demon giggled. What the hell is this thing? Izuku raised an eyebrow, before the demon answered. Sounding concerningly more human than before. Demon. Can you see? He gaped at the sludge villain as he nodded frantically. Greetings. Came a guttural response that shook the very ground they stood on. Izuku felt every hair on his body rise in horror and astonishment. The sludge villain could see that monster? Maybe he'd been wrong. Maybe his quirk was practical in combat. It was a horrible but thrilling idea. So was it the energy he pushed into it that made it stronger? No. 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 This was very bad. This was a mistake. He needed to end this now before the sun set for the night. He needed to pretend this never happened. No one could know about his quirk. His mother and father would be absolutely furious if they found out his quirk had uses. He gripped the scissors tightly in his hands, his grip so tight that the scissors creaked and shook in his hand. The lunge towards the sludge villain's eyes was painfully easily. The scissors were sharp enough to cut through both eyes like water, but that might be because of the villain's body being made of mainly sludge and slime. Deep green liquid sprayed everywhere, and it was safe to assume that it was blood. The sharp tang of iron hung in the air, and the sludge villain screamed and thrashed like a fatally injured deer. Izuku grimaced as he stared at the dark green stained scissors. The demon who assisted him was long gone, after Izuku had a quick survey of the surroundings. He'd dwell on that later, but now he needed to get away. Right now he needed to not be here when authorities arrived. He shouldered his backpack back on and hid the bloody scissors as he left the alleyway and entered another. His blood was pounding in his ears, and his fingers were cold and shaking. He'd hurt someone for the first time, and he felt sick with fear and regret. Even though he was a villain, the sludge villain was still in fact, a person. A person Izuku hurt to defend and protect himself. The alleyways got concerningly darker, but Izuku was getting closer and closer to home, trying to discard any lingering thoughts of the villain. Izuku stopped at the front door and listened. The house was dark and it was silent. It was getting rapidly darker by the second outside, and Izuku licked his lips anxiously. His breath hitched slightly when a black cat swaggered by, and he could see a black figure approaching him. He couldn't tell if it was a demon or a person, and he wasn't going to stick around to find out. He opened the door silently and locked it behind him. The carpeted floor silenced his footsteps, and he avoided a figure who was trying to reach out to him from the kitchen. Its arms were so long that went through him anyway when he tried to avoid it. His chest froze where the demon touched him, but he ignored it in favor of going into the bathroom. His parents were nowhere to be seen, and as alarming as that was, he took this moment to completely relax for the first time in a while. He tiptoed into the bathroom, closing the door before he turned on the light just in case. Izuku put his elbows on the sink and put his head in his hands. He took much-needed deep breaths and forced his muscles to relax. Occasions where he could do this was so rare that he immersed himself in it. He rolled the dice and took a quick shower as fast as he could possibly manage. He got out feeling refreshed and put on the same clothes he'd been previously wearing. He'd change out of them soon enough. He dressed himself and stared at the mirror once he was fully clothed. He studied the bruises on his skin, and the scratches he'd given himself during his mental breakdown. Kaken was right, he did look like shit. He was busy staring at his bruises, but he didn't fail to notice that the mirror shifted and moved. Behind him a black figure rose to its full height, too tall to be anywhere near human. Izuku stared at it, as his hands in the mirror moved by themselves. He was ripping at his own skin, red beads of blood dripped into the sink, and Izuku stared in horror as he realized that it wasn't blood. It was black. His skin fell into the sink with a wet slap, and half of his face was that of a demon with gleaming teeth. Izuku choked back the urge to vomit right there, right this second. Haha. One of us. One of us. Demon. The demonic half of his face was speaking, forming each word with some level of difficulty. Izuku backed away, tripping when he stumbled slightly. He touched his own skin frantically, relieved that his skin was smooth and dry. The mirror was empty now, nothing stood in it or stared at Izuku. He stood with shaking hands and wobbly legs. He swung open the door and turned the light off before he practically launched himself into the basement where more white eyes waited. What he wouldn't give for a dose of that insane drag Hisashi gave him the other day. Izuku stumbled down the stairs, his breathing heavy and labored with adrenaline and horror. He changed out of his school uniform quickly and wore his hoodie and sweatpants and crawled into his bed. Out of habit he ran his hands over the covers and searched for his phone. Of course it wasn't there, he thought to himself, as he brushed against the cold screen. He latched onto it immediately, and powered it up. The light was blinding, but a comfort he'd missed for too long. That hallucination still stood in the back of his mind, itching at him and terrifying him. He should be used to it now, the crazy visions the demons gave him when he was alone and vulnerable. Izuku crept out of bed, his light source clutched defiantly in one hand as he searched through his small dark room. He found his discarded backpack easier than he expected and ripped it open. His hands begged to do something, whether it was draw or analyze his own quirk he couldn't decide. So he grabbed his ratty notebooks, one gray and one black. Written in shaky Japanese was his quirk analysis book, no, not the one he used on a regular basis for his peers' quirks, but the one specifically for his own. The gray notebook was his sketch journal that was nearly full cover to cover with gory, dark drawings that could put him in a mental institution if they knew he saw these things on a regular basis. Figures with white eyes, and no pupils were his specialty of sorts. Almost every single page was a different unique-looking monster. Some had long claws that dragged across the page, too long to draw. He flipped through loads of drawings, some drawn in perfect detail but unfinished. Some half-drawn, shakily and hastily. Some were drawings from his memories, like the first night he had his quirk and stayed in that dark basement. A long demon hovered over his bed, nearly nose to nose with him, looking like a massive spider. Another page was completely black. In fact, sometimes that's all he could draw for days, and it showed. He flipped through more pages that were just black. Sometimes when he went through his sketchbook he noticed a few drawings he couldn't remember drawing. This was one of these times, as he came across a series of drawings that acted as a flip book. At first it was all black, but as he flipped through faster and faster a black figure grew bigger and bigger in the darkness, only discernible by a thin white outline detailing the claws, torso, and head. White eyes stared at him, and as he continued to leaf through this mini flip book it drew closer and closer. Until it stopped, and there were words written in white. Words he'd heard so many times and just learned to accept. God doesn't shine upon you. Izuku stares at it for a while, trying to recall a time when he'd drawn something like this and couldn't pinpoint a time. Izuku just turned to a fresh page and began to draw anything that came to mind. He sat on the cool ground and propped his phone up as it projected light from its flashlight setting and watched as his hands almost moved on their own and drew. It started as a black dot, chalky residue rubbing off onto his hands. The piece of charcoal in his hand wasn't thin like a pencil, and it worked wonders for the kinds of things he drew. He left white slits for eyes and his hand began to move faster and faster. The body came into being, and the mouth was wide open, gleaming white and too big to be natural. Its claws were at its head, clawing away at its skin, not that anyone who didn't have his quirk would be able to tell if he showed them. He took a long look at it, hating the drawing almost immediately. Izuku hated all of his drawings except the ones he drew of Kaken. Izuku slammed his book shut and glanced over at his other notebook. He opened it and stared at the first page. Quirk analysis, Izuku Midoriya. Age, 6, 7, 9, 10, 12, 14. Gender, male. Parents, Inko Midoriya and Hisashi Midoriya. Inko, attraction quirk, small objects. Toys, salt and pepper shakers, chess pieces, pencils, and knives. Hisashi, gone. Izuku scratched out Hisashi's status and added his quirk. Hisashi, gone. 5-finger contact activation. Half pain and half panic. His left hand activates pain, and the right activated panic. Used as a means of torture. Plausible villain. Why did he come back? Izuku, developed quirk at 4, can see monsters. Demons. The monsters can interact with the real world on a small scale. Scratching chalkboards. No one can hear it but me. They can open doors, close doors, turn on lights. They can scream loudly. If I put my energy into them other people can see them, and they can attack. Avoid doing that. Quirk suppressors can help get rid of them. Demons can make vivid hallucinations. Quirk has no applicable uses in hero or rescue work. Villain's quirk. Better to use quirk suppressants and get rid of it altogether. Quirkless. 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 Relation to parents' quirks, none. No similarities like most people. Not a combination. Completely new and different from Inko and Hisashi's quirk. Mutation. Izuku looked over the notes and raised his eyebrows. He really didn't know much about his quirk, huh? Something told him it was probably better that way. Here, take these, they'll make you feel better. He didn't believe Hisashi's words, but he downed the pills anyway that afternoon after having a hell of a time getting Kaken to leave him alone. For once his father let him leave the house for the night, but not without a slur being thrown his way. The door clicked softly behind him as he headed straight for the nearest store. Yesterday he'd finally used up the last few pages of his sketchbook, and he couldn't go without a new one if he wanted to remain sane. Izuku knew the way to the store by heart because he used to pick up things for his mother as a kid. The path there was desolate of people, and Izuku preferred it that way until he spotted something not human. He felt a flicker of fear at first, but it quickly became overshadowed by annoyance because he just wanted to be left alone. They were always lurking and jeering, and Izuku detested it. He picked up his pace, turning the corner to the small convenience store just on the next corner. But it turned out that power walking was too much for him at the moment, or maybe the meds were finally kicking in. That dark figure flickered in and out of existence before becoming just a gray screen of smoke. Izuku's world tilted on its axis, but he fought down the onslaught of nausea. He really needed a new sketchbook. Izuku couldn't live without it. It was like every time he thought about not having one he felt like he was dunked in a bucket of ice. He'd fight the sickness in his stomach and head to a nearby park as soon as possible once he bought his new notebook. He entered the small store and was quick to retrieve what he needed. The cashier was a nice old lady who never stopped droning on and on about her son who was a friendly neighborhood hero. Izuku indulged her by nodding at the right spots in the conversation and smiling when she bid him a good day. Izuku was leaving the store when a man with black hair pulled into bun walked in. His hair was frizzy and looked pretty unmanageable, but Izuku wasn't one to judge. He was wearing a scarf and tracksuit, looking extremely at ease and relaxed. Izuku envied him as the man whistled as he walked, a paw sticking out of his scarf. Izuku raised an eyebrow before something soft was launched at him. He was lucky his reaction time was sharper than a blade, as he caught this random but cat mid-flight. It was all black and had a smushed face. At first, his mind went blank, panicking for a few seconds before the cat meowed at him. His shoulders relaxed, and the man who supposedly had a cat in his scarf glared at the black mass in Izuku's hands. "Get down, dumbass, you're being rude." Izuku smiled weakly, expecting the cat to jump off of him, but that didn't happen. It burrowed itself into Izuku's chest and purred. "All right, ignore me then." The man disappeared deeper into the store, and Izuku looked at the cat, confused. The cat just rested in his hands and purred even more, and it was relaxing. Izuku smiled slightly and barely took notice of the blurry vision that was creeping in on him. It stayed in the edges of his vision, so he didn't worry about it too much. Izuku just really hoped that the black-haired man would come back for his cat eventually. His arms were beginning to tire, and that's when he reappeared carrying a single bag with what looked like instant coffee. "Quit bothering the kid, Eclipse. It's time to go home." The cat meowed at Izuku before hopping out of his arms and onto the floor easily. "Sorry about that, you're not allergic to cats, are you?" Izuku shook his head vehemently. "That's good. Sorry again, he kinda does what he wants. See you around I guess," and he took his leave. He was left staring after him, clutching his own bag with his notebook in it. Then he left too, heading in the opposite direction of that man, craving that warmth that the cat provided. Izuku had always wanted a pet, but for obvious reasons never brought it up to Inko. He cut through the street, approaching the park across the street so he could sit for a while and draw. The sun was more than halfway through the sky, casting warm light across the park where kids screamed and played. He took a seat on a vacant bench and brought out his new sketchbook. He'd bought a few pens and pencils, but he had a feeling he wouldn't be using them. He had snuck a few pieces of charcoal into his pockets and drew them out of his pockets, his hands already itching to draw and create. For a long time, the only sound was the scratching of the charcoal against his sketchbook as his thoughts ran wild. Kaken had been very apologetic today, but he also seemed pretty distracted. Yui's entrance exam would happen as soon as summer vacation began, and summer was coming quicker than either of them had thought. Izuku hated summer in all honesty because he spent much of it locked down in his room and wishing he was somewhere, anywhere else. It was spent cold with fear and horror. He was secretly hoping summer would end as soon as possible, and it hasn't even begun. Then again, he was chomping at the bit for the Yui entrance exam as well because he wanted to go with Kaken. It didn't matter if he was in general studies as long as they were together. On top of being with Kaken, Yui also offered all year-round dorms for everyone attending the school. That was definitely a selling point for him. He'd sell an arm and a leg to get out of that house for more than a few hours a day. He took his time drawing anything that came to mind. For a while it was a half-finished drawing of the other night in the bathroom. Half of his face was full black save for the white eyes and white teeth. He left it unfinished so he could start drawing a patch of flowers sitting in front of him. Luckily flowers still satisfied his need to draw, as he meticulously sketched out each petal and stem. It was kind of relaxing to draw something tangible and alive that wasn't Kaken. It was nearly therapeutic, the motion of blowing away excess charcoal and creating curling lines. The picture came together pretty well, and Izuku was happy about it. Maybe he should pick up painting because he felt like that would be pretty fun and different from his usual stuff. For a while he debated it, basking in the sunlight that he rarely had time to appreciate. Most of his time was spent in darkness in terror. Maybe he should give himself a splash of color and excitement, but he didn't have money, nor the ball to ask for some from his mother or father. Izuku closed his sketchbook quietly and closed his eyes. He couldn't ask for anything from his parents. It was hard enough to ask to go outside. His life was so controlled and contained. The sudden realization of his dire situation was like being hit by a train. Normal kids could ask for nearly anything without feeling icy fear in the pit of their stomachs. They could live their daily lives feeling a sense of safety, but Izuku didn't know what that really felt like. In the absence of love and safety, only fear and hopelessness were allowed to fester. Izuku wasn't stupid, he knew what was happening and he knew on a subconscious level that it was wrong. But he accepted it as his way of life, and that was the damning fact that kept him in this situation. He was too accustomed to this environment to want a change and to realize that he needed a different space and different people. He was too scared to hope for it. Too scared and unsure to work for it. Izuku licked at his lips, and let out a voiceless sigh. Sleeping, are we? Izuku's eyes were opened immediately, scanning his surroundings. His eyes locked with a pair of blue ones that bore into his very soul. Izuku stares with his mouth slightly parted, and a skeleton of a man gave him a gentle smile. He tilted his head to the side, waiting for the man to continue. Did I frighten you? I'm sorry about that, my boy. Izuku shook his head quickly and the man seemed to relax slightly. So do you like drawing? There are smudges all over your hands. He pretended to ponder his answer for a moment, only so he could study this strange man more. He was concerningly thin and gaunt. Maybe he was anorexic? Izuku shoved the thought away almost instantly. That was rude, and even if the man was, he shouldn't think it, so he answered the man's question by nodding with a grin. His fingers sat in his lap and he wrung them anxiously at the same time. The man seemed to stare at his hands a lot, and it was making Izuku increasingly nervous. The man seemed to realize he was staring at Izuku intently and began to apologize feverishly. I'm making you nervous, aren't I? I shouldn't have disturbed you, young man, but it is weird to see a teenager out on this side of town alone and casually napping nonetheless. Izuku shrugged, always at a loss for words. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a demon skipping through the park like a little girl. He ignored it even as it stopped to stare at him. So the medicine had already gone through his system? Maybe he should take more. He was so focused on how long he'd been out today that he didn't hear anything this man had been saying. Tashinori. What's your name? Izuku grimaced and stood abruptly. He was so awkward and socially incapable of regular conversation. With his face turning rapidly redder by the second, Izuku gathered his things with a small bow in the stranger's way. Hey, are you okay? He nodded again and again, embarrassment flooding through him. If this guy asked him another question he couldn't answer, he was going to die. I really am sorry for bothering you. Izuku waves his hands placatingly as if to say it wasn't his fault and retreated with his art supplies. The man Izuku is going to take an educated guess and say his name is Tashinori chuckles awkwardly. Have a good night, kiddo. Izuku was gone quickly and silently. Tashinori watched him go, and he pondered where he should go. He should really head to the house, not his home. It wasn't home to him, and it was becoming increasingly clear as Hisashi pumped him full of drags and hate. He hated being there. Every step forward into that house was mudslide backward in any progress toward a normal life. There had been many times where he rejected Auntie Mitsuki's offers to help him learn sign because of anxiety and worry that came with that house and the people in it. Some days he almost said yes, and instantly shoved it away. He should learn. He needs to learn if he wants to interact easier with other people. But would he need to? In all honesty, he'd been waiting his whole life for it to end. Whether it be silently, the way he came into the world, or loud, angry, violent and hurting. More recently he'd been thinking it would probably be the violent way. The world was never fair, and he should stop hoping for it. His feet carried him halfway home and he stopped very suddenly and stared at Dagoba Beach, the only beach of Mufatsu. It was littered with trash and rarely frequented by any locals or tourists at all. A man weaved through the trash with practiced ease, and Izuku found himself wondering why anyone would be doing that. Unless they were homeless and searching for salvageable furniture and stuff? That man didn't seem to be homeless though, and it became pretty clear pretty quickly as the man approached him. He felt his heart clench in his chest like someone was twisting it in his chest. He glared menacingly at the man, who didn't seem to care that he was getting stared down by a teenager. As he got closer, Izuku noticed his strange attire. He connected the dots surprisingly fast, and he frowned at the villain standing before him. There was a white bandana with holes for his eyes covering the top half of his face. A long red scarf darker than blood adorned his neck, draping down to his ankles, stopping just before the strands touched the ground. Izuku wasn't worried about that. That wasn't the part that scared him. It was the countless weapons visible around his torso and strapped to his back. Most noticeable were the 3 katanas visible just over his shoulder. They were stained a rusty red color that didn't bode well with Izuku at all. This man was a villain, and Izuku couldn't even manage to breathe. He was frozen in fear, and as this man walked toward him he didn't even back away like a normal human being would have. You're Izuku Midoriya, correct? Izuku nodded shortly and stared at him. You don't look scared, and I can't decide if you're an inspiration or a fool. Izuku furrowed his brow. Are you mute? He nodded again and crossed his arms. I thought so. My name is Kaizome, but I'm known better as Stain the Hero Killer. Stain leaned down slightly to look at Izuku in the eyes before he began to speak again. Izuku was confused as hell, wondering why he hadn't been chopped to pieces yet. Stain wasn't well known yet, but Izuku was obsessive about the pro-hero world. He knew who Stain was, and what he'd been doing. He found himself in a staring match with a hero killer. You have a very dangerous quirk, don't you? Stain grins. One your mother refuses to acknowledge, and one that can make you the most powerful villain in the world if you let it. You think it's horrible, and you want to suppress it, but you are wrong. Pretending it doesn't exist makes it harder to control and causes more problems than solutions. Your mother and father will abuse you no matter what you do. I saw you attack that sludge villain when you were 12. I've been watching you ever since, and I've decided that you're worthy. Why am I approaching you now, after all this time? The UE entrance exam is soon. Your quirk could easily make you the perfect villain, but it could also make you a hero. Your quirk isn't what makes you a hero or a villain, it's what you do with it that separates one from the other. I want to help you become a hero if that's what you want. You remind me a lot of myself in my younger years, but no one approached me to offer me salvation when I fell into the darkness of the villain leagues and vigilantism. I'm offering you a raft in the ocean that will surely drown you, Midoriya, if you don't get on. I know how this road ends. It's a dark, lonely road, boy, and I can help you avoid that at all costs. What do you say? Will you become my apprentice and survive, or will you suffer long enough that you see yourself become a villain? Stain's words struck him deep somewhere. He didn't even realize that the wetness on his cheeks was his own tears until Stain pressed something into his palm and turned to leave. He took a shuddering breath as Stain veered into the nearest alleyway and vanished like smoke. Izuku was left on that abandoned road next to a sheet ton of trash, crying his eyes out. He unfolded the piece of paper Stain handed him and smiled slightly at the words written on it in hasty handwriting, his chest heavy. Dagoba Beach tomorrow afternoon. He tucked away the note into his pocket, sniffling and wiping away the wetness off his cheeks. No one had ever said something quiet like that to him in his lifetime. It was constantly being beaten down and emotionally destroyed by both of his parents. The only praise he got was from Kaken and Auntie Mitsuki whenever he managed to hang out with them. It was a foreign experience and he didn't really know how to feel about it. As he finally began to walk again, he couldn't stop thinking about how much Stain knew about him already. How did he find out about his mother and father's less than kind treatment of him? Stain had been watching him since he was 12, so maybe he'd gotten the hint over the years? Or maybe he snuck into the house. An even more terrifying thought struck him. Did Stain have solid evidence to support it? Would he show it to the authorities if he refused to be his apprentice and get him put in foster care? That would be the worst possible outcome, he quickly concluded, trying to stop his shaking hands. Izuku no longer had a choice, he had to go and he had to make sure Stain didn't have any ulterior motives. It was more difficult than Izuku thought it would be to get Kaken to go home and leave him alone for the day. The school year was coming to a close quickly, and the high school entrance exams would take place before then. He had 3 months to train with Stain before the entrance exam if he took the man up on his crazed offer. It was a long shot, and Izuku was almost certain he was going to refuse. The sun was blossoming in beautiful oranges and reds, casting the world in a golden glow. The walk was quick, but the demons seemed to be more curious today. Practically a mob of them walked with him, craning their necks to spot the villain named Stain. He reached Dagoba Beach without incident and scanned the piles of trash to find him. At first, he felt extremely stupid as he searched, feeling like Stain had done this all as a prank to make him feel like shit. Then he saw it. A tall, terrifying figure crouching on the tallest pile of trash. The sun cast a golden glow around Stain as he stood to his full height, looking like a stone gargoyle coming to life on a castle roof. "You're here earlier than I thought you would be. Did you come here straight away?" Izuku nodded with wide eyes as Stain leaned over the pile of trash and stared down at him. Izuku strained his neck trying to look at his face, and Stain grinned at him slightly. A lot of his weapons were gone today, he noticed. He almost yelped when Stain landed near silently next to him and asked, "Well? Have you made a decision?" Had he? Could he trust a criminal to train him? No, he wasn't a criminal, he was a serial killer. Those 2 words sent ice skittering down his spine and caused goosebumps to blossom on his arms and neck. Stain seemed to be genuinely curious to hear his answer, and he wasn't reaching for the only katana he'd brought today. "You can tell me no if you want, I won't kill you," Stain told him, with a quick glance around the beach. "What'll it be, Midoriya?" Strangely enough, Izuku didn't feel as threatened as he thought he would. Yes, he was absolutely shaking and terrified, but he wasn't hyperventilating and running like he thought he would. Stain held out a single hand, covered in nasty scars. Izuku's mind was hopping back and forth between answers, weighing the pros and cons. He could list many, many cons. 1. Stain could easily kill him at any point. 2. He could prove to be useless and weak, and Stain would give up. 3. This was all a ploy to get a chance to kill him. 4. He'd be forced to be a villain. 5. He'd get hurt. The number of pros was scarce. He could become strong and eventually become a hero. He could learn to defend himself even if Stain deemed him unworthy at the end of the line. That was probably the end of the pros, and yet, he felt the pros, no matter how few there were, outweighed the cons. His hand was shaking Stain's hand before he even realized it. Good, we start now. And that's how Izuku landed on his back in less than 2 seconds, being thrown like a rag doll over Stain's shoulder in a judo flip. All the air seemed to leave his lungs, and he wheezed, trying to remember how to breathe. First lesson, always be ready for battle, no matter what. Izuku took a deep breath before scrambling on the sand to stand. Right now you lack muscles to do any real damage, but I have a plan for you. Do you see this beach all around us? Do you see all this trash thrown here by landfills and locals? You'll spend your time here every day clearing away trash until there's not even a speck of trash left. Don't worry about your parents being a problem. He watched him as he explained. Stain started toward the ocean with a sinister smile. Your father is a busy man, but he's been on vacation for too long. His employer will be happy to put him and your mother to work. The way he said it was ominous and had an undercurrent of fear. Izuku liked at his lips nervously. Who did his father work for exactly? From the way Stain said employer made it seem like the man wasn't a good person. Not in the slightest. Izuku had enough sense to avoid that topic, as Stain went on to explain how his entire schedule would change now that he was going to be training him. Of course you'll be going to middle school until the summer begins, so that really only gives us the afternoon. That works just fine as long as we make the most of it. You'll be pushing you limits physically as well as mentally, Midoriya. Are you sure you want to do this? You could just inject yourself with quirk suppressors all of your life and live as a quirkless teen if you wanted. Izuku shook his head vigorously. No? I knew I liked you for a reason, Midoriya. You're going to be a true hero worthy of the title, with that drive and determination of yours. I'm going to enjoy training you. Let's start. Katsuki was downright suspicious. Worried, anxious and suspicious. Deku no Izuku was avoiding him ever since he mentioned something about the bruises and suspected abuse. Izuku had gotten quieter, and he didn't mean that literally. Usually, Katsuki could read him like an open book, so he would always know what Izuku was saying. Now it was like he was in a dark room with no light. Everything was blank and empty. Every smile was dark, cracking and hurt. Izuku never needed words to communicate with Katsuki, but now it was like Katsuki was learning a different language and he had no idea how to decipher any of it into a meaning he understood. It was like getting sucker punched in the gut when Izuku jumped when Kaken grabbed his shoulder. Izuku never used to do that, but now it was a constant. Like he was preparing to get jumped at any point or something. It left Katsuki simmering with rage, and it made Izuku act even more anxious. But the rage wasn't toward him, not in the least. It was all directed towards his shitty but parents who thought it was funny to abuse a quirkless teen who was smarter than Katsuki could ever hope to be. He was an angel who didn't deserve to be hurt the way Auntie Inko and Hisashi were hurting him. Katsuki had come to firmly believe that Auntie Inko and Hisashi were hurting him. He'd even gone to school high off his, but at least he hoped Izuku was high. He couldn't exactly be sure, but Izuku was passed out the majority of that day. His pupils were massive and he walked like he was drunk. Katsuki knew it was some kind of coping mechanism he'd come up with for all the shit going down at home. Deku was constantly covered in bruises like violets blossoming on his pale skin, and his eyes always looked haunted and wild. Katsuki wanted to help him. He wanted to save him, and make him so much happier than he was now. Katsuki wouldn't admit it, but he wanted to be Izuku's knight in shining armor. Even angels needed saving, and God willing Katsuki would do exactly that. Deku used to be so bright and happy, but he was dulling. He was deteriorating right before Katsuki's eyes. Katsuki was staring blankly at the clock, kicking at his desk waiting for their lunch break. Izuku had only spared him a couple of glances as their classes wore on, and Katsuki was itching to have a chance to talk to him one-on-one when they went to lunch. He had another 10 minutes of listening to their stupid homeroom teacher talk about potential high schools they could be attending. Then there was a whole tiny speech their teacher did too. What am I saying? All of you want to go into the hero courses. The class erupted in screaming cheers, and Katsuki snorted. Yeah, like any hero school's gonna want all of you assholes. I'm going to Yui. A boy grinned playfully at him. You're so full of yourself, Bakugu. Midoriya, didn't you want to go to Yui too? Their teacher asked, getting sniggers and laughs in response. Their teacher pretended not to notice the discriminating behavior of their classmates, but Katsuki didn't let it slide. Huh? Midoriya? Isn't he like quirkless or something? Katsuki saw Deku scribbling away on his sketchbook. He glanced up momentarily, and it sent rage down Katsuki's spine. Deku was just minding his business, and he was going to ignore all the hateful comments spewed his way. Yeah. I don't know why Bakugu is friends with him, honestly. Katsuki wasn't afraid to be Deku's voice. He doesn't even talk, he's kind of creepy. It ain't none of your business if he goes to Yui or if he's quirkless. He'll fucking make it in unlike you extras. Katsuki scowled and crossed his arms defiantly as the classroom went dead silent. Any of you make another FING comment about him, and I'll. But he was practically yanked off his feet by the person he was defending. Deku gave him a blinding smile just as the release bell for lunch rang. Everyone around them practically ran out the classroom door murmuring it up to each other. Katsuki huffed out of his nose, still steaming. Deku dragged him to the lunchroom, grinning the whole way. Katsuki and Deku got in line together, Katsuki filling the silence by exchanging phones with Deku. They both found different articles on heroes and they switched off. Deku seemed extra lively today, but Katsuki was sure it was just to cheer him up after he had to yell at their classmates. It was definitely working, he realized as he found himself smiling right back at him. Katsuki grabbed both of them some food as Deku let him look at some of his more recent drawings. They were always quickly drawn and somewhat shaky, they were still FING amazing, but this one was all calm lines and meticulously drawn. A simple patch of flowers and another one was a black cat, sitting delicately with one paw swatting at a cat toy that dangled above it. He showed his final drawing as they sat down, of a beach with a sunset. Katsuki loved all of Deku's art and sketches. You should try painting too, Katsuki told him, or maybe digital art. Deku nodded eagerly like he'd been thinking about trying it out for a while. Katsuki was sure he'd be FING amazing at it, no matter what he decided to do. He'd even make an extraordinary hero, even without a quirk. Katsuki secretly hoped that Deku got a quirk, but knew about the percentage of that happening. It was a fool's hope, but his hope nonetheless. He wanted Deku to become a hero with him. They'd be a dynamic duo, and duos always received a good fan base. They were rare, and they scarcely stayed a duo for long. But Katsuki was determined to stay with Deku no matter what. Deku was Katsuki's only friend and his best friend. They'd been friends since they were kids, and Katsuki didn't stop being his friend just because he stopped talking and never developed his quirk. He really hoped Deku managed to get into Yui with him. Deku was amazingly bright and intelligent, and if either of them got in it would probably be Deku. He could even get in by submitting a portfolio to Yui before they took the entrance exam together. He could easily attract a good amount of attention from a lot of teachers like that, and if he got a good score on the exam his acceptance would be guaranteed. He decided to tell Deku this, and Deku looked at him like it was the best idea he'd ever had in his life. You could submit some of your art to Yui before the exam. They'd give you a scholarship. Deku's chopsticks hung loosely and lazily from his fingers, and after staring straight at Katsuki he got out his sketchbook. Katsuki could practically see the gears turning in the other boy's head, and decided it'd be better if he left him alone for a while. He ate in comfortable silence with Deku, and the only sounds were their classmates screaming at each other from across the room. He finished his food quickly, and quietly asked Deku if he was done too, and grabbed his plate from him. A little while later the bell rang to send them to their next class, which was History of Quirks. It was the most boring, and long-winded class in Katsuki's opinion. Of course, knowing Deku, the other boy loved it. Katsuki sat down at one of the rickety desks in front of Deku, and stared at the clock, already begging for this class to be over before it began. They were reviewing everything right now because they only had a few months before they took entrance exams for high school. The teacher who taught this class was older than dirt, with white wispy hair. Alright everyone, as all of you know the year is drawing to an end. Seeing as all of you are moving on to high school it is my duty to ensure that you pass your final. As a result, we'll start reviewing right away. The old man looked at all of them with a wrinkling smile. All of you should be familiar with the dawn of the quirk age, but we're reviewing it anyway. Katsuki heard a few groans, and he was positive he heard Deku scribbling away on his sketchbook. Quirks officially came into the spotlight and began to sprout up during contrary to your history textbooks, new information on the beginning of quirks has surfaced. They are thought to have begun in medieval times a little after 476 AD. During this time, kings, queens, and the like were very prominent in Europe, but stories and mythical creatures were also. Witches, wizards, werewolves, vampires, and abominable monsters are all thought to be quirks before they were quirks. This time is the true beginning of quirks, but they weren't called as such. Quirks came back into the spotlight during 2050. At this time, two strong figures rose to power. Their quirks are still very unknown, and anything about these two individuals was erased or forgotten. What we never forgot was that they existed, and they started the boom of quirks. These two were enemies and the first documentation of a hero versus villain situation in our era. The two fought a lot, and during a particularly nasty fight was when the world turned against the idea of quirks. The casualties were at an all-record high thanks to the devastating destruction caused by this fight. Quirk protests sparked all around Japan during this time, but the world was changing and people soon began to realize that. Boycotts began everywhere in Japan, and segregation was becoming a very real problem. After many rallies and court cases to allow people with quirks the same rights as everyone else, peace was achieved between the two different peoples. Skip toward a few years, and quirkless people were becoming outnumbered, and led to our time now, where quirkless people are a very rare occurrence. Katsuki saw how the teacher stopped to glance in Izuku's direction, and he felt himself begin to heat up. That BSTRD. He was about to stand up and rock this old guy's sheet when he felt something tug at his shirt. He glanced behind him to find Deku scowling at the teacher and holding on to Katsuki's shirt to keep him from doing something stupid. Katsuki sighed loudly. And now it seems as if the tables have turned against the quirkless, and they are the ones being discriminated against. Anyone unlucky enough to be diagnosed quirkless, which is determined by your number of toe joints one has been bullied relentlessly in recent history. Contrary to public opinion, I believe that quirkless people shouldn't be bullied or discriminated against. That makes us no better than our ancestors, and quirkless people are just a lot more vulnerable than people with quirks. We should be protecting them, not hurting them or bullying them for no reason. If I catch any of you doing that, you will be sent to the principal's office, am I clear? Okay, Katsuki liked this teacher. He glanced behind him and saw Deku gaping at their history teacher. Kaizome watched his new pupil constantly. He followed him to school and waited for him to get out of school and then continued to follow him. It wasn't because he'd taken a liking to him, no, it was because his villain alias Stain had a lot of nasty enemies. He didn't want his student out of commission before he even had a chance to see what he was made of. He was pretty 100% sure that Midoriya was made of some tough sheet. He saw it in those dark eyes, dark, wild and strong. Saw it in the way he worked when they trained, he didn't slack or stop when he was exhausted. He saw that fire igniting in that boy's heart after it had been stomped out so long ago, merely a wisp of smoke when Kaizome approached him. It was only a flicker right now, but Kaizome knew that fire would set everything alight. Right now Midoriya was dark and depressing, but Kaizome would kindle that flame and make him a hero. Midoriya would be that ray of sunshine he used to be when he was 11, Kaizome would make sure of that. Kaizome pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. With his All Might-themed lighter, waiting by Midoriya's house for him to get here. It wouldn't take long, he got here around the same time every day, after trying to get his friend to leave him alone. He could see him right now, in fact. He could never miss that green hair. Midoriya hurried over to him, looking tired and freshly bruised. Kaizome nearly scowled, his parents were supposed to be working and leaving him alone. Guess it had the opposite effect. Come on Midoriya, we've got work to do. He turned without waiting to see if his apprentice was following and headed straight for Dagoba Beach. Once there Midoriya would spend an hour or two just hauling trash, and then Stain would train him how to fight and wield a weapon. As they reached the beach Midoriya spotted Stain's truck already there. Stain quickly scaled a tall pile of trash and perched over it. He watched as the boy got to work, hauling a TV bigger than him to his truck. After they finished training today he'd drop off all the trash to a trash depot. He spent the next hour rummaging through Midoriya's bag, bored. He came across the sketchbook and flipped through the pages. This particular one was completely full and he spent a whole 20 minutes admiring all the demonic drawings and rare drawings of his friend and random scenery. After he satisfied himself by snooping through his art, Stain came across the quirk analysis book. He read it cover to cover, amazed by how detailed and accurate the journal seemed to be about all the quirks listed. Stain watched as Midoriya cleared away more and more piles of trash. He was making quite the dent in all this trash, and maybe it was possible to get all of it cleared away before the entrance exam. It had been a month since he started training him, and he could already see a difference in the boy's muscle mass. He watched for another hour or so before he jumped off the pile he'd been sitting on. Midoriya stopped immediately and watched blankly as Stain approached. Stain drew a katana from its sheath and turned the blade towards himself, the handle pointed in Midoriya's direction. Midoriya took the blade easily and shifted into a fighting stance that Stain ingrained in his head during the first week. Stain was an impatient person and struck first fast and strong. The sound of metal scraping against metal rang in his ears as Midoriya parried easily. Quickly the fight commenced, faster than Stain's eyes could follow. He let instinct take the wheel as sparks flew between the two swords that kept meeting. Each blow was met with a counterattack, and Stain was proud to say that Midoriya had been doing well in his training. He had started out with close combat training, drilling offensive moves and defensive moves into Midoriya for the entire first month. He was building muscle and becoming stronger now, so they'd moved on to training with weapons. He was really good with a sword, and Stain could see Midoriya surpassing him soon enough. Between blows, when Stain and Midoriya jumped apart he decided to ask his apprentice something. Why do you want to be a hero? He knew if he wanted an answer he'd have to give Midoriya a minute to grab a pen and paper. He lowered his weapon and allowed his pupil to grab both and jot down an answer. So I can have meaning. Honestly, it was a depressing answer that hit Stain right in the heart. He knew how it felt to have no meaning in life. He'd once been in the same situation as Midoriya found himself in. Except Stain never found a mentor to help him and point him in the right direction. As a result, he came to hate heroes and even ended up killing them and making a name for himself as the hero killer. Midoriya was lucky Stain took an interest in him and decided to teach him how to save himself. Stain was lucky too. He was doing something good by helping someone as lost and as hurt as Midoriya. Their swords clashed together, and Stain's pocket buzzed. He ignored it for now but knew he should probably answer it. Midoriya gave him a raised eyebrow and a slight grin. It's just a message. Keep going. The scream of the weapons scraping against each other nearly drowned out his ringtone. His phone buzzed loudly, and he sighed in annoyance. Hold on, go practice your form really fast. He grabbed his phone out of his pocket and answered it. What do you want? I'm in the middle of something. Oh, nothing in particular, a deep grainy voice answered. I just have a job I need someone to get done for me tonight. Everyone I've assigned this task to is reluctant. What did you have in mind? Stain asked, watching Midoriya as he went through different kinds of forms with the sword like he was a samurai or something. You should be holding the sword with one hand, not two. Midoriya glared at him, and Stain nearly snorted. Who are you talking to, Stain? Do you have an apprentice now? No, I don't, Stain snapped quickly. What's the job you have for me? I need someone to transport weapons to the League of Villains. Your little project with that crazy kid with a bunch of hands on his face? No wonder no one wanted to do it. Stain picked at his gnarly nails. Yes, I'm well aware of how immature Shigaraki can be, but I do need someone to transport these weapons for me. Seeing as my headquarters of operation is far from the League. You could even take that apprentice you don't have with you. I have a new sword that might fit him well if you introduce me to him. I don't think he'd like that. Bring him, Stain. You know our deal if you don't do what I say then. Fine. But you can't keep him. I wouldn't dream of taking him from you, the man rasped. The last one was sufficient enough even though he didn't last too long. Stain sighed, as the call ended. Izuku was having a rough week. He had a little less than 2 months to get strong enough to make it into Yui's hero course, and Stain was training him harder than Izuku thought was possible. He could see himself gaining more muscles and his fast reflexes saved him from more than a few nicks from Stain's crazy intense sword training. His classes were easy enough but it was his parents and his training that made his week difficult. Hisashi and Inko seemed to be more angry than usual, and they never got home until really late at night. Hisashi would always wake him up, drunk and stupid with anger. Then Hisashi would tell at him all night and beat the shit out of him before heading to bed. And by then, Izuku would be wide awake and in pain until he had to go to school. It was a never-ending cycle of being absolutely bone-tired and done with everything. He'd rather sleep in his room all day than go to school or do anything. The clock on his phone read 3 a.m., and he could hear his mother and father yelling at each other, before a door slammed. Stupid psycho beach. Hisashi shouted, probably strolling into the kitchen for a beer. A few seconds later Izuku heard the door to his own bedroom open slowly. Anxiety clung to him like a thick blanket as Hisashi stumbled down the rickety wooden stairs. This was quickly becoming a nightly affair with his father. Come home from work, yell at your wife, grab a drink and get drunk, beat up your son for no goddamn reason, and then give him quirk suppressants. Izuku clutched his sheets tightly between his fingers, and those familiar white eyes winked out of existence. The demons were afraid of Hisashi, for a good reason. With that kind of quirk, interrogating would be the best kind of job for him. Or maybe he should become a professional at torturing people. He was beginning to realize he should be very afraid every time Hisashi came into his dark room. His father reached the end of the stairs, cursing loudly to himself. Fing dark as hell in here. Izuku held his breath, refusing to make any noise whatsoever as Hisashi tripped over his own feet trying to find Izuku, who was sitting up in his bed, knuckles white from gripping his bed sheets too tightly. His breath came in shallow and hurried. He knew exactly how this would go. It was never quick, or at least it never felt that way. When in pain, seconds can become hours in one's mind. He was positive that Hisashi could hear his heart pounding in his chest from all the way across the room. It was like being thrown into snow without clothes. Ice pumped through his veins, burning and freezing at the same time as Hisashi took a seat on the edge of Izuku's bed. The bed creaked with the added weight, and Izuku pulled his knees to his chest, wrapping his arms around himself. The two were silent for a while as Hisashi took long swigs from his beer. He slurred his words together, mostly complaining about work and his mother. Izuku ignored him for the most part, as most of his words became unintelligible. Just then Hisashi's hand came up to cup his cheek, and Izuku jumped back as white-hot pain exploded in his jaw. I really hate you, Hisashi declared. You're useless, you know that, right? Izuku wasn't listening, as he watched Hisashi's hands whip around as he spoke. The inevitable pain and panic would come, and it was always terrifying. The yelling that followed was crushing and depressing too. Hisashi placed his hand on the back of Izuku's neck and they were nearly nose to nose. Suddenly Izuku wished he couldn't see anything. It was better than seeing Hisashi up this close. You're the worst thing that's ever been born. I don't know why I deal with you, and that quirk of yours. Izuku's world was nothing but searing hot pain and cold fear and panic. Every cell in his body was screaming in pain, and he could feel himself tensing up against his will as his mind developed tunnel vision, registering over and over the freezing cold on his neck where Hisashi touched him. His teeth snapped together in his mouth loudly, and sharp pain skittered down his spine. His nails dug themselves into the soft skin on his neck, until warm sticky blood dripped from the crescent moon-shaped cuts. Hisashi made no sign of moving, and Izuku tore at his lips with his teeth in his frenzy of pain. His breath is loud and labored now. Bad Hisashi laughs lowly at him. I'm thinking. Hisashi whispers, his hand petting Izuku's neck. His smile was dark and sinister. Crashing waves of agony seized him over and over. Maybe my boss could help with that. Izuku's hands ring together, tangling with his blanket. Would you like that? Izuku nodded his head slightly, shaking. Hisashi stood quickly and scowled at him from what he could see in this pitch-black darkness. He almost gasped in relief as the pain dulled. Good, he snapped, grabbing his beer on the way out of his room. Don't forget to take the pills. Izuku slumped in his bed, tears already obscuring his view as those white eyes reappeared around him. He covered himself head to toe in his bedsheets and squeezed his eyes shut, trying to breathe normally again. His heart was beating so loudly in his chest he thought it might explode. His body trembled and he couldn't get it to stop. His body throbbed in time with his heart, burning and cold at the same time from the after-effect of his father's nasty quirk. His quirk always left bruises where he touched him, a light blue and purple like a galaxy against his skin. It was easily dismissed as him being accident-prone and clumsy. His teachers never questioned it, but Kaken was harder to fool. Izuku rubbed his hands up and down his arms, trying to dispel the goosebumps that ended up appearing. He was almost glad that Kaizomi-san didn't end up training him today, informing him by a simple text to head straight home after school. His body was finally catching up to his mind, exhausted and burnt out. Kaizomi could probably tell, and maybe that's why they didn't train today. He was wrong, and he realized that as soon as he tried to head to school the next day. Hisashi was always at work around this time, but today he was sitting at the dining room table that Izuku never had the luxury to sit at. Izuku glanced at him uneasily. Izuku, Hisashi grumbled very quietly, you're not going to school today, put your bag away. We're going somewhere. Izuku's anxiety spiked immediately, and he opened his bedroom door slightly and chucked his bag into the darkness. It landed with a quiet thump, and he closed the door again. Your mother's almost ready, let's go. He didn't like this at all. This wasn't something that Hisashi has ever done before, and he didn't have a good feeling about it. Hisashi looked all too happy as his mother, Inko, finally emerged from the bathroom. Her hair was up in a sophisticated bun, and she gave Izuku an icy glare as she applied the last of her mascara. Izuku shrunk back, wanting nothing more than to go back to being completely ignored. He'd even be okay with a few dirty words slung at him as he headed to school. He didn't want to go wherever they wanted him to go. The demons that usually followed him weren't grinning at him like they usually did. They were mumbling warnings. No. Evil. Run. Izuku felt sick to his stomach as Hisashi stood up and handed him a small pill. Take this, and then we'll go. He knew what it was, and swallowed it swiftly. The demons before him turned into smoke clouds, still visible but hard to catch if he wasn't paying attention. It seemed as if the quirk suppressants Hisashi was giving him were already too weak. He'd already built up a tolerance. He hated it, and he wanted his quirk completely gone. Maybe that's where they were going? A sudden flicker of hope came to life in his chest. Maybe he could finally become quirkless. The three of them left the house quickly, and Izuku felt a faint buzz of hope go down his spine. It was warm and fuzzy, unlike the world outside. It was strange. It was supposed to be a really hot day today, but it was almost cold and the sky was gray and cloudy. Izuku nearly yelped when he spotted Kaizomi-san, who glanced at him in shock. Why Stain, nice to see you here. Inko said in mock cheer. I didn't know you were meeting the boss today too. Kaizomi-san didn't take his eyes off of Izuku, and Izuku pretended to ignore him. This your kid? He asked lowly. Oh, don't mind him. He's pretty useless, I'm taking him to meet him. Hopefully he can fix Izuku. Kaizomi's eyes flashed with alarm and concern as they began to walk. Izuku's phone buzzed in his pocket and he ignored it. Inko gave him a sharp, burning glare that made him hold his breath. They walked in the opposite direction of his school and he was relieved that Kaken wasn't at the house already waiting for him. It would be difficult to explain exactly what was happening. Truthfully, he didn't even understand anything going on right now. All he knew was that this felt wrong. Every fiber of his being was screaming at him to leave. Against his better judgment, he ignored his instincts and followed his mother, father and mentor as they veered into an alleyway that Izuku had never ventured into before. It was littered with trash, and covered in bright eye-catching graffiti. There were a few concerning-looking puddles. It could be PSS or just water. But from the acrid smell he had to assume it was PSS. He stepped over it carefully. A little ways away, at the dead end of the alley, was something that looked like a portal. Kaizomi-san strode into it with his shoulders tense. Izuku was shocked. Teleportation quirks were extremely rare and limited. Wherever they were going, it had to be nearby. That was the one rule about quirks like this one: they had to know the exact coordinates and they needed to be somewhat close. Anyway, he watched as Hisashi and Inko went into the portal. He hesitated, and glanced behind him. He could use this moment to run, but then his parents would just try it again. So he ducked his head slightly and entered the portal. The world darkened and it felt like he was on a roller coaster, dropping at 1,000,000 miles an hour before the world materialized again. There were no demons wherever he was. It was dark in this room, and the only light was from tubes in the walls and floor. They were interconnected and almost looked like a blue glow in the dark maze. Whatever substance was in those tubes also fed into large cylinder tanks. Floating inside those lightly glowing tanks were bird-like monsters, and they all seemed to be sleeping at the moment, and Izuku hoped they'd stay that way. He was nearly entranced by the monsters resting inside those tubes until one of them opened their eyes to stare at him. They were wild and terrified like a caged animal. They were so pained and human that Izuku felt like throwing up. Those weren't monsters. Those were people. They were practically screaming at him to rescue them. His heart ached for them, but he knew he couldn't do anything. His eyes traveled around the dark room, catching Kaizomi-san's eye, and the killer took a few steps closer to whisper in his ear while Hisashi and Inko walked forward. It was then that he noticed the huge chair farthest from him. Don't PSS him off. Be careful. Izuku nodded slightly and Kaizomi-san left him to stride forward toward that chair. Izuku followed reluctantly, feeling dread drown him in a crashing wave. Whoever was in that chair was not someone he wanted to mess with. He startled when a deep voice sounded. "Ah, is this your son Hisashi? Inko?" Izuku froze to his spot, fear seized every muscle in his body. This was true terror, making him break out in a sweat almost immediately as the man in the chair shifted. He noticed how that man wore a suit, and had an air about him that made Izuku feel as if he was facing a tyrannical king of the villains. A king who had no problem executing Izuku on the spot with his bare hands. "Come closer, my boy," the boy said gruffly, and Izuku spotted his huge scarred hand. He gulped thickly and took a shaky step forward, weak at the knees with anxiety. He stopped a good ways away from that chair, and he waited, his breathing heavy and loud in the silence that followed. The strange man let out an annoyed sigh and Izuku grimaced. The man stood, and Izuku's breath hitched. The man's face was half melted, skin stretched over where his eyes should have been. Tubes protruded from his face, and his smile was sinister and horrifying. He ducked away, eyes averted as the man walked the rest of the way to him. "Izuku Midoriya. Stain's protege, and son to my second in command, Hisashi. Your father has told me you want your quirk removed." Izuku was too frozen to move. He held out a hand and Izuku didn't move to shake it. The stranger smiled gently at him, but in the darkness it didn't look convincing at all. "Shall we begin with introductions then? I already know so you are, and it's only right you know who I am. I am the first man in history to get a quirk. I've been alive for a very, very long time. I am known only by a few, namely All Might. You could say I'm the supervillain who almost tore All Might in half." Izuku was going to throw up everywhere. For someone to almost kill All Might. He could feel his heartbeat thunder in his chest. His body was frozen, and his breath was hurried and frantic with horror. "I am All for One." "Wait, don't!" Stain shouted, but All for One just grinned like a maniac. Before Izuku could blink, All for One grabbed both of his hands and something in him tore itself to shreds. It was like everything was getting sucked out of him, and something vital was trying to escape. His vision flashed a blinding white, but as suddenly as it began it stopped, and Izuku fell to his knees and threw up everywhere. Every muscle screamed in agony, and reflex tears sprung to his eyes as he emptied his stomach again. All for One grabbed him by a handful of his hair and shook him, scowling. "Why?" There was a tiny hint of fear in his voice. "Why can't I take it from you?" Izuku shook his head in confusion. He didn't know. He didn't know. How was he supposed to know? Stand up, Izuku, All for One snaps, but he didn't wait for him to stand, he dragged him to his feet, hissing obscenities. Why? All for One mumbled again, moving Izuku's head this way and that, glowering. What exactly is your quirk? Izuku looked at him hopelessly, but something strange happened. Where All for One's eyes were supposed to be was a flashing golden glow, and his eyes widened in realization. I see. What a beautifully intriguing quirk you have, Izuku Midoriya. I think I like you. Would you mind if I do an experiment? Of course you don't mind, my boy. Stain stiffened, and watched warily. All for One took a hold of his hands again, and Izuku fought the urge to pull away and almost didn't stifle the reflexive hiss when their hands intertwined. He didn't like the way All for One's grip tightened and how he smiled at him darkly. All for One. Please, Stain muttered weakly. Shut up, DMN it. Hisashi glared at Stain and crossed his arms, sick satisfaction obvious in his expression. Izuku turned his wide eyes to All for One, and that's when it happened. He heard the cracking and smelled the iron smell of blood before the pain hit him. It was like getting hit by a freight train again and again. His breath was caught in his throat as he stared at his bloodied and crushed hands. The bone peeked through the gashes. He realized the screaming he heard was his own, as blood squirted out of his completely destroyed hands. Large deep cuts littered his arms, but he didn't care about that. His hands on their hand were unrecognizable and mutilated. Izuku didn't register anything happening around him. His hands. His hands. I smell blood. Warm blood covered everything. It was everywhere and his vision was red with it. Pain pulsed worse and worse with each passing second as All for One laughed, the cracking noise getting louder and more sickeningly wet. Stop, Stain snapped, over Izuku's own excruciating screams as every bone in his hand broke again. Please stop. Alright, I guess I'll leave him in decent condition for now, All for One relented. For a long time it was silent, and Izuku clutched his mutilated hands to his chest. Be grateful, Izuku Midoriya. Stain may be able to train you in different types of combat, but I can teach you to use your quirk. Izuku didn't care about that. He wasn't registering anything All for One was even saying. He was too busy riding through the pain of having his hands destroyed. Thanks. He whined weakly, as someone grabbed him by the shoulders and brought him to his feet. Let's go get you fixed up. That's all he heard before the world went dark, and he was conscious no more. It was bright when he woke up. It smelled strongly of rubbing alcohol and Izuku let out a groan of confusion. He opened his eyes and squeezed them shut almost as soon as he opened them. It was too bright. Then last night's events hit him like a bus. His eyes snapped on and he sat up instantly, breathing heavy and sweating in terror. Whoa, take it slow, idiot, Kaizomi-san grumbled, sounding alarmed and worried. No one except Kaken and Auntie Mitsuki ever seemed too worried for him. You shouldn't be moving. Kaizomi stopped, and glanced guiltily, as he spotted Izuku's tears dripping down his cheeks. Izuku was laying down on a couch and Stain joined him, perched on the edge with his back hunched. Hey, it's okay, you're okay, Sheet. I don't know how to comfort kids, Jesus. Izuku looked at his heavily bandaged hands and arms. The bandages stopped right at his elbows. The occasional gauze pad was taped to his shoulder and some were on his back, pulling at his skin slightly. Stain looked away, his eyes swimming with regret and sadness. I'm sorry. I didn't think he'd do that to you. I fixed you up as good as I could, but your hands. The bones are very delicate and I'm no doctor. Why, you probably have nerve damage, and they'll look deformed. I'm sorry. Izuku pursed his lips together. He wants you back next week after school too, Stain admitted, looking livid. I tried to convince him otherwise, but he was too interested in your quirk. I'll be there the entire time, and I won't let him do that to you again. I swear to God I'll kill him. Izuku smiled weakly, and his lips trembled. Stain left without a word, only to return with a drink of water with a straw in it and 2 small pills. Stain didn't hand them to him, and he was grateful, but he eyed the pills in suspicion. Just painkillers, you paranoid butt, Stain told him. Izuku smiled at him weakly, and Stain set the drink and pills down for a moment. Do your arms hurt? He nodded mutely. The pain wasn't overwhelming, he hadn't tried to use his hands yet, so he was fine for now. Stain went back into his kitchen, reemerging with 2 ice packs. He placed each one in Izuku's hands, but the added weight ignited the sleeping pain within his skin. But at the same time, he relished in the soothing cold that the ice packs provided. You really look like Sheet, Stain sighed to himself. It pisses me off that I couldn't do anything against him while he hurt you like that. You're my apprentice, you're supposed to depend on me to protect you from people like him. DMN, I can't even help you get out of that FING house where they lock you in pitch black a basement every day. Izuku shrugged, trying to convey silently that it was fine, and he wasn't dead, so that was always a plus. Kaizomi seemed to get it, but he still seemed immensely guilty. Izuku felt really bad, but it really wasn't Kaizomi-san's fault. Izuku wouldn't stand up to someone like that either. All for One was absolutely terrifying, and his parents were too. Stain let out a heavy sigh and grabbed the pills and drink from the table he set them on. Even though Izuku hated the idea of it, he let Stain pop the pills in his mouth and give him a drink. Yeah, his arms may be broken beyond repair, but he didn't want to be treated like glass that's already shattered into a million pieces. Don't give me that look, Stain groaned, your FING arms are broken, you can't do sheet. Maybe I could call in a favor to speed it up. Izuku tilted his head to the side, confused. Stain elaborated quickly. I know someone at Yui who could heal your hands a little bit. She's a stickler though, about using her quirk. Hopefully, she can heal it. Almost completely, but if she can't you probably won't pass the entrance exam. I don't even think I'd let you take it, with what condition your hands are in right now. Kaizomi licked at his lips absently, looking sadder by the second. You'll have to deal with it for a while though, considering her quirk uses your stamina to work. Right now you must be exhausted. Izuku glared down at his hands, self-loathing already springing to life in his heart. You have 2 months to allow yourself to heal before the entrance exam, hopefully, my friend can help you heal enough to do well. Honestly, injuries as serious as this should have put you in the hospital with all the best healing quirk heroes for a month, but we both know what would happen if we went to the hospital. The thought of pissing off All for One made him feel seriously sick. Stain pursed his lips together. I'll give my friend a call and see if she can do anything. Izuku leaned back into the couch and stared at the wooden flooring, feeling down he watched Kaizomi leave the room to make a call. His heart ached dully in his chest, and he didn't notice the small animal dash in from where Kaizomi went and fly onto the couch. He only noticed because something plopped down right on his chest and barked loudly at him. Izuku stared blankly at the tiny pug wagging its curly tail at him a million miles a second. He barked at him again, and Army crawled up Izuku's chest and nudged at his face. He laughed softly, coughing at the itch in his throat. Edgar. Don't F with him. The dog stood up on all fours and turned toward where Izuku heard Stain yell. The pug howled, before turning back to Izuku and plopping right back down. Edgar nudged at Izuku's injured hands, and he shifted one of his hands up from under the ice pack and brought it up to pet Edgar. He smiled softly as that curly tail whipped around eagerly. Moving his hand around like this hurt like a motherfucker, but he'd never had the chance to pet a dog before. Edgar closed his eyes and within seconds the pug was snoring against his chest. The dog was warm, almost like a living heating pad. Izuku could feel himself drifting off and didn't mind. He wasn't that close with Stain yet, but if this man had a dog like Edgar, how bad could he really be? It was strange, finally feeling comfortable enough to sleep in a house that wasn't Kaken's. He was out like a light before he even realized it. Recovery Girl has been friends with Kaizomi, a Yui dropout, for a very long time. The man was always sporting a hoodie and baggy jeans and had a thuggish look to him. Chio was old enough to know that Kaizomi was a kind-hearted civilian with a heart for heroism. That's why when he called her about an injured boy, she wasn't surprised. She was alarmed, yes, but she was used to calls like this from almost everyone she knew. So she made her way to his apartment in the ghetto part of town and knocked on the door at the dead of night. She'd had a long day at work today and only managed to get enough free time to help Kaizomi out. Kaizomi opened the door, eyes red and droopy with exhaustion. Chio smiles at him. Where's the boy? Right in here, and he's sleeping right now. He's a pretty jumpy kid, so try not to wake him up, Kaizomi grumbled, looking more agitated than he usually was. Chio gave him a soft pat on the shoulder. He'll be fine, I can heal almost anything. I'm not so sure you can this time, Chio, but I decided I could try contacting you first. Kaizomi led her to a couch where a small kid who didn't look a little over 13 she observes was sleeping. Edgar, Kaizomi's dog, has apparently taken a liking to the boy and is sleeping right on his chest. Kaizomi shooed the small pug away and nudged the small boy on the couch awake. Chio watched as the boy opened his eyes instantly, and locked eyes with her. She could see the primal fear in those green eyes, she could practically feel the pain and panic that radiated off of him. It made her heart ache, but the way he cradled his hands to his chest and flinched when she took a step forward was a cause for concern. She tried to placate him immediately. I'm here to see if I can heal your hands, is that okay? The boy bit at his lips, and Chio waited for him to speak or nod. She got neither as the boy just ducked his head away and held out two shaking hands. Chio took one hand and unraveled the abundant amount of pink-stained bandages. At first, she wasn't too worried until Kaizomi turned on a light, and she twisted his hand slightly. The bruises and swelling were more obvious with the more lighting, and she flinched when the boy snatched his hand away, gasping in agony. It's his hands, Kaizomi told her. Every bone is completely shattered, can you do anything? I would need to do some x-rays, Chio told him. He needs plenty of rest, but I can reduce his swelling and bruising. You should keep him out of school for a while. I agree, Kaizomi grumbled. I've already called his school and everything to let them know he'll be gone for a while. When can we get those x-rays done? Chio brought up a hand so she could slide her chin and thought. She could easily manage to do it really early in the morning. She would have to take this boy to the Yui infirmary really early in the morning, but she could squeeze him in the end. That's all that mattered. Tomorrow morning, if you can get up early enough for it, she replied. Kaizome nodded mutely. As soon as possible would be best, we'll make it. Thank you, Chio-san. Don't thank me, it's my job to help people, Chio told him, patting the boy timid teen on the hand before releasing him. She turned to the small teenager before her. Who are you? The boy didn't say anything at all, as Chio stared at him. He did shuffle slightly and look at everything but her. The silence became concerning very quickly. He's mute, Kaizome told her reassuringly. He won't answer you, and he doesn't know sign language. Why would he not know sign language if he was mute? That isn't our business, now is it? Kaizome mumbled solemnly. How early do you want us there tomorrow? Chio shrugged, 5 a.m. should suffice. I don't think anyone at Yui will need the nurse that early in the morning. We'll do some x-rays and I'll see if I can't heal him a bit more. She leaned forward into the small boy's space and kissed his forehead. A look of confusion passed across the teenager's face before it was effectively masked and empty. Chio smiled gently at him and let Kaizome lead her out the door. The two of them stood in the doorway, and Chio glared at him. Well? Kaizome grimaced. His name is Izuku Midoriya, there's not much else I know about him. From what I saw, his injuries are quite severe. How did he manage to get hurt that badly? I've never seen wounds like that. We'll talk about that tomorrow. You really need to stop dodging my questions, Kaizome, I always figure it out eventually, Chio told him rather firmly. She looked in those hurricane-like eyes, and too many emotions were swirling in Kaizome's eyes. Only one overpowered the others, and it was unease. She knew Kaizome was involved in something, but what it was still seemed to evade her no matter how much she looked into it. She was a hero, and Chio should be able to tell what was happening to Kaizome and Midoriya. It was something dangerous, that much she knew. Chio wasn't going to let Kaizome fall into the darkest depths without trying to save him. What kind of hero would she be if she allowed something like that? We'll see you tomorrow. And you'll be answering some of my questions. She didn't get a response, so she turned to leave. She'd be lying if she said she didn't glance behind her ever so often, feeling as if someone was watching her. She definitely didn't miss the civilians glaring at her from the corner of her eyes. Whoever Kaizome was involved with, the man had a very long reach. Shoyuta Aizawa was effectively getting a headache from this staff meeting, and present Mike. He was married to this man, but it didn't help to quell his annoyance whenever he got too loud. Hizashi was smiling big and talking adamantly with Principal Nedzu about the new art program they'd just put funding into. Now it was no longer a course at Yui just for show. Now present Mike would get a chance to teach his favorite subject besides heroics. I think it's a perfect addition to Yui. Nedzu told them all. Hero, support and general courses do ask a lot of our students. Art could prove to be a relaxing class for every student, but it could also be a whole course on its own aside from our other studies. We could be the first hero academy with a successful art studies program, could you imagine? Hell yeah. Present Mike screeched loudly, puffing out his chest. I just love art. Truly a beautiful and masterful addition to our school indeed. Now, while we're on the topic, I would like to add that Yui will be putting more consideration into our art scholarships. In the past, art scholarships were essentially useless, but they did look good on resumes for general education students looking for jobs after graduation. Nedzu spread his arms wide. Now only one art scholarship will be given out a year, and we will pay their tuition in full for their entire high school career. Art has never had much appreciation in our world, and art-related quirks are far and in between these days. I think it's important for the world to stop and enjoy a masterpiece every once in a while. I totally agree. Shoyuta rolled his eyes, his agitation growing with his pounding head. He was glad present Mick's dream of an art course was finally being implemented, but he really needed some painkillers right now. He wanted this meeting to end, and he desperately needed a nap and maybe a quick talk with Nedzu about the entrance exam. He put his head against the table and tried his damnedest to ignore Nedzu's long-winded speech about a new school year. Was he practicing his speech for the entrance ceremony or something? Of course, this year we will be having a new teacher joining us, as all of you are sure to be aware. He'll be taking over present Mick's job as the heroics teacher because our art program now requires a full-time teacher to be successful. This new teacher is none other than the #1 hero, All Might. Shoyuta yawned, watching Yagi Toshinori out of the corner of his eye. No one in the world was aware of Toshinori's weakened state except for maybe Recovery Girl, but as of this year, all Yui teachers had become notified of it. Aizawa was surprised of course, but it explained a lot about All Might's recent change in his hero schedule. Nedzu was still talking now, as soon as Yagi took a seat. Let's have a great school year everyone. Go ahead and continue preparations for the upcoming entrance exam. Shoyuta almost cried when he finally got to leave and head to Recovery Girl's office. It was barely 5 in the FING morning, and he still had a whole day to go through. He definitely needed Recovery Girl's magic touch for the shitty day he was about to have. He weaved his way through the vacant UE hallways. Everyone else was headed to the support department, helping out with the robots, so Shoyuta was blissfully alone for now. As Recovery Girl's office came into view, he heard voices. 2 to be exact, and one was Recovery Girl. He wasn't one to eavesdrop, but what they were saying was pretty interesting. Injuries like that since All Might. Shoyuta stopped, and leaned against the wall near her door, but far away enough to escape. How did his hands get hurt this bad, Kaizome? The type of nerve damage. And the joints in his hands are completely destroyed beyond repair. His bones will heal in a few months, with careful care. The nerve damage, unfortunately, can never be repaired either. His hands might shake a lot, but that's to be expected with this kind of injury. It's almost as if a bomb went off on his hands. Okay, maybe Shoyuta shouldn't be listening to this. It wasn't his business, but he was FING curious DMN it. That's why he didn't move. He knew himself well, and if he left now without the whole story he'd wonder about it all day. I really can't tell you, Chio-san. At least tell me why his hands are cut up in the shape of a summoning circle? What happened to him? Where have you been for the past month and a half? Recovery Girl sounded pained and worried. It was just like her, to worry too much about her patients. I can't heal him, and I can't prevent any scarring. I can't do anything for him, Kaizome, not if you don't tell me what the F you've got yourself into. Stop worrying too much, old lady, Kaizome grumbled roughly, but endearingly. I want to help you. If you can't heal him you can't help, Kaizome told her, but that's okay, we can go to someone else. Everyone else will say the same thing, Recovery Girl replied, and Shoyuta took his chance. He wanted to see who these two were talking about. And he wanted painkillers, or a kiss from Recovery Girl to make his migraine disappear in an instant. Plus, it sounded like this conversation was getting too emotional for Recovery Girl to handle. He made his steps audible and rounded the corner and into her office in a split second. Recovery Girl glared at him, and this Kaizome guy who looked like a thug. Shoyuta waved half-heartedly and ventured deeper into her room. I need painkillers for a headache, sorry. He wasn't sorry. He just wanted a glimpse of the boy they were talking about. He rummaged through her medicine cabinet and grabbed the correct bottle labeled painkillers and took an experimental glance toward the back of the room. His eyes went to his shaking hands. Bruised purple and blue, and a hue of alarming black. His palms were carved and slightly scabbed over, and Shoyuta blanked completely. The boy's fingers were slightly twisted and pointing in all the wrong directions. Aizawa's eyes couldn't help but stray to his carved-up arms, but then he made the massive mistake of locking eyes with dark emerald ones. The boy squeaked loudly and curled his hands into fists. Shoyuta winced with sympathy. It must be painful to move his hands at all. Kaizome seemed to think so too. Come on Midoriya, and stop FING moving your hands. You'll hurt yourself. The boy Midoriya? Stood quickly and Kaizome took a bunch of bandages and quickly wrapped his hands. See you around, Recovery Girl. Then they left, and Shoyuta glanced at Recovery Girl in confusion. Who are they? Eraserhead, you know all of my patients' identities are confidential. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. The man? No. Midoriya. Kaizome didn't want to do this. He didn't want to grovel for help and make Izuku owe them. He never thought his apprentice would already be dragged into this sheet so soon. He'd thought he'd had time to warn him, or at least get him in UE and leave him to become a hero on his own. He never wanted Izuku involved with All for One, and he didn't want Izuku to owe this man something. Sadly they had no choice. Izuku still had his heart set on becoming a hero, and Kaizome was determined to help him no matter what. Even if that meant he sent Izuku to get his hands healed by a crazy doctor by the name of Tsubasa. Alright Midoriya, I know for a fact you never want to go back to All for One, but we don't really have a choice here. To be able to compete in the entrance exam you need your hands mostly healed so we can resume our training. Understand? He got the smallest of nods from his teenage apprentice, and they stepped into the nearest alleyway. The warp was already waiting, inky black and bubbling. Kaizome stepped inside first, and he heard his apprentice sigh shortly in distress. He didn't blame him, as the two of them ended up in the familiar dark room lit only by the tubes with a blue substance in it. Each tube connected to a single Nomu tank, and standing right in front of one was Dr. Tsubasa, looking eerily excited to lay eyes on Izuku as soon as they entered the room. The chair on the other side of the room was mercifully empty for now, and Dr. Tsubasa seemed to be the only one in the room. Izuku visibly shrunk as soon as the doctor strode toward him. "Ah, you must be Midoriya, am I right?" He didn't wait for a response, before turning on his heel and motioning for Izuku to follow. He glanced at Kaizome and smiled slightly. "He'll be out for you in a moment, Stain." Kaizome glared at Tsubasa furiously. What did All for One want, and why wasn't he allowed to be with his apprentice while his hands were healed? It put him on edge as he stood, waiting. He must have waited a solid 10 minutes before anyone showed up. It turned out to be just Hisashi, and Stain glared at him, sporting a rather vicious scowl. "All for One's a little busy right now, but he did want me to remind you of the job he gave you. Delivering some weapons, right? Is that all?" Stain asked, crossing his arms. "Yes, but he does want to speak to your apprentice afterward. He wants you to bring him on the job with you, too." "Show me where the weapons are and I'll get them delivered right away," Stain told him, and Hisashi turned and went in the same direction his apprentice just disappeared through. Stain followed, always cautious in the presence of Hisashi, Inko, or All for One. He passed by Dr. Tsubasa's room and caught only a glimpse of his apprentice, but he heard no screaming, so he should be fine for now. Hisashi turned the corner and opened the door to a well-lit room. It was a garage filled with unsuspecting vehicles, but only one of them was loaded with something as far as he could tell. It was a pickup truck with logs in the bed of it, and Hisashi directed him to it and handed him a pair of keys. "Under all of this are the weapons we need delivered to a villain named Bullseye. He requested these weapons specifically a few weeks ago, and we had them custom made for him. There's a phone in there already prepared with GPS directions, and he should be there by the time you get there. He already knows you're the one dropping off the goods. After you finish with Bullsey's DLVRY, the rest of the goods will go to the League. Both locations are on the GPS. After both deliveries are completed, All for One would like to speak to you and your kid." "My kid?" Stain snapped, annoyed. He was set off that Hisashi kept ignoring the fact that Midoriya was biologically his son. What an a-hole. "He's actually your kid, and you're allowing this to happen to him? You're allowing Inko to treat him the way she is." "I'm not allowing anything. I've been the one telling her to do that, and now that I live there I get to do it myself." "Abuse your son? What the hell is wrong with you?" "Nothing's wrong with me," Hisashi told him. "The boy's birth was a mistake, Inko's PRGNNCY was a mistake. He wasn't supposed to be born, and he needs to know that." "Ahem," came a raspy voice, and Stain jumped. Dr. Tsubasa was standing nearby, and Midoriya was standing next to him, face carefully blank and emotionless. "His hands are functional now, but I couldn't heal the cuts and nerve damage. The cuts should scab over and heal, but it'll scar pretty badly. His hands will shake uncontrollably, but it could probably be helped with therapy, not that he'll get it. He owes us, Stain, don't forget." Dr. Tsubasa left immediately. In the car, "My boy," Hisashi mumbled, and Midoriya didn't hesitate, but he didn't spare his father a glance. Stain opened the driver's side door and jammed the key into the ignition, and the car roared to life. On the other side of the room was a massive dark tunnel that would take them up into the city. He directed the car toward it and glanced worryingly at his small apprentice. "Are you okay?" Stain asked as they entered the dark tunnel. He flipped on the headlights and glanced every so often at Midoriya, who nodded. "Hands are good?" Another nod. The rest of the ride was composed of silence and the GPS shouting orders at them as they drove. Stain would like to say that Midoriya was being quieter than usual, but that would be a lie. The boy was mute after all and was always quiet. Today was no different, but he seemed even more depressed than usual, probably because of what his father said about him. It struck Stain somewhere deep, to see Midoriya go through the same treatment Stain went through as a kid. He was determined to be that light in the darkness for this boy though, even if he couldn't save him like he originally planned. They weaved through traffic, getting stopped at almost every stoplight in existence, and he could tell it was annoying Midoriya. At one of these stoplights they ended up stuck at, Stain decided to speak. "All for One wants to speak with you when we get back, but I'll be there the entire time, I promise. Last time he said he was interested in training you, and that's probably why he wants to talk, nothing more." Midoriya didn't acknowledge that he heard anything, but Stain knew he was listening. "I'll try my best to keep you alive while he trains you, I promise." The light turned green, and Midoriya looked out the window. They were headed to the more suburban part of town and soon ended up at a small trailer where a rather buff man waited with his arms crossed and his expression fierce. Stain noticed the small garden of vegetables and fruits next to his small home. Stain got out of the car and so did his painfully small apprentice. Stain went to the back of the truck and managed to uncover the weapons and bring them out. Midoriya was busying himself by staring at the man before him. "Hello, small boy." Midoriya waved, his face blank and bored. Bullseye smiled at him before turning to Stain. Do you have them? Why the hell would I be here if I didn't have them? Stain snapped, getting annoyed. Bullseye walked over and took each weapon from his hands, taking a second or two to analyze them. They look good, thanks. Whatever, I have places to be. See ya. Yeah, go running back like a good dog to your master. Bullseye grinned at him, and Stain flipped him off. Midoriya rolled his eyes and headed back to the truck, and leaned against it to watch Stain and Bullseye spit back and forth. You're an a-hole. Says the boy who can't even protect their own apprentice from the big bad mastermind. That's just cruel. Don't get all mad that I switched organizations, Stain grumbled. You're the one that got FE'd over, not me. I mean, look at your apprentice, his hands are destroyed. He's fine. Oh really? You call that fine? He strode toward Midoriya, and the boy flinched when Bullseye lunged for his hand. With Midoriya's hand in his grasp, he dragged him toward Stain and unraveled the bandages around one of his hands. His eyes widened just a fraction, and he glared at Stain. Stain winced, as Midoriya hissed through his teeth when Bullseye twisted his hand just slightly. His hands are mutilated. What kind of teacher are you if you can't protect your students? I understand that your life before meeting me was a rough 20 years, but that's no excuse to let that happen to him. He jerked a finger toward Midoriya, and Stain felt his gut heavy with sorrow and guilt. Bullseye was right, and Midoriya was suffering because Stain wasn't strong enough. You don't understand. Yes, I do. You've got yourself into a shitty situation and you're too deep to escape now. That boy isn't. Don't let him repeat your mistakes, Kaizome. Stain looked away, feeling like a failure. Midoriya snatched his hand away and flipped Bullseye off. He could see Midoriya's tense shoulders, and he could almost smell the fear rolling off him in waves, but he still flipped Stain's former mentor off. Stain was proud. He threw an arm around Midoriya's shoulders and guided him back to the truck. Leave us alone, and ask for someone else to deliver your DMN weapons. Fine, Bullseye grumbled, as Stain slammed the car door shut. As soon as his apprentice put his seatbelt on, he pulled out of the driveway and headed to the next location marked on the GPS. He already knew the location of the League, and after a few seconds of listening to an automated voice yell out directions, he turned it off. Stain didn't try to fill the silence this time. He was boiling with rage, self-loathing, and guilt. It was his fault. All of this was. This time though, he would make sure All for One didn't hurt him. Stain accelerated the car. He didn't want to take up too much time doing this job and make All for One mad. He'd much rather deal with an annoyed supervillain than an angry one. 15 minutes later they stopped the truck at an abandoned building, but it wasn't really empty. It was an underground bar, only known by local villains. Inside this bar was the League of Villains. He parked the truck on the side of the road a little down the street from the bar, as to not draw attention to himself or his companion. The two of them left the truck and Stain walked around to the back of the truck where the rest of the weapons laid in duffel bags with a big L on the each. He handed one to Izuku and then shouldered the other two onto his back. This way, he mumbled, and Midoriya didn't hesitate to follow him as they walked toward the League of Villains. As they neared, someone opened the door and grinned at the two of them. Earlier than I expected, Jiren grumbled, his arms crossed. Can I have a look at them? No, but you can ask Shigaraki later, Stain told him, shoving past Jiren and into the building. He doesn't like it here. It's dark and cold, much like All for One's lair is. The bar they walk into is poorly lit and smells strongly of smoke to the point he feels like coughing up a lung. Izuku stays as close as he dares to Kaizome-san the entire time as the two of them wait for this man named Shigaraki to arrive. It's pathetic how much anxiety is thrumming through his veins as he watches the entire room carefully. There's no one in here except for Kaizome and him, but he still feels like he's being watched somehow. In fact, he's felt like this all day, but even more so right now. He takes a second to try to calm himself by taking everything in. The bar itself is well stocked with all types of drinks, and the bar stools look ripped up but otherwise still in good condition. Izuku's eyes keep locking onto the door that the man who was at the entrance went through. Before he'd left, he explained to Kaizome-san that he would get Shigaraki, and that made Izuku practically vibrate with unease. If Shigaraki is anything like All for One, he wants absolutely nothing to do with him. Izuku swallows the lump in his throat as the door in front of them swings open to reveal a bizarre-looking man with hands all over his face. His pale blue hair is shocking, to say the least, and Izuku tries his hardest to pretend to be invisible as Shigaraki steps into the room. A whole crowd of demons trickle in after him, going straight for him, and Izuku has to resist the urge to run. They're tall, and not at all the friendliest-looking beasts he's ever laid eyes on. The temperature drops drastically in the room, but only Izuku seems to notice. The demons crowd around him, and he glares fiercely at them to move. Luckily they don't try to touch him or distract him, and they move away quickly once they meet his eye. Shigaraki takes the bags out of Stain's arms and then turns to Izuku. Izuku freezes up instantly at the glare he receives and holds out the bag heavy with guns and other weapons he kind of doesn't want to think about. Shigaraki takes it, clearly holding up a pinky. Izuku immediately recognizes the action and knows for a fact that his quirk is probably five-finger contact oriented. It's highly probable that his quirk is also destructive to considering he was a villain. He really doesn't want Shigaraki to touch him. Well? Shigaraki growls, what are you still doing here? You finished the DMN job, now get out. With panic laying heavily in his gut, Izuku moves even before Kaizomi can. He's halfway to the truck when Kaizomi-san catches up, looking annoyed. For a moment worry seizes Izuku. Did he do something wrong? Is Kaizomi-san mad at him? The non-stop shaking in his hands increases tenfold, as Kaizomi's cold eyes go to him straight away. His mentor says nothing as he gets in the truck and it roars to life. In tense silence, or at least tense to Izuku, they drive back to that warehouse where All for One waited. He couldn't help but feel a wave of panic creep up on him as they enter the same dark tunnel they left from. He tries to push it down as they get out of the car and enter the same room he first met All for One in. It's still dark and cold and crowded. All for One's face points in his direction promptly, and ignites a fire in his blood. Before he realizes it, All for One is across the room, holding him by his shoulders. A cruel smile pulls at this man's lips, and Izuku is already trembling and breathing heavily. You made it back quicker than I thought. Did Shigaraki not give you any trouble? It took a moment for Izuku to realize All for One wasn't talking to Kaizomi, but him. He opened his mouth slightly, but nothing came out. Panicking, he shook his head, and All for One grinned happily. Good, I told him not to. You guys will have a formal introduction soon enough, now on to more important business. The other day I told you about how I can train you to use your quirk. Izuku doesn't like where this is going and can feel himself slipping on the edge of a panic attack the longer those scarred hands rest on his shoulders. I've taken quite the interest in you, young Midoriya. As a result, I want you here every Sunday all day long to train. Of course, you and Stain are welcome to continue your regular training every day except for Sundays if you wish. Though I will warn you that I do not recommend it. You'll be lucky if you can make it to school the next day. Izuku's heart nearly stops at that, and he finds himself trying to pull away as All for One's grip tightens. I'll go easy on you for now, but my analysis quirk tells me you'll be very formidable if trained correctly. This quirk hasn't failed me yet, and I'm excited to see what you'll do under pressure. The nausea that hits him is enough to weaken him at the knees. The way his mouth twists into a smile made of knives and sick excitement only makes Izuku feel 10 times worse than he did before. Izuku isn't stupid, and he can feel himself sweating and hyperventilating. That kind of training would leave him unable to make it to school? What the F had he gotten himself into? Now, my dear boy, I think you've already missed too much school. All for One brought a hand up to caress Izuku's cheek, and he's never felt so disgusted and terrified at the same time. A hero, All for One grabbed him by the jaw and tightened his grip until it was painful. His voice was sharp with venom and resentment. Izuku's muscles seized up, and his breathing stopped short. Should always prioritize education, don't you think? Izuku managed a short nod, and All for One released him. Izuku let out a relieved breath of air, only to be shoved by Hisashi, who he didn't even realize was there, into a black bubbling portal waiting for him. It's time for you to go back home to your parents, All for One said. He's never been so petrified in his life, as the world disappears and he knows exactly where he's headed. These last 3 days aside from All for One have honestly been more relaxing than anything he's ever known. Kaizomi-san was nice to him. He helped him and got him healed even though it would hurt both of them in the long run when he didn't have to. So when he's moved down into that basement, he cried. His fear of the dark hits him like a tidal wave. It's colder and more unforgiving than he remembered, and it's so dark. He doesn't remember it being this dark. He doesn't remember it being this scary. He doesn't remember the fear of being home being so drowning and debilitating. Izuku grabs his bottle of quirk suppressant pills and swallows one. He tells himself it's because he has to, not because he likes the way they make him feel. Katsuki was relieved to see Deku after 3 days of him not showing up to school or giving him a text. He almost crushed the missing boy in a bear hug but restrained himself. Yes, he was worried sick, and yes, he wanted nothing more than to shake the answers out of Deku, but it had to wait. Almost as soon as he laid eyes on him, Deku flinched and Katsuki noticed his shaking hands. He slowed his pace and came to Deku's side without a word. He could see his friend glancing at him anxiously every once in a while as Katsuki began to walk. He hurried to keep pace with him, and Katsuki watched him carefully as they got closer and closer to school. Deku hadn't been sick, no, that much was obvious. Something else was at work, and Katsuki couldn't take his eyes off of Deku's bandaged hands that never seemed to stop trembling. Someone hurt him, and that made Katsuki boil with rage and guilt. He should be able to protect Deku no matter what, but he was failing. He was a worthless excuse for a childhood friend, and Deku probably thought the same. "Where have you been?" Katsuki asked quietly. He saw Deku shrug out of the corner of his eye and he frowned. "Not gonna tell me?" Deku shook his head furiously and picked up his pace. Deku. Wait for me, it's too early to be runnin' a goddamn. The nerd didn't listen to him, but Katsuki did manage to catch up to him. "Fine, a-hole. I won't ask any DMN questions as long as you stop running." Deku stopped abruptly and grinned triumphantly at him. Katsuki bared his teeth, set off that he fell for such an obvious trap. Deku was always really conservative about everything in his life. Katsuki had never in his entire life spent the night at Deku's, while Deku constantly decided it was his job to sleep on Katsuki's floor. He didn't even know his father was back until he went to his house a couple of weeks ago to hunt Deku down. At the time he'd pretended that he wasn't surprised, but DMN he'd never been so shocked in his FING life. Even his mother didn't know Hisashi was back until Katsuki brought it up later that night at dinner. She'd called Inko after that, shocked and happy for her. Katsuki felt differently about that, more concerned than excited. Hisashi didn't look like father material to him, and with his rising suspicion that Deku was being abused only added to his worry for his childhood friend. And now that Deku had reappeared after 3 days of being MIA like it was nothing made Katsuki way too overprotective. The two of them entered their classroom together and Katsuki launched himself into a new topic. "Are you excited about the entrance exams?" An eager nod, with a smile that didn't reach emerald eyes. It ripped at Katsuki's heart and made him feel like shit. Yeah, he seemed to be the only one who noticed his 3-day absence, but he still didn't do anything. "Good, have you been training for it?" At this, Deku shrunk in his seat and averted his darkening eyes. A short nod and a shaky breath through pale lips. "Do you want to train together? We could go on runs and stuff." Usually, he could tell what Deku was thinking, or what he was trying to say. Today though, and like many days before, it was becoming increasingly more difficult to read him. Katsuki could feel his eyes beginning to sting as he reluctantly took his seat after he got no response. He wanted to help. He wanted to know what was wrong. Was that too much to ask? There was obviously something wrong, and someone was hurting him. Someone was hurting him and Katsuki was doing literally nothing. He wanted to be someone Izuku could run to when life got too hard, and not helping him right now when he needed it most made Katsuki livid. He sat through his classes, practically on fire with anger. He was an aspiring hero, and one day he would be saving a lot of people, but the only person he truly wanted to save was Deku. He was the only person who truly, desperately, needed his help as soon as possible. Deku needed a hero but refused to voice his situation. That's how Katsuki came to his sudden idea and a new course of action. He would figure it out himself, and get to the bottom of this all on his own. Even if Deku refused to tell him what the hell was going on. Even if Deku hated him in the long run, Katsuki would do anything to save him from whatever was happening. Lunch was a haze of wordless looks and food that neither Katsuki or Deku bothered to touch. Katsuki was busy thinking about ways to help his best friend, and Deku didn't bother him. He could just call in an anonymous tip to child services, but he doubted they'd find anything or even do anything. Maybe he could try confronting Deku head-on? No. That definitely would drive him away more than anything, so that was out. He could try to warn a teacher about it, but all the teachers here were shitty and didn't give a F about them. They wouldn't help him. He needed to get into Yui and tell a teacher, who was a hero. They would definitely do something about it and investigate it thoroughly. They would save him when no one else could because that's their job. Katsuki would make sure of that. Izuku ended up staying the night at Kaken somehow, thanks to Auntie Mitsuki. Apparently she had called his mother earlier before school let out and talked her into letting him stay the night, and Izuku was surprised. How she managed to do that was a mystery even to Kaken. Anyway, that's how Izuku ended up on Kaken's bed playing video games with him all night until he couldn't keep his eyes open. Well, Kaken was playing games, and Izuku was watching silently until Kaken moved a controller into his hands. He gave the blonde a confused look, and Kaken started up another match. The game was based on the concept of all-out warfare. Izuku quickly realized Kaken was truly a master of combat. The boy was quick and deadly in all his attacks, completely relentless and confident with each move. Izuku let the instinctual side of him take control and analyze Kaken's mannerisms. He soon deduced that he should definitely keep his distance if he wanted to survive more than 60 seconds each round. For his next loadout, he chose a sniper rifle. He led his character to a place on higher ground and waited for Kaken to come to him. If he knew Kaken half as well as he thought he did, Kaken would shoot first and ask questions later. Izuku was counting on it, as he weaved his way through destroyed cars and thin pathways. The world around him was ravaged by war and destruction. Cracks lined the concrete and buildings like a gigantic spiderweb. Izuku was happy to take the role of the spider, waiting patiently for Kaken to walk aimlessly into his web and get devoured. Okay, maybe Izuku was taking this too seriously. Kaken shot him a glance, his red eyes dancing with challenge and excitement. One that Izuku would gladly accept, and he thought maybe Kaken was the one who was taking this game all too seriously. Those eyes flashed at him, as Kaken made his way over to where Izuku was on the map. Izuku led his own character up a set of half-broken down stairs, with graffiti drawn on the landing. Going up another set of beaten-up stairs, he passed by a massive hole in the wall, most likely a result of an explosion. He didn't go through the hole that led to a dark hallway, but he went up the rest of the steps. The stairs led him to a small room that looked like a tornado came through it. Everything was overturned and thrown on the ground in a haphazard mess. Paper littered the floor in messy scraps, and the small bed was upside down. Izuku made his way over to the window that was still intact and crouched down. Izuku aimed his gun at the broken street below. He would be lying if he said he wasn't spying on Kaken's screen to see his location. Kaken would have to walk down this exact street to reach him. He would be here at any second, and Izuku would rock his FING sheet. Maybe Kaken thought he'd win because Izuku had never played this game before. Kaken was looking pretty smug as he marched down the road. He had no clue that Izuku knew exactly how to aim and shoot. He would make sure he took Kaken down, as the boy came into view. He adjusted his aim quickly, and it seemed as if time slowed down as he pulled the trigger. There was a second of silence, as Kaken's character fell to the ground in a heap and respawned a second later. Deku, that's some crazy skills. Izuku shot him a smile. Let's go again, the blonde boy told him with a grin. For the next hour, it was a game of cat and mouse between them. Sometimes it was Kaken who dominated. Other times it was Izuku, who completely decimated him. In the end, Kaken agreed that it was a draw and that they should bug Auntie Mitsuki for some food. Izuku was particularly wary about this. He never asked for much and felt bad doing so, even if it was Kaken who did all the talking. He dragged Izuku to the living room where Auntie sat on her computer. She was most likely working, and that made Izuku even more reluctant to bother her. It soon became apparent that it didn't matter because Kaken shouted as soon as they got in hearing range. We're hungry. Mitsuki doesn't miss a beat, glaring up at him from her computer screen. Her eyes are fiery and sharp. He could feel her mood shift like a breeze in the wind. Her eyes glitter with an undercurrent of annoyance, and it makes Izuku want to shrink away. You can get your own food, but I can make Izuku some food. What do you want, honey? Instant ramen? Izuku gives her a wavering smile and nods, and Kaken gives his mother the most scandalized look he can muster. That's not fair, he growls. Life isn't fair, and Izuku is a guest here, so he shouldn't have to make his own food. That doesn't count, he practically lives here, Kaken tells her, as he grabs some dinner leftovers. He sets them on a plate and warms them in a microwave. Be that as it may, I'm still going to make his food, Mitsuki tells him as she puts a pot on the stove and turns the stove on. Kaken takes his food out of the microwave and grabs a pair of chopsticks from a kitchen drawer. Izuku takes to watching the pot as Auntie Mitsuki goes back to working for now. Slowly but surely the pot heats up and small bubbles form on the bottom of the pot. In a few minutes, the pot would be boiling, and then Izuku could finally eat his instant ramen after it cooked and go to bed. He didn't care if Kaken was gonna stay up all night because Izuku was determined to pass the F out as soon as he got a pillow and a blanket. Kaken took a seat at the dining table and silently began to eat. After a minute or two of watching the slightly boiling pot grow into a fully boiling pot, Izuku saw Auntie Mitsuki get back up from the couch and come back into the kitchen. She merely gave the pot a glance as she passed by before opening the package of instant noodles. She took out the small seasoning packet and dropped the noodles carefully into the boiling water. She glanced at Izuku with soft eyes, and Izuku could feel Kaken's eyes burning at the back of his head. Kaken was always jealous that his mom seemed to baby Izuku more. It was true that Auntie Mitsuki seemed to, but Izuku knew it was for a reason. She wanted to make him comfortable, and the only way Auntie Mitsuki could do that was by acting that way. He didn't mind, but Kaken certainly did. After pure silence for a couple of minutes, something that was completely out of the ordinary for the Bakugo household, Auntie Mitsuki deposits the cooked noodles into a bowl. As soon as the bowl of ramen was placed in front of him, he dug in. Auntie Mitsuki takes back her seat on the couch, but not before patting Kaken on the head with a smirk. Kaken huffed sat next to him, doing his best not to look ticked off for no reason. In all honesty, it was a poor attempt, and Izuku couldn't help but grin at Kaken's expense. Kaken sighs heavily, his chopsticks picking around his food absently as he stews on his mild anger. Izuku doesn't bother him as he finishes his food and places the empty bowl in the sink. He goes back to the table and Kaken stands abruptly. His chair screeches loudly as he does so, and he turns to glare at Izuku. Izuku frowns slightly and Kaken waltz over and grabs him by the wrist and drags him back into the room. My mom is so annoying, he grumbles as he sits down and presses resume on the game. This is the last round, whoever loses is a villain. Needless to say, less than 10 minutes later, at 11 p.m. the winner was decided. In the end, it was Kaken who killed Izuku with a well-placed bomb. The next afternoon after school was completely different from the day before. Yesterday it was relaxing and fun, but today Izuku dreaded the end of the day bell. Alas, it rang despite his wishes and he had to head home. Was it really a home to him though? The answer was a definitive no, as his hand hesitated around the doorknob. Before he could do anything though, the door was swung open and he was met with a scowling Inko Midoriya. His throat closed in on itself right away, as she dragged him inside. Her nails were digging into his wrist, and Izuku's bit at the inside of his mouth, tearing at the skin. His heart drummed erratically in his chest, twisting in panic. Inko threw him into the kitchen and scowled at him. Izuku stood as still as he possibly could. Where were you last night? Izuku flinched back into the kitchen counter and Inko advanced. Did I tell you that you could leave the house for school? Who do you think you are, huh? Izuku's hands gripped the counter tightly as Inko's screaming reached its peak, and spit landed on his cheek. I don't know why I never got rid of you, you're useless, your quirk is an insult to this family. You should never have been born. Inko's fist slammed into his cheek, and Izuku didn't hesitate to drop to the floor. I hate you. He covered his head with his arms as Inko slammed the heel of her foot into his back. His forehead was pressed into the cold tile, and his spine and ribs screamed at him with each brutal kick. His elbows and knees dug into the floor, but he ignored the pain. He ignored the silent tears and his heaving chest. He couldn't ignore the stinging words and screeched insults. Hopefully all for one kills you. With a heavy breath, Inko retreats. Izuku doesn't move for a long time after she walks into her bedroom and slams the door shut. Hopefully all for one kills you. Izuku stood, his heart screaming in terror still and his eyes dry. His throat burned, and the strong taste of iron assaulted his tongue as he licked his lip. Numbly he stared at the crowd of demons with their vague outlines, who arrived due to the scent of his blood. He walked right through them, and into the closest bathroom. He didn't want to force himself to sleep in his room as he turned on the bathroom light. He just wanted to sleep on the bathroom floor, feeling nothing but everything at the same time. His hands shook even more than usual as he locked the door, and slid down the door. He hugged his knees to his chest and fought the wave of tears that threatened to overwhelm him. He chewed on his lips and touched his quickly bruising cheek. He took a second to stare at his hand, the scars that marred his right hand were the same on his left. His cuts were still red and pink, healing slowly under the bandages, and he stared at his shaky hands. He took off the bandages and stared at his palm. A circle was carved there, and inside the circle was a pentagram with small symbols inside. His instincts told him that what was carved on his hands, and it wasn't anything close to holy. They were summoning circles for demons, and why All for One would carve that into his skin was lost on him. Izuku wrapped up his hand again and wrapped his arms around his shins and rested his head on his knees. His heart rested heavily in his chest, as he finally let it all out. Tears flooded down his cheeks, and his shoulders shook with the effort of trying to keep them from overwhelming him. Right now, Izuku was finally at his limit. His heart was too weak to handle any more of this. He was out of things to give, and things to give up. Izuku didn't have much fight in him to begin with, but he'd finally run dry. No, he wasn't out of tears or sorrow. He lacked the energy to go on, and with each passing moment, a darker option seemed to become more and more appealing. His mother had razors under the sink, and he itched for them. It could all be over in a few seconds if he had the ball for it. He found himself getting to his knees and crawling over to where the razors rested harmlessly in their box. In his hands, they would be the death of him. He grabbed one and positioned it vertically on his forearm. A clean swipe on both arms would end it pretty quickly, and he could finally be at peace as soon as he was dead. But the blade rested coldly and shakily on the soft skin of his forearm, waiting to be dangerous and deadly. His constant shaking hands didn't help with his decisions as the blade pricked at his delicate skin. He hiccuped and few stray tears sliding down his pale cheeks. He closed his eyes and took a deep, shaking breath as the blade cut into his skin, and his arm stung. He tightened his grip on the blade. He'd made his decision. Izuku woke up the same way he'd been waking up all week. To yelling and cursing. His was drenched in his own sweat, and his heart was already pounding loudly in his chest. Fear gripped him because tomorrow would be Sunday, and that would be his first training session with All for One. Underneath that drowning fear was relief that he didn't do anything stupid 2 nights ago when he wielded that razor like a sword. That night he'd thrown away the razor and taken his pills instead. He checked his text messages as soon as he sat up. He'd gotten a text from Kaizome late Friday night after he got a new slew of bruises, and he double-checked the rendezvous point. Kaizome-san has something for him apparently, and he needed to meet him as soon as he could manage to get out of the house. Izuku finally found his window of escape almost as soon as he got dressed. Inko and Hisashi were still yelling at each other, and he could easily escape if he was quick enough about it. They would be too distracted with their petty fight to notice his silent escape. At least he hoped so, as he wrung his perpetually shaking hands together. He crept up the stairs, hardly sparing the dark figure in his room a single glance. The rickety wooden boards creaked under his weight, and he froze for a second to listen. His parents continued to scream at each other as if nothing happened, so he kept going. As he reached the top stair, he paused. He took a deep breath and cracked open the door just a smidgen. The screaming continued. "I don't understand why he wants us to deal with him." Inko screeches from their bedroom across the house, and Izuku stops to listen in. "We'll do whatever he needs us to do, Inko. He's taken an interest in that thing, and we need to make sure he doesn't try to run away. Or worse, actually go to Yui." "Oh." Izuku moved quickly in hopes of not having to listen to this sheet any longer. He silently tiptoed his way out of the house, his raging hot anger making him grind his teeth together until it hurt. "He shouldn't be our responsibility, Hisashi. If All for One wants to use him, he should just take him away. It's not like anyone would notice." He heard Hisashi sigh heavily, and he took a hold of the doorknob and waited for him to speak before he opened it. "You and I both know the Bakugus would notice right away. And the school would contact us as well. There's no way people wouldn't start asking us questions." He opened the door, and stepped through. The streets were quiet and calm compared to the dark and heavy house that he resided in. He took a moment to relax before steeling himself. "I don't care. We could hold a fake funeral for him or something. Please, Hisashi. I can't have him near me anymore, he drives me insane. He's a monster." He shut the door behind him, and headed for Dagoba Beach with a heavy heart. His eyes remained cold, even as the sun shone down on him, and warmed his body. Strangely enough, he couldn't feel it as he picked up the pace. The walk wasn't as scenic as one would think. There weren't any tourists heading to the beach because the beach was relatively still covered in trash. There were no storefronts near the beach either. Most people avoided it. It was probably because it smelled like sheet, which was predictable since there was trash everywhere. Izuku was supposed to clean this beach up before he met All for One. Now it didn't seem like he'd have the energy for that, according to All for One himself. He dreaded what All for One had planned for him as the beach came into view. Kaizome-san was waiting for him as he got there, with a worn-out sword in his hands. Izuku's curiosity was piqued as he neared, almost slipping on the sand on his way to his mentor. He felt incredibly drawn to the katana in Kaizome's hands. Kaizome gave him a half-hearted smirk, and Izuku stood before him. He tilted his head to side, and glanced down at the sword. This. Kaizome began. "This is a sword. Specifically, it's a cursed katana that's identical to my swords in every way. Well, mine aren't cursed like this one. I got it from a friend of mine, and they said it has a demon trapped inside." Izuku nodded slightly. He could feel the dark energy pulsing intoxicatingly, pulling him in and begging for him to touch it. Kaizome gently placed the weapon in Izuku's already open hands. The weapon was freezing to the touch, but other than that nothing happened. Izuku frowned, feeling a little disappointed as he gripped the hilt and lowered it down to his side. Kaizome looked disappointed too. "Maybe it's broken?" Izuku shrugged, but nevertheless he was ecstatic to get his first gift from his mentor. It may have been broken, but he didn't mind in the slightest as he held it in his hand. It was the perfect length and weight for him. It was his, through and through. "Oh well, let's test the thing out anyway," Kaizome-san said when Izuku smiled. In one smooth move, Kaizome freed his sword from its sheath and lunged for him. Izuku sidestepped, and brought his own sword down. In the blink of an eye, Kaizome met him sword for sword, and the sound of them colliding rung loudly in his ears. As soon as Izuku jumped back, Kaizome rushed to join him, and their swords slammed together in a shower of sparks. Their swords danced together in a waltz of battle, turning and meeting. The only sound was Izuku's heavy breathing and the scream of swords meeting each other in over and over in a flurry of blows and bright sparks. Kaizome was fast, very fast. Izuku found himself dodging and parrying more than he thought he would. He should have known, seeing as Kaizome was basically an assassin, a murderer in his own right. The man was well versed in every weapon in the book, most likely. Plus, this man had years of experience on Izuku, who could barely muster up a month or two of basic training. But hey, Izuku had proper form and he knew how to hit and hard with or without a sword in hand thanks to his teacher. Izuku took a cautionary step backwards as Kaizome moved his sword forward into Izuku's guard. In one smooth arch, Kaizome's sword closed the distance between them, and Izuku's sword was faithful and he stood his ground. Their blades met again, in a new flurry of sharp blows. Meeting again and again in a song of clashing blades, Kaizomi and Izuku danced. Panting with the effort of keeping up with Kaizomi-san, Izuku weakly parried a particularly quick blow, and his worn-out sword went soaring through the air, landing delicately into the hot sand. Kaizomi pauses for a second, either waiting for Izuku to pick up his weapon or call it off, but Izuku didn't do either. Izuku left the worn-out sword in the sand, and got in close to Kaizomi. Shocked, Kaizomi swings his sword. Izuku lunged in, and the sword swung right behind him. They were standing nearly chest to chest now, and Izuku grabs his mentor by the wrist and flips him over his shoulder, surprising both himself and Kaizomi-san. His mentor lands roughly on his back, his weapon falling out of his grip. He stared at Izuku for a moment in awe, and Izuku's heart does what it always does. It overanalyzes the situation, and jumps in his throat with fear and anxiety. The fear cradles him in a freezing embrace as he lets out a shaky breath. The word sorry itches desperately at his lips, but like always no sound seems to come out. Kaizomi-san sits up and brushes the sand off of himself, and Izuku is frozen to his spot. His hands seem to shake more than usual, and his teeth chew at the skin of his bottom lip. His shaky hands are clammy and burning. His eyes are hot with his irrational fear as Kaizomi raises a single hand. Kaizomi gives him a soft pat on the head, and every overthinking cell in his body fades away, as Kaizomi smiles at him. "Good job, kiddo." His fear and anxiety wash away almost instantly at the praise. It was almost like Kaizomi-san knew exactly what he needed to hear, and could see the rising terror in Izuku's dark eyes. "I'm sorry the sword didn't end up working, but it seems to do the trick for now," Kaizomi said, gesturing to the workout sword still resting in the sand. He walks over to it, and goes to his duffel bag he left laying in the sand nearby. Kaizomi sets the sword back down, as he rummages through the contents of his bag. After a few seconds of looking, his mentor pulls out a sheath, and puts Izuku's sword in it. Izuku's heart returns to its rightful place in his chest, and the cold heat of fear recedes as Kaizomi reveals the rest of Izuku's unexpected gift. The sheath itself is red like most of Kaizomi's sheaths, but down scabbard is Izuku's name in splatter-like black strokes like ink. With the sheath is a belt with a loop for his katana, and Kaizomi turns to him. "This is everything, kid," and suddenly Kaizomi moves on. "Let's freshen up on your hand-to-hand combat, that's what All for One will focus on first." He pauses, and gives Izuku a grave look. He always likes to make sure whoever he trains knows how to fight without their quirk, and then once he's satisfied he'll move on to your quirk and start the real training. Izuku gives him a weak nod, Kaizomi-san's implications running through his mind. His hands were frozen stiff with anxiety, and his heart felt crushed with fear, twisting and aching. Kaizomi made it out to be exactly what Izuku thought. This wasn't training Izuku would be going trough, he could tell. Kaizomi looked paler than usual, and he looked racked with guilt. Tomorrow Izuku would know what hell really was. He would know that happiness would be a long-forgotten emotion. Izuku would learn that demons weren't the ones to fear because All for One was no demon of any kind. For that man was an angel, of the purest kind. And it was his God-given mission to torture the king of demons. Kaizomi-san was his saving grace, willing to prepare him as much as possible for what was to come. So Izuku shifted into a defensive stance, and watched his mentor very closely. Kaizomi puts all of his weapons away in their respective sheaths, and then their gritty battle of fists begins. Izuku is the first one to move. Their fight is fast-paced, and nerve-wracking as Izuku throws a swift punch, aiming for Kaizomi's jaw. Kaizomi dodges faster than Izuku can follow, and begins with a swinging kick for Izuku's legs. He jumps back, out of the way, and throws a kick of his own. It's a high kick almost coming to Kaizomi's chest, but Kaizomi swipes it away with ease and retaliates. In seconds his palm strike is coming right at Izuku, and he manages to sloppily grab Kaizomi's wrist, and throw a punch that almost misses entirely. Luckily it lands lazily and roughly, and Kaizomi's head whips to the side. His mentor comes back fiercer than before, head-butting Izuku with such force that Izuku staggers back. Kaizomi takes that window of opportunity and delivers a kick to Izuku's unguarded abdomen. Izuku loses his balance on the sand, and the world spins as he lands. Despite the dizziness that assaults him from all sides, Izuku stands and the fight continues. Izuku gets a good hit in, a swift kick to Kaizomi's knee. Kaizomi grunts, air in his lungs hissing between his teeth, but he doesn't fall or cry out. His mentor ends the fight quickly by tackling Izuku into the sand. The warm sand covers him as they land in a heavy heap. He can instantly feel sand sneak its way into his shoes, and all he can see is the bright blue sky above him. Kaizomi gets up after a few seconds of silence, and brushes off the sand coating him. He helps Izuku to his feet with a slight smirk, and Izuku busies himself with brushing away the stubborn sand that seems to have attached itself to his clothes. That was better than usual, Kaizome told him. You could actually win a fight with how much you've improved, and your hands don't hinder your sword skills either like I thought they would. That's good news. Izuku grinned weakly, and Kaizome ruffled the sand out of his curly green hair. You're getting really good, kid. You'll be a hero in no time at the rate you're going. Now his smile widened, and his face became bright with excitement. Oh, how quickly it could be destroyed, this happiness. In her mind, muddled with fog and disdain, Inko had no son. For 15 was it 14? Years she neglected to acknowledge the thing that prowled in that accursed basement. She derived pleasure from beating it and screaming at it, sure, but she never acknowledged it. Did that monster have a name? For a moment she didn't know, and she didn't want to know, but her mind supplied the answer for her. Izuku Midoriya. She hated him, hated him, hated him, hated him. From the moment that thing of a boy rested in her arms after she gave birth to him, to right this second she hated him more than she hated anything. Maybe it was because of the hair, or the eyes. Maybe it was Izuku's siren-like cries that almost made Inko cover her ears and let the child fall to the floor right after his birth. Some days the answer was more clearer than others, but she knew it had something to do with his ugly quirk that didn't belong. It wasn't Hisashi's, or Inko's. It was something else entirely, something dark and foreign. Something that invaded her home and made its ugly nest there like a member of the family. Those monsters were attracted to Izuku ever since the tender age of 4, and she hated it. She hated it so much that she poured all of this information into the ear of her boss, who took an instant liking to that quirk. The man sent one of his own, her husband, to watch Izuku. Inko didn't care, and she had missed Hisahi's company. You see, Hisashi was usually on long-term missions from All for One that kept him away from home for long periods of time. So Inko was grateful for an excuse to get her husband a sort of break. Hisashi watched that thing, and reported back to All for One annually, and Inko hoped they'd be getting rid of him. Take his disgusting quirk, and hopefully All for One would do away with him forever. Maybe he'd make a Nomu out of him, something useful. She didn't care because that thing wasn't her son. It grew inside her for 9 months, but by no means was it hers. It may have her DNA, but it wasn't hers. Inko hated Izuku as much as someone can hate something. What she created hadn't been human from the start, and never would be. He had a human shell, a human heart, but in her eyes he had no right to be called human. That's why she beat him, and screamed at him at every chance she got. That's why All for One took such a great interest in that thing. That's why all of this was beginning. All for One had told her earlier today. He wanted to experiment, and see how much the boy could take. All for One was looking to get an informant inside the impenetrable walls of Yui, and if trained he said Izuku would be that spy. With that, it would be wrong for Inko to be angry. That thing would probably get caught, and after that it wouldn't be her problem anymore. She was glad he called her, and she could still recall exactly what he told her. He'll be our Inko. We can finally achieve our long-awaited dream. We don't need a spy. My dear Inko. You don't see how beneficial this would be for us. With the information he could provide we would have a great advantage. I know, but we need this, Inko. For our plan to succeed we need him. We need every possible bit of information he finds. He could give us a list of every student attending Yui. Every teacher. He could be the difference between the world staying the same, and a world where villains rule. A lawless world, where I would rise in the chaos and take action. That's what we want, isn't it, Inko? Yeah. Then we need him. Don't humanize it. He's human, Inko, don't be like that. Not in my eyes. If our dreams come to fruition, then I'll rid this world of him for you. After we take control of Japan. Alright. All for One's plan was a glamorous one. Kill All Might and change the world from its foundation. Destroy this world of peace, and build a new one birthed from chaos. He would be the symbol of war. The pillar that holds this new world up, and the mastermind behind it all. The age of heroes was over, All for One always said. Inko naturally agreed, and if Izuku was the key to that, then maybe she could endure his existence a little longer to reach her dream. She leaned against her bedroom door, and sighed. Hisashi smiled gently at her. The plan would be moving along smoothly as soon as today was over, and Sunday dawned. That was when it would truly begin. The end of an era was upon them all, even if the heroes didn't know it. The age for heroes was over, and it was finally time to make room for the villains. Izuku wanted to throw up. One moment he was just barely waking up from a fitful sleep, and then in the blink of an eye he was on the ground retching in All for One's cold basement. The world swam and spun around him, and nausea hit him like a wave. The room was dimly lit with that blue fluorescent tubes that housed those monstrous Nomus, and they were blurry and distorted for a moment. Bending over again he nearly vomited, but nothing came up. He hadn't eaten since the day before yesterday, and he was grateful he wasn't spewing vomit all over the floor before his training even began. Izuku swallowed back his nausea and stood. The ground was steady beneath his feet this time, and he blinked away the blur in his eyes as he scanned the room for all for one. At first, he sees no one. The room is dark, and the shadows are still as statues made of ivory. Then as he's glancing around, not pausing to spare a glance at the nomus floating in tubes, a door on the right side of the room opens, and light streams in. Dr. Tsubasa walks into the room, stroking his mustache with a sinister smile. "Ah, dear boy, you're right on time." Izuku hates the way his voice sounds, like ice cracking beneath someone's feet. It's sharp and alarming, and it sounds similar to the voices of his demons that follow him everywhere. Except here. They never tread here, and never will. Dr. Tsubasa strides across the room and grabs each of Izuku's hands. His touch is even colder than his voice, and Izuku fights the urge to yank away his broken hands. "Your hand seems to be functional, that's good. Come, boy. He is waiting for you, and you'll soon know that his patience is thin at best. We should go right away before he comes looking for you himself." Dr. Tsubasa lets go of one of Izuku's hands and keeps his grip tight on the other. He practically drags Izuku across the room and into the dark hallway to the left. Izuku follows him down the hallway shrouded in darkness, and Dr. Tsubasa flicks on the lights as he goes. Blessed light fills the hallway, and the throne seated in that room with the nomus in the tubes. He likes to intimidate people by keeping the lights off, but I can't see a DMN thing, Dr. Tsubasa grumbles, but Izuku can see that sadistic gleam in his eyes that tells Izuku Dr. Tsubasa came up with the idea. Or maybe they know all of his weaknesses already, and this is a warning in disguise. "We know you. We know what makes you tick, and we know exactly how to rip you apart at the seams." Dr. Tsubasa draws a silver key from his pocket and jams the small key into the keyhole, and unlocks the door. Beyond is a brightly lit room, with concrete walls and floors. Each wall is lined with weapons of every kind. Swords, katanas, bow and arrows, guns, warhammers, and daggers with curved blades that were polished until they shone. In the middle of the room was All for One, tossing a sword longer than Izuku's entire arm in the air. The door creaks on its hinges and All for One turns towards him and ice crackles in Izuku's veins, freezing him to his spot in the doorway. Familiar panic rushed forward from the darkest parts of his mind, rearing its ugly head like a monster in the dark. Its sharp claws have a hold of his mind, and he struggled to breathe or move. Dr. Tsubasa didn't seem to care in the least, as he shoved Izuku through the door. "Thank you, Doctor," All for One says, dipping his head slightly. Dr. Tsubasa nods and leaves without so much as a glance back. Izuku tries to suffocate his fear. He tries to bury it deep in his chest until it's nothing more than a slight ache in the back of his mind. Fear remains, so demanding of all of his senses that he can't possibly think. "Young Midoriya, shall we begin?" All for One suggests, putting away the sword. All for One presses something on a remote-looking device, and the walls lined with weapons begin to turn inward until they lock in place again, and there are no weapons on these walls. All for One shrugs off his suit jacket and rolls up the sleeves to his dress shirt. Izuku shifts into a defensive stance and his hands curl into fists. All for One's soft smile is all he sees before something cracks against his jaw. Pain explodes in his mouth and face. The taste of iron rushes to his tongue, hot and thick. Blood. Izuku peels open his eyes again. When did he close them? And All for One is circling him like a hawk circles a dead corpse as it picks the corpse apart until nothing but bone is left. "Did Stain not teach you how to block attacks?" All for One asked, an eyebrow raised. "Did he even teach you how to attack your opponent?" He ignores All for One and watches his movements closely this time. The fear is at the forefront of his mind, but he bears it. His vision of the world is obscured by it, but he forces himself to watch All for One closely. "You're afraid," All for One stated. Izuku stared at him with wide eyes. "Fear is a demon of its own, my boy. Don't let it control you and debilitate you. You're the consort of demons. They will bend to your will. You aren't chained down by fear, young Midoriya," All for One told him, but then he laughed. "Is that what you want me to say? God, I sound like All Might preaching like that. I don't care if you're afraid, and I don't care how many beatings you take before you start moving." Izuku sees it in perfect clarity this time, as All for One comes for him, his fists at the ready. Izuku managed to block that meaty fist with his arm, but it was sloppy and he still ended up getting hit pretty hard. Pain throbbed up his arm, down to his elbow. He squeezed in air between his clenched teeth and shifted backward with the force of the next blow. All for One was relentless, delivering punch after punch until Izuku lost his balance and fell. Izuku tried to scramble to his feet, but All for One was much, much quicker than Izuku could ever hope to be. He was kicked across the room, and he slammed back first into the wall behind him. All the air in his lungs left in a blink of an eye and left him gasping silently for air that refused to enter his lungs. Pain rocketed up his spine, stabbing and sharp. He rolled into his stomach and drew in gulps of air. His chest loosened, and he started to stand. All for One has been watching, and he slammed his foot onto Izuku's back. His chin cracked against the concrete beneath him, and his face burned with pain. He didn't cry out, he never did. Not as All for One's kick sent him flying like a rag doll. His muscles burned, and the newly forming bruises ached with dull pain as All for One kept him down. Each attempt to stand was stomped out, literally. More than once blood dropped between his lips, and streamed down his face and stained the floor red. His only defense was to curl in one himself and wait out the storm as he did with his mother. He couldn't tell if it was All for One beating him in a concrete room, or his mother screaming and cursing at him in the kitchen. It wasn't any different from the times before, but it lasted so much longer. He could barely feel each blow. He wasn't here anymore. He was in his mother's basement. He was in the kitchen getting another beating for a meaningless reason. He was hiding in the bathroom, so he wouldn't have to be in the dark. He was anywhere but here. He wasn't here. He wasn't here. This pain wasn't his. He wasn't All for One's next investment. This life wasn't his. This was all just a bad dream. At least that's what he told himself as he squeezed his eyes shut and shut out the pain of each kick. His fingers gripped his wild green hair, shaking, and his knees were tucked under him. Everything throbbed and screamed at him, but Izuku couldn't bear the thought of moving even an inch. He couldn't. "My boy," the voice was soft. "You can stand now." Izuku didn't move, the pain was like a snake. It cooled around all of him and squeezed. It squeezed and brought agony with each tightening coil. He could taste the hot iron coating his mouth, and the pain throbbing every single fiber of him. He didn't want to move and make it worse. Izuku definitely didn't want to fall for some sick trick and start the cycle all over again. All for One spoke again, slightly annoyed. "Get up." Izuku ignored those words. Soon enough All for One lifted him into the air like he weighed nothing and set him down on his feet. Shaking and bloody, Izuku stared at All for One. "Again, until you can block me properly." Dread laid heavy in his stomach, and he once again assumed his defensive stance. "See, this right here is why you keep falling on your butt," All for One told him, walking over to him. He easily corrected his stance and nodded to himself. "That's much better, now see if you can block me successfully this time." Swallowing the bile in his throat, Izuku nodded ever so slightly. All for One launched himself at him with a fist raised and Izuku managed a clean block. All for One came for him again, and Izuku wasn't swallowing back fear this time. He was swallowing back his hesitance to fight someone with this much power. It intimidated him, but he didn't want to get the sheet beat out of him again. With aching muscles, he tried his best to block every attack that came his way. When blocking one of All for One's crazy strong punches, how was he this strong? He slipped. Every aching joint was on fire as he fell, and All for One growled at him. As soon as he fell, All for One kicked him across the room. Again. Another slip up. Again. A punch that broke his nose, and sent blood streaming down his face. Again. A simple sweep of his leg sent Izuku falling again, and he crawled to his feet again with shaking legs. All for One waited with his arms crossed, anger rolling off him in waves. Again. 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 Each time he crawled to his feet it got harder and harder. Dried blood had crusted on his face, and now his knuckles were coated in it from wiping it off his face. He knew his knees had to be split open. His jeans kept sticking to his knees, and the stung each time he fell. Again. His body began to resist him, and more than once All for One had to be the one who dragged him back to his feet. He couldn't even bring himself to lift up his arms in defense for the next attack, but he was so tired. He couldn't do it anymore, he just wanted to hide. He didn't want to be here anymore. Izuku wanted to wake up from this nightmare in Kaken's room, where Kaken would tell him to quit being a baby and play his console with him. Too bad this wasn't a dream. He let out a shaky sigh as he brought himself to his knees again, spitting up blood. This floor was littered with his own blood, Izuku observed. All for One tapped his foot, not looking disheveled in the least. Izuku lifted himself up again, his knees almost buckling beneath him. "That was good, next week we'll work on your offensive skills." And once more the world around him swirled and changed. Shoyuta had been following this boy around for a while. His name was Izuku Midoriya. Yes, he'll admit he was snooping around the kids' school to find out, and he was mute. Apparently he was quirkless and only had one friend. Bakugo Katsuki. Whenever Midoriya didn't leave his house for days, every Sunday, Shoyuta took to watching Bakugo. His day would always start out with knocking Midoriya's door and walking to school with the kid. Why was Shoyuta bothering with a kid like Midoriya Izuku? Well, it was simple. He was interested ever since he saw him in Recovery Girl's office. He was curious about the wounds on his hands and how he got them. Shoyuta had seen this boy before, and he determined to confront the boy. Was he being abused? Was it the thuggish guy by the name of Kaizome? It was just the hero in him trying to help the boy with broken hands. No one could blame him, as he watched Midoriya leave his house with Bakugo. His hands were bandaged completely, and he wore a hoodie even though it had to be at least 90 degrees outside. Nasty bruises marred his face in a collage of black, purple and blue. He watched them from his spot on the roof, playing it off like a pro hero going on patrol. Shoyuta followed the duo all the way to their middle school and watched as they disappeared within its walls. Shoyuta sighed. He gained no new information by following Midoriya during the week, and he always seemed to miss him on Saturdays. Just as he was about to turn around and head to Yui, he was stopped by an arm. He whipped his head around and glared at the man, and was surprised to see that it was Kaizomi. "Eraserhead," he said gruffly. "What are you doing here?" Shoyuta shrugged. "What do you think? I'm doing a DMN patrol. Don't play dumb with me." "You were watching him," Kaizomi mumbled. "What if I was? What's it to you? Don't stop. Whatever you do, never keep your eyes off of him. Do your FING job, and save him because I can't." Shoyuta could only gape for a moment, as Kaizomi went on. "You're a pro hero that teaches at Yui, right? Make sure he makes it into Yui, and save him." His phone buzzed in his back pocket and he glanced down and reached for it. When he looked up, Kaizomi was gone. "Ah, shit," with a heavy sigh he answered his phone, his voice monotone and bored. "What do you want, Present Mike?" "Ah, don't be like that, Shoyuta." Present Mike whined on the other line. "I just called to make sure you were okay. What does Nedzu want this time?" "Oh, he needs you to review our entrance exam preparations with him. He says, and I quote, Aizawa-sensei is the only one who understands anything I say." Shoyuta glared at the sky, cursing everyone in Yui and the principal as well. "Fine, I'm on my way. See you then, Shoyuta." "It's Eraserhead." He hung up the call and started off toward Yui, hating every step. Nedzu was the most intellectual person, or was he an animal? At Yui. Yet, that rat still insisted on performing exams that favored more flashy and physical quirks. Shoyuta was of course against it every year, and Nedzu liked to argue with him about it. That's why Nedzu wanted to review all the preparations with him. Not because Aizawa was smart and fun to talk to, but because it was entertaining to argue with him. Soon enough he found himself at Yui's entrance and groaned as he walked into the halls. The place was swarming with teachers and heroes who were enlisted to help with entrance exam preparations. Shoyuta made his way down the hallways toward Nedzu's office. He made it there uninterrupted, which he considered a blessing. But his blessings ended there. Nedzu sat in his chart sipping away at his coffee with a smirk. "Aizawa-sensei. Glad to see that you actually showed up." "Of course I did, why wouldn't I? Maybe because you're too busy patrolling the streets of Muzurifu day and night." "Why is that?" "I'm concerned is all," Shoyuta told him coolly, taking a seat in the chair in front of Nedzu's desk. The principal clasped his hands together, and all the screens in the room turned on. Each screen played a different section of the practical exam, Zone A, Zone B and Zone C. The robots were currently being calibrated and tested thoroughly before they were put in their final positions. The entrance exam was almost upon them. Shoyuta would most likely see that boy again, and Midoriya was destined to fail. His hands would still be too ravaged to help him in any way. He was sure of it. That's part of the reason he wanted to speak to Nedzu. "Well," Nedzu began, "unlike last year, I won't be dragging out an argument like I usually do. I'd like to go over a few things that are going to be different this year. First and foremost, Yui will have dorms this year." "Why are you only telling me this and not the other teachers?" Nedzu grinned slightly. "You weren't listening to me at the staff meeting last week." Shoyuta grunted and motioned for Nedzu to go on. "As you already know, we have an art scholarship up for grabs, and many people have already presented their pieces. We're under the process of narrowing down our current applicants with the help of Present Mike, but that's not something I need to discuss with you. I want to offer you a room at Yui for this year, as the teacher in charge of managing the dorms." Shuta's response was curt and sharp. "No way." Nedzu frowned. "You're the only teacher I can count on to expel your entire class. You'll be the only one with free time." "Yeah, and? I spend my free time doing things I like, not looking after bratty children. Do me this one favor, Aizawa. Plus, you'll probably get to expel a few of them," Nedzu pleaded. "I need a raise." "Done," Nedzu exclaimed. "I'm so glad you decided to say yes." The world was black and swimming. This world wasn't the real world, it was the world within his mind. For the past few weeks, his Sundays were filled with training and fighting. Apparently he had graduated from hand-to-hand combat, and even sped past weaponry training. All for One had been impressed with him, and apparently decided to divulge a little information. When he started attending Yui, he'd have to spy on the staff and students. Even if he didn't want to. That's when his spy training began, and it started with learning how to keep his mouth shut, no matter what. Yui won't hesitate to torture you for answers if you're revealed as a spy. That's what All for One had told him 2 weeks ago after their training session as he explained Izuku's purpose at Yui. The hilt of Izuku's sword had been slipping from his grasp, sweat coated his hands and his body. He couldn't tell this man no. In this world there were no choices, only commands. That next week he had been introduced to Midoriya. She had straight black hair, cut just below her chin. She had instructed him to sit down in a chair. The room was brightly lit like a patient's room at the hospital, but this wasn't a hospital. This was hell, and he realized that the second she put her hands over his eyes. They called this girl's quirk nightmare. He had no clue how long he'd been in her thrall, running in terror, and crying within his own mind. And today he sat in the same chair, in the same room, with the same girl. The world had melted away to pure black. The fear had seized him almost immediately, but just before he could even think about panicking the world came to be. The walls were the first to materialize, gray and dingy. The floors were the same, and this room was only lit by light bulb hanging limply on a string. Izuku was strapped to a chair, and his body was already ripped apart with cuts and bruises. His head throbbed, and he was missing a few fingers. A tray full of surgical instruments rested nearby, along with his detached fingers. Every instrument was already stained with his blood. He'd had this same nightmare last week, but he'd only got this far before it ended. Now he was picking up where he left off, he realized. And it didn't look too good for him. You have 30 seconds to answer my questions, young Midoriya. Who is your master? Why were you spying on Yui? Izuku, disheveled and in agony, didn't respond. It was like his mouth was sewn shut, and no words would form, no matter how much he wanted the pain to end. All Might was holding his other hand in his tight grip, wielding a plier in the other hand. Come on! Answer me! But he couldn't. He couldn't. Izuku watched with wide, terrified eyes, as that plier clamped around his pointer finger. All Might waited for a breath and squeezed, and pain exploded in the joints of his finger. Izuku bent over in agony, clenching his jaw so hard his teeth and jaw ached. Surely you value your fingers, young Midoriya? Why don't you answer a few questions of me? Skiing in a trembling breath, Izuku tried to. He tried, and tried. It was like something was jammed down his throat and he couldn't say anything. No matter how much his body and mind screamed at him to just spill everything just so the pain could end quickly. There was a sickening ripping and popping sound, and Izuku didn't dare to look as the pain struck him like lightning. He screamed. It was a high, shrill noise, and it made All Might frown. You've got 7 fingers left, Midoriya, and if you don't answer we'll move on to your toes. Who is your boss? After a long silence only filled by Izuku's labored breathing, All Might tore off another finger. Izuku's excruciating screams echoed through the small room, and All Might grabbed a handful of his curly green hair and yanked. Izuku's vision was blurry, but he could see All Might glaring at him. Is it all for one? Tell me. Izuku tried to nod, but he soon came to the conclusion that the illusion wouldn't allow it. All Might pulled out a pistol and rested it against Izuku's forehead. I'll ask this one more time. Do you work for All for One? Izuku could only squeeze his eyes shut as the shot rang out and blared in his ears. He braced himself for the pain, but it never came. For a moment he was confused, but then he realized what had happened. A different nightmare began. More horrifying than the last. It was dark. That's what he noticed first and foremost. He couldn't see anything, but he could smell the forest around him. He could smell the unearthed soil, the wet leaves and the faint scent of rain. Slowly his eyes adjusted to the darkness and he could see the trees around him. The forest was alive around him, the leaves of the trees swaying in the breeze, but his body tensed even though the forest should have calmed him. Izuku let out a trembling breath, waiting for the nightmare to start. He heard something snap. A twig, his mind supplied. The hairs on the back of his neck rose, and in fear latched onto him, primal, instinctual fear. That's when he heard it. The thing, the monster of this nightmare. Its wail of destruction made the ground shudder. The scream was deep and booming. The trees creaked and swayed, almost bowing. Izuku was surprised the trees didn't snap themselves in half. Izuku didn't hesitate to run. He launched himself through the trees, his breathing quiet and quick compared to the low, long growl of the monster chasing after him. The trees behind him snapped as the creature pursued him. He was already sweating, and his breathing was labored. He didn't dare look behind him to catch a glimpse of the horrendous monster. Branches whipped across his cheeks but he hardly noticed the sting. Izuku's knees protested every movement, but he forced himself to go faster. He could feel its breath on his heels. Rotting and dangerously hungry for its next meal. If he didn't pick up his pace he'd surely end up in the stomach of that thing. There's nowhere for you to run, a low growl. No one will save you, King of Demons. Its voice was like metal scraping on metal. A choir of screaming demons. A chill skittered down Izuku's spine like a spider. Izuku didn't listen to its words. He could almost see the end of the forest. He was so close to the sunlight, to freedom. He could feel it in his soul. His body screamed at him to stop running, but fear kept him going. It muddled everything, his sense of direction, his logic. Everything. His fear distorted everything. So he didn't notice the trap. He didn't notice that this entire forest was a trap, and that the monster chasing him was one too. Izuku was running into the heart of the forest, where the monster waited, its huge jaws waiting for him. In Izuku's eyes he was running toward safety, where help waited. Once he reached out for the light and touched it, the world lost its glamour. He was standing right in front of a hunchbacked monster. This whole time he'd been running toward what he thought he was running from. Its skin was hanging off its arms in heavy wrinkles. The monster was covered up by a shredded blanket that covered its entire body. Only its arms and feet were visible. Its skin was dark, black even. It reached out to him with its thin arms, and Izuku kept walking toward it no matter how hard he tried not to. He wasn't in control anymore. Its hand beckoned him closer, and his legs moved faster. Toward that monster. A whimper escaped his lips as he drew ever closer. He only stopped when he was close enough for the monster to touch. It reached up a hand to touch his face, and Izuku felt hot tears streak down his cheeks. The smell of rot and death was stronger than ever, and it only made everything worse. Its sharp claws dug into his cheek, and the creature finally pulled back its hood. Izuku's heart plummeted in his chest, his eyes flashing with terror. Rows and rows of yellowing teeth greeted him, and the monster spoke. "I am God. And you deserve to die," it seemed to add without speaking before it tackled him, and a gut-wrenching scream filled the forest. His own scream, low and painful. God didn't wait to start eating him alive. Those jaws chomped down on his arm first, tearing his muscles and crushing his bones. Izuku kicked at him, his screams piercing his own ears as he fought to free himself. His arm was in agony. Blood squirted as God finally ripped his arm from his shoulder. It pooled around him quickly, sticky and warm. Slowly the pain began to dull, until he couldn't feel anything at all. The world changed, but a nightmare didn't begin. He was back in that chair, with that woman. But they weren't alone. All for One stood close by, the Kaizomi-san next to him. "Care for a little quirk training?" he asked. But to Izuku it wasn't a question, it was a demand, and Izuku was happy to oblige. All for One turned away, and Izuku got up on shaking legs and followed. Kaizomi said nothing as that went down an unfamiliar hallway. It was brightly lit, just like the rest of the place, but he could smell the mold and musty smell of water. This hallway led to a single door, and All for One entered. Izuku hesitated, but he had no choice. The room was huge and dimly lit. The walls and floors were made of cracked concrete, and on the opposite wall of the door, a single chair sat. On the walls next to the chair were two garage doors. One on each wall. All for One took a seat in that chair, and crossed one leg over his knee. Izuku looked around, confused for a moment. Kaizomi didn't move from his spot, and All for One began to explain. "Do you remember the scars I gave you on your hands?" How could he forget? His hands had been destroyed. He unwrapped the bandages around his hands, struggling as he began to shake even more. "Those are pentagrams on your hands, and do you know what you can do with those, my boy?" Izuku didn't like where this was going. Not one bit. He rubbed at the back of his neck, nodding slightly. "Good, then do it." He froze. He could feel a cold sweat coming on, and he sucked in a sharp, short breath. The wall seemed to close in on him, and he didn't realize he'd started to hyperventilate. Izuku covered his face with his shaking hands and shook his head. No. No way, he couldn't do it. There was no fing way he'd do that. Cold hands cupped the sides of his face, and for a fleeting moment he thought it was Kaizomi. But then he felt the fire, the pain, and he felt like he was exploding. Forceful quirk activation. It was like every pore in his body was being forced open, and all of his energy was being sucked out. Izuku's hands felt heavy and hot. His eyes flew open, and he screamed. Black fire danced in his hands, and from that black fire, demons emerged. The air was filled with their piercing screams, and wails of agony. Izuku's hands flew to his ears, and the fire stopped completely as All for One pulled away. Nothing happened. Why is he screaming? Kaizomi whispered softly, as if he couldn't see all of the demons crammed into the room. Some had horns sharper than anything Izuku had ever seen. Others had red, dripping eyes. Could it be that Izuku was the only one who could see them? No, it worked. All for One mumbled, "Izuku, control them." "I know you can." Izuku glared up at him, pressing his hands against his ears in an attempt to block out all the screaming. "Use your thoughts, and they'll follow your command. They're your demons, Izuku, don't be afraid of them." But he was. There was no way he could just stop this fear in its tracks. "Command them, Izuku, quit wasting time," All for One snapped, with a low growl. This fear of yours is a sign of weakness. Destroy it before I destroy you. What are you thinking? Kaizomi shouted, and Izuku shrunk back, battling to push his fear away. You can't just. I'll kill you where you stand, Stain. This isn't your business. He's my apprentice. He's my experiment. All for One shouted, and if I'm going to allow him to attend Yui and spy on them, then he needs to meet my standards. Izuku blocked out everything, all the wailing, and the arguing. All that was left was silence, and his heavy breathing. He wanted them to go away. He wanted all of the wailing demons to disappear into thin air. He took a deep breath, and calmed his panicking heart. He let his hands drop, and cupped together. At first nothing seemed to happen as he slowly blinked, keeping his breathing as steady as possible. Then it started slowly. The figures walked closer as if they were being pulled. One by one each monster got SCKED into Izuku's hands. The joints in his hands stung and burned. The energy from the demons he absorbed seemed to vibrate and throb, and All for One stopped mid-sentence to grin. It was a terrifying sight. Finally, he breathed. It had been a few days since Midoriya began his training, and Kaizomi was determined to save him. He himself couldn't do it, but he had followers. He had his roses, as he liked to call them. They accepted his philosophy as gospel almost, and often joined him back when he spent most of his time killing corrupted heroes. In case anything should happen to him, he needed them to do his work for him. Kaizomi needed to save Midoriya no matter what. So when he entered the abandoned warehouse where his roses hung out, he held hope in his heart. As soon as the door closed behind him, teenagers and former pro heroes stepped into the light. They greeted him with excited grins and shouts. Kaizomi waited for them to go silent before he spoke. I have a mission for all of you, he said plainly, and his followers smiled slightly. A dangerous mission, he added. Just tell us already. A girl with blonde hair squealed. Her hair was twisted into twin buns, and the older man next to her with purple tendrils of purple fog jabbed her in the ribs. Be quiet now, Himiko. Ah, you're so mean, Kurogiri-chan. Kaizomi silenced them with a stare, and continued. A few months ago I accepted an apprentice. He's not a vigilante, he wants to be a hero. Due to my error, All for One a villain has taken an interest in him. As a result he's being forced to spy on Yui and develop a quirk he hates. This is your mission. Should the villains ever use his information he gathers to attack his school and hurt him, go there and protect him, take him away if you have to. At first they'd all looked confused, but as they listened they seemed to understand. His roses nodded, slowly but surely. Gladly, Stain, Kurogiri told him, we'll do as you ask. He hoped it'd never come to that. He stayed for a while, just to indulge his followers and get to know his new members. Most of them were pretty young, almost as young as his apprentice. Kaizomi made sure to caution them against doing anything crazy just because he did crazy things. He didn't want to hear about children dying because they'd been imitating him. He left later at night and decided to go hunting. Hunting for targets always calmed him, and God only knew how much he deserved a chance to relax right now. He stalked the deserted alleyways and rooftops, looking for a hero to slaughter. It didn't take long for him to find one. Igenium, speed hero. He wasn't particularly corrupted by any means, but Kaizomi was itching to get a chance to spill hero blood. They'd failed him a long, long time ago, and he was still hellbent on revenge no matter what. It didn't matter how many heroes his sword struck down, he craved more and more. He loved the taste of blood on his tongue, metallic and hot. Igenium was fast, but Kaizomi doubted he'd be too hard to kill. He'd killed speed types before, and they'd begged for mercy just like all the rest. Kaizomi spent his night stalking his prey, until dawn kissed the sky and the world lit up around him. He retired to his apartment and spent the morning studying Ingenium through video footage shared on the internet. He leaned back in his swivel chair, shoveling chips into his mouth. He shoved all his worries about Midoriya to the back of his mind. He'd figure something out eventually. For now he needed to focus on something soothing and routine. Everything was stressing him out, and he never made good decisions when he was stressed. He clicked on another video of Ingenium saving a woman from an oncoming car. He got out his knives and started to sharpen them. Soon they'd be stained with the blood of that hero, and the world would remember to fear the hero killer. Soon, a well-known and loved hero would be getting buried deep in the ground, to be forgotten as years went by. It was a shame. He almost felt bad for Ingenium. Almost. A month of quirk training and spy training went by. Izuku was given a break a week or two before the Yui's entrance exam from All for One's brutal training. School had been let out for a week already. He was drained, and he avoided Kaken at all costs the entire break. He spent most of it outside too, drawing and trying to calm his nerves. It never worked, of course. He was frustrated that his hands shook too much, and his artistry suffered for it. His lines were shaky and awkward. It set him off, and he found himself tearing page after page out of his notebook. Maybe painting would yield better results? He knew Yui was getting a revamped art program, and maybe he could take part in that. Izuku sighed quietly, and pursed his lips together. In a few hours he'd have to head off to Yui, and he wasn't mentally prepared for the rush of anxiety he would undoubtedly get when faced with huge crowds of people. Sleeping in parks again, young man? Izuku jumped, and his sketchbook fell into the grass. He recognized that voice. He looked to with right and gave Toshinori a strained grin. Can I see what you're drawing? Izuku practically lunged for the sketchbook, and Toshinori laughed slightly. He opened it to a random page. It was messy and dark, with two hands visible, reaching out. Hisashi's hands, to be precise. They could be All for One's too because they were strong large hands, seeking to crush and destroy. He held it out for Toshinori, hoping he wouldn't flip too far into the book and see his other, darker drawings. Toshinori took it, and his brows furrowed slightly, before he flipped through eagerly. Izuku glanced away, embarrassed. Toshinori didn't say anything for a while. Yui would accept you into its new art program in a heartbeat if you submitted stuff like this. Izuku gave him a silent shrug as Toshinori handed him the sketchbook back. I really mean it. I'll start working there soon, and I could bring some of them for Present Mike to look over, if you want. If Izuku could have spoke, he would have jumped up, and said, could you really? But he couldn't speak, or wouldn't. Either way he gaped at Toshinori, and Toshinori began to smile. Here, tear off a few pages for me, and I'll deliver them before the entrance exam. Izuku didn't need to be told twice. He tore off the page of a simple landscape of flowing grass, and another of that guy's cat named Eclipse. He even tore off a drawing of Kaken, glaring at him from the corner of his eye. He looked all brooding and angry in that drawing, propping his head up on his hand. Theses should be enough to catch Present Mick's attention. Can I have your name? Oh wait, it's on the edge of this paper. Midoriya Izuku, right? Izuku nodded, and Toshinori went off, not wasting a moment. Good luck on your entrance exam. If Izuku had the words, he would have thanked him. But for now he had to meet up with Kaken, who had been blowing up his phone all break. Izuku finally caved and decided to go with him to the exam, but Kaken had made him promise they'd hang out beforehand. He had to stop by Kaizome's apartment to grab his sword first. He'd already sent in a support gear application, All for One, and Kaizome-san helped him with it. Anyway, he made his way into the apartment, pulling out the key from the chain around his wrist. He took it off and opened the door. Kaizome was waiting for him, looking a little more relaxed than usual. Today's the day, huh? He mumbled, as he reached for the sword propped up next to him. You'll definitely pass, Izuku. Don't doubt yourself, you know how to use your quirk now, and that suppressor around your neck should help you keep from overexerting yourself. I don't care what All for One ordered you to do during this test, but don't go overboard. Izuku grinned and nodded. And do not stab anyone with this, you hear me, young man? He rolled his eyes and nodded. Kaizome handed over Izuku's katana and Izuku strapped it around his waist. Kaizome stood and hugged him fiercely, like a father would his son. Do what you have to do, and don't get yourself killed. I'll kill you all over again if you do. Izuku nodded, and he gave Edgar the pug a few belly rubs before leaving with his sword at his hip. The sky was clear and bright today, and it was already getting pretty hot despite the early hour. He weaved his way through the streets, barely seeing the demons that lurked behind, and smiled at him with two wide teeth and two white smiles. The quirk suppressant cross for irony was given to him as a gift from All for One. It would help him control his quirk enough so he wouldn't hurt someone or himself on accident. But he'd be taking it off, and he dreaded it. In the month that he'd had it, he became attached to it. It was his defense against the demons raging, waiting for a command and a chance to deal some damage. It was his only comfort, his semblance of control. Without it he'd overuse his quirk, and then he stopped that thought. He couldn't let himself ponder over it and scare himself all over again. Izuku would take off his suppressant and he would keep calm and control it. He would only be taking it off for a few minutes. Or seconds. It really depended on his willingness to use his full potential. He was going to pass, and he would pass in first place. Just like All for One instructed. Keep yourself in the spotlight, so they don't see your darkness. Or so he said. Izuku thought it would be better to hide in the shadows he'd ran from all his life. But All for One's word was law, and he would follow it. Izuku came upon Kaken's house, and raised his hand to knock when the door flew open. Izuku! Auntie Mitsuki shouted. You're finally here. I have your snacks packed, and no matter what your guys' results are, I'm gonna be proud. Izuku was crushed in a massive bear hug that only Auntie Mitsuki could deliver with such ferocity. He let himself melt into it, before she let go and move a backpack in his hands. Here are your snacks, and Katsuki's shove them down his fing throat if he refuses to eat them, and good luck. Now go, both of you Katsuki Bakugo get your F but down here this instant or I am F coming god FDMN you old HAG. Call me an old hag again, Katsuki. Try me. Izuku's eyes went wide, and he grabbed Kaken by the arm and dragged him away with a wave. Mitsuki smiled at him and waved back. Kaken glared at her the entire time until they turned the corner. Izuku gave him a concerned glance. She's all worried about both of us. She wants both of us to pass, but she thinks we won our pass. What she doesn't know is that we can do it. Izuku nodded, excited. We'll FING show her. Kaken then launched into a long-winded tangent about what the entrance exam could hold for them. He discussed the hero exam for the longest time before switching to the support entrance exam. Little did Kaken know, Izuku planned on taking the hero course entrance exam, and he planned to blow away his competition just like All for One instructed. All he needed to do was take off the suppressant for a few seconds. Nothing more. Then he'd secure his spot at the top of his class. The two of them walked down the sidewalk toward Yui, and Kaken thankfully filled the silence with words of encouragement. Too quickly they came upon the front gates, where teenagers swarmed. Izuku slammed down on his anxiety, refusing to let it control him. He stuck close to Kaken, but even then people seemed to overlook him. A guy with crazy purple hair slammed into him, and gave him a fleeting apology that was mostly a mumble. Kaken glared at him. What an butt. Izuku jabbed him in the side with his elbow. Ow. What the hell? You know I'm right. Kaken rolled his eyes. Fine, he's not an butt. He gave Kaken a rare smile, and they entered the building together. Izuku pulled out his phone and typed a small message out, preparing for Kaken's confusion when he didn't leave his side. Izuku could easily spot the sign that directed him to the support course exam, and even Kaken pointed it out to him but he shook his head. For a moment Kaken looked confused, until Izuku handed him his phone. I lied to you. Lied to me about what? I never planned on joining the support course. Kaken raised an eyebrow, and Izuku quickly typed out an explanation. I want to be a hero. Then let's go, Kaken replied, but his eyes promised that he'd be asking a lot of questions after this. They entered the massive auditorium and it was already dark and full of people. In spite of that, they still managed to sit together. Present Mike explained the entrance exam quickly. He was loud, but clear and understandable. When he was done, the images of each robot they'd face still projecting against the wall, he spoke. Can I get a plus ultra? The room filled with stiff, awkward silence. Tough crowd, Present Mike muttered softly, all of you are to head to your respective zones. As it turned out, him and Kaken ended up in different zones. Izuku was almost relieved, as he stuffed his bandaged hands into the pockets of his hoodie and waited for the exam along with the other teenagers around him. Most of them were laughing to each other about him being easy to beat. He wrapped his hand around the cross on his neck and rubbed it thoughtfully. I'll put it right back on. He told himself, as Present Mike gave them a quick review of the rules. Kill as many robots as humanly possible everyone. He yelled, standing on the massive wall around the fake city where they'd be taking their test. The metal gate sunk into the ground slowly, until there was an opening for everyone to run inside. Everyone waited for a bated breath for instructions. Well, your exam begins now. Izuku was the first to move, already scaling a building with difficulty. He wasn't the best at climbing. Izuku was a powerhouse, not a cat who jumped rooftops for fun. Everyone else rushed by him, and Izuku ignored them all as they cut their way through all the robots. All of them were in competition for first place, and if Izuku knew what was good for him, he'd be running to finish his first mission. He waited because he was curious about everyone's quirks. Because he wanted everyone to get a chance to pass. Because he needed to calm himself before jumping off the edge again so soon. Izuku sat down on a rooftop in the middle of the zone, watching with roving eyes and curious glances. His hands shook in his pockets, but when did they not? He watched as a girl with an anti-gravity quirk lifted robots into the air and deactivated her quirk to make them smash into pieces on the ground. He watched as a boy with engine-like legs shot across the streets, taking down robot after robot without breaking so much as a sweat in the process. It was fascinating to watch as robot after robot fell to the hands of teenagers, and reappear just as quickly. A boy with purple hair caught his attention instantly, using only a crowbar to destroy robots. He wondered vaguely what his quirk was. I hope he passes. I mean, he's not even using a quirk and he's destroying robot after robot. Izuku tore his eyes away from the kid only because he was painfully aware that he had no points whatsoever, and that someone or something was watching him. A little drone hovered by him, and he gave it a meek wave. He figured it was the way teachers watched the entrance exam as it progressed. Maybe they were curious about him. It flew away, and Izuku went back to watching everyone destroy more and more robots. He'd do it soon. He just needed to gather the courage. It'll just be a minute. He rubbed at his cross again, and listened as Present Mike called for them to hurry up. 1 minute was left. The drone flew by again, and stayed fixated on him. He stared at it, and stood. One hand rested on his weapon, and the other gripped his cross in a death grip. The drone seemed to follow him as he peered over the edge of the building, and the ground began to tremble and shake. Izuku raised an eyebrow as a zero-pointer emerged, destroying skyscrapers in the process. People scrambled to run away, but Izuku didn't join them. There were still hundreds of robots to destroy still, and the girl with the anti-gravity quirk seemed to be trapped. His heart squeezed in his chest, and he ripped off his cross. Izuku unsheathed his sword, and the world shuddered in response. His power tasted like iron in the air, like blood. He jumped to the next roof, past the girl with the anti-gravity quirk, and stood face to face with the zero-pointer. It raised its big metal arm, ready to destroy him, but Izuku merely stared at it, eyes blank and his mouth a thin line. Dabi materialized from his sword and bowed to him, all dark scars and blue fire. "Your orders?" Dabi asked, with a devilish smile. Izuku matched his grin, and gave him one single command, and all the robots in the zone fell. One by one, until the zero-pointer itself was the last one standing. He pointed his sword toward it, the very end of the blade coming up to touch the cool metal. The robot flew backwards like it had been hit, its massive body slamming into every possible building as it finally crashed to the ground. Destroy. And Dabi had done exactly that, without moving a muscle. Izuku carefully put his cross back on and sheathed his sword. Dabi vanished, and Izuku clambered down the building he'd been standing on. The girl he saved hugged him immediately, gushing her thanks and gratitude. "Thank you so much. You didn't have to do that." Izuku awkwardly smiled and scooted away. A blush rose to his cheeks and shoulders. Suddenly his hoodie was too hot as he panicked. He couldn't exactly tell her not to worry about it, and she looked at him with her brows furrowed. Izuku felt bad, and embarrassed as she let the subject drop. It was a small blessing, as they left the entrance exam zones and headed back for the school where all their things were. He was halfway through gathering his stuff and eating a sandwich when he found Kaken and offered him a bag of chips. Kaken walked him home, and they stood at Dagoba Beach, which was still full of trash. "Explain," he grumbled, his anger hitting Izuku like a tidal wave. Izuku took a cautious step back, and glanced around. Anywhere but at those burning angry eyes that reminded him too much of his father's. Fear reared its head in his mind, like an unwelcome guest. He scked on his lower lip, trying to get rid of the anxiety tightening in his chest. A number of demons stood around, grinning at him from the shadows. He grabbed the nearest one and pushed his energy into it, and Izuku took another step back. He knew from the terrified look on Kaken's face that it worked, and Kaken could see it too. "Hello." The demon croaked with a toothy smile, and Kaken paled, and still said nothing. Izuku let his hands fall to his sides and he pulled. He felt a slight tug in his chest before the demon vanished, its power brimming just under Izuku's skin. What? He waited silently for the inevitable rejection and disgust. He waited for Kaken to hate him and yell at him. He waited, but none of that happened. "This is your quirk? Why would you keep a secret for so long?" Izuku shrugged, and Kaken roared with laughter. "With a FING quirk like that you'll have all the stupid but villains running for their lives." He couldn't help but smile. After Kaken collected himself, he walked all the way home with Izuku until they were at the front door of his house. "Text me when you get your acceptance letter, DMN nerd." Izuku nodded, and swung open the door to deliver the news to Hisashi. Kaken seemed reluctant to leave, but he shut the door on him nonetheless. Hisashi was waiting for him in the kitchen, and Izuku stopped a good ways away. "Well?" Hisashi snapped, "Did you do well?" He nodded slightly, and Hisashi frowned. He stood from his chair, and circled around Izuku. Like a lion with a gazelle. Izuku watched with sharp eyes, too frozen to move. "You can't mess this up for us," Hisashi whispered as he rested his hand on the back of Izuku's neck, the hand that brought unending pain. "You understand that, don't you?" Izuku's mouth went dry, as pain assaulted him from every inch of his body. He tensed up, almost like he was about to start seizing up. "Do you understand?" He fought the urge to scream and cry. He ignored the memories itching at the darkest part of his mind, and managed a nod. His vision seemed to blur as Hisashi's grip tightened and stayed firm. "That's good," Hisashi mumbled, with a soft smile. Izuku scked in a shallow breath, before wheezing right back out. His entire body was crying out for the pain to end, but Hisashi didn't look inclined to do so. "Oh, am I hurting you?" He mumbled harshly, his breath hot on Izuku's ear. "I'm sorry. I didn't realize." Then, as quickly as the pain came, it was gone. Izuku dropped to the floor, gasping and retching. Hisashi gave a disgusted sigh, and took a seat at the kitchen chair again. "Go see that crazy but mentor of yours and spread the news." Izuku was only too happy to comply, scrambling for the door. Kaizomi had been waiting all day for this. Tensei Ida was walking home after a patrol, and his younger brother decided to meet with him. It wasn't ideal, but Kaizomi could roll with it. It didn't bother him in the least. He wouldn't kill the kid. He'd paralyze him and knock him out, and then kill his brother. The streets would be stained with the blood of Ingenium before the night was over. Kaizomi was itching for his desire to come to fruition, as he stalked Tensei. The speed hero and his younger brother entered an alleyway, talking away, nonplussed by the darkness descending upon them as the sun began to set. Now would be the ideal time to strike, if ever. Tensei's guard was down, and Kaizomi had leverage over him. Tensei had to protect his brother, and that would lead to his downfall. Kaizomi slowly climbed down the wall of a tall building and landed lightly on his feet. The alley was dark and dingy. He could barely see, but he got his knives and swords ready. He strode forward, his grin full of malice and hatred. "Ingenium," he grumbled, "a pleasure to see you." Tensei whipped around, his eyes wide and alarmed. They didn't call him the speed hero for nothing. "The hero killer, Stain," he breathed, before he shifted into a defensive stance. Kaizomi's sword screeched as he pulled it out of its sheath, and he grinned at the two brothers. One of whom would be dying tonight, if he had anything to do about it. Tensei glared at him, but Stain could smell the fear coming off him in waves. "Why are you doing this?" Tensei asked. "Because the world of heroes is corrupt, why else?" Stain snapped, "It's a blight upon us all, and only true heroes like All Might deserve the title of pro-hero." "Tenya," Tensei said stiffly, "run for help." "No. I'm not running while you face this villain." Stain nearly rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Good, because I don't plan on either of you leaving alive." A lie, of course, but they didn't know that. Stain wasn't into killing kids. Tensei ran for him, and Stain grinned. His moves were too predictable as sent a flurry of kicks Stain's way. Stain dodged them easily, managing to land a single cut. That's all he needed. A single drop, to paralyze him long enough to deliver the killing blow. Tensei dropped as soon as Stain's tongue flicked along the blade of his knife, the taste of iron lingering on his tongue. This would end almost too quickly, as Stain walked over to where Tensei laid, his eyes wide and terrified. His katana was already out and he raised it, but never got the chance to deliver the last blow. That pain in the butt brother of Tensei's had tackled him. Stain growled, and threw his sword away in favor for his knife. "Tenya, no!" Tensei screamed. It was an ugly, sob-filled scream. A scream that made Stain grin, as he wrapped his fist around Tenya's neck and slammed him into the pavement. His knife glinted in the moonlight, as he plunged it into Tenya's arm. The boy screamed, and Stain retracted the knife and liked it clean. Now both of the Ida brothers laid paralyzed on the pavement, and Stain had his chance. He decided he wanted to have fun, as he drew another knife from its sheath. He wasn't thinking about what his apprentice would think of him as he stabbed Tensei in the stomach. He wasn't thinking about how his apprentice would feel as he sliced Tensei open elbow to forearm. He wasn't thinking about how this would affect his apprentice if word ever got out that he trained Izuku as he stabbed Tensei again. He wasn't thinking of anything but blood. After all, he was truly a murderer at heart, no matter how much he wanted to protect Izuku from harm. He still loved to kill. But he never thought that one day, he might be the one getting killed. It all happened so quickly, that Stain had no time to react as one of his own knives went flying for him. It hit him in the shoulder, and another one found its way into his stomach. He stumbled, and glared at the stranger standing in the alleyway, only it wasn't a stranger at all. It was Izuku. Izuku had been looking through Kaizomi's apartment for him all night. He wasn't concerned at first, and he'd spent a good 10 minutes playing with Edgar. But then, out of nowhere he had the urge to look for him, as it got later and later. He called him first but got no answer. Izuku looked through the apartment again, just to be sure. Then he looked through Kaizomi-san's computer history, as the thing was still running. What he found made his blood run cold. Not for his mentor, but for who his mentor was surely out killing right this second. YouTube video, Ingenium saves a girl from an oncoming train. Ingenium saves a dog. Ingenium rises in the ranks of the hero industry. Ingenium's quirk explained. 10 reasons Ingenium is the best hero ever, a quirk analysis. On the desk, he saw Kaizomi's in-depth analysis of his own, accompanied by notes of where Ingenium would be. Where he patrolled. Where he lived. His real name. His family. How to kill him. Izuku clenched his jaw and grabbed his sword, almost running. He slammed the door behind him, his sword in hand as he took the apartment stairs 2 at a time. He needed to get there and convince Kaizomi to stop before he did anything stupid. He picked up his pace as the clock on his phone reached midnight. Now he was sprinting, shoving people out of his way without so much as a word. He even came across that man he'd seen at the convenience store, the one with the cat who had also been at Recovery Girl's nurse's office. Izuku ran past, and the man shouted after him, "Is there something wrong?" Izuku prayed that the man wouldn't follow him. He didn't have time to explain, nor could he if that man saw him trying to placate a murderer. Izuku cursed himself. For as much as he loved and respected Kaizomi-san, he should have known that he'd keep going after heroes. Why did he even think that for 1 second Kaizomi would stop killing? What was wrong with him? He should have been keeping an eye on his mentor. Who else has he killed during their time together? Who else could have been saved if Izuku had stopped Kaizomi-san? He pushed those thoughts away, but the anger and horror still stung deep as he weaved through dark alleyways. He should be getting there soon. He could still save Tensei and save Kaizomi-san too. His hands went to his knives, hidden in his hoodie, as he heard the sound of knives singing in the darkness. His power rumbled inside, and he let it loose. He ran even faster, with the dark energy running through his veins. Izuku skidded to a stop at the bloodshed. His eyes widened, and he fought the urge to be sick. Kaizomi-san was standing over Tensei, the speed hero, sword positioned to strike him dead once and for all. He didn't have time to convince Kaizomi. He didn't even have time to think as his knives went flying. One in the shoulder, and one in the stomach. Tensei was limp and still, blood oozing from every cut and stab wound. Izuku had to look away to keep himself from throwing up. He drew his sword in one fluid motion. The alleyway was silent as Kaizomi spat blood and smiled sadly at him. It all happened so fast. Izuku's sword screeched as it was released from its scabbard, and Kaizomi yanked out the knives protruding from his body. They ran for each other, Kaizomi wild and ravenous for blood, Izuku fast and brutal with his sword clashing against Kaizomi's. They collided, their swords squealing loudly in the dead silence. Kaizomi was so fast, as he sent a flurry of strikes Izuku's way. Izuku matched him blow for blow in a deadly waltz. Izuku didn't even notice Tenya gaping at him silently from his heap on the ground. "My own apprentice, trying to kill me," Kaizomi said, looking sad and proud. He kept his mouth in a thin, determined line. Black ink like tendrils of dark energy danced around them. Demons summoned themselves, jeering and watching from every corner. Izuku kept his eyes on his mentor, as Kaizomi swung wildly like he was drunk, his eyes wide and excited. He kept looking around him as if he could see the demons screaming. Maybe he could. Izuku grit his teeth, and the demons howled as he dodged and kicked Kaizomi's sword right out of his hands. The sword clattered to the ground loudly, and Kaizomi drew his knives. He jumped back and darted around, using the walls to propel himself. Izuku gripped his sword tighter. Kaizomi came from the left, and Izuku turned away, his sword slapping the knife away. "He sure taught you how to fight better than I did, huh?" Izuku shook his head. "No, you're right. Not even All for One can make fighting look like a dance like you can. You'll truly make a great hero." Kaizomi-san from the right this time, and Izuku was prepared to meet him knife for blade again, but Kaizomi left himself open instead. Izuku was too quick, and his blade went straight through Kaizomi-san's chest. The world seemed to freeze. Izuku let go of his blade, watching Kaizomi fall. Izuku went to his knees, his face frozen in shock. He just killed someone. He just killed the hero killer. He just killed his only father figure. Kaizomi reached up a hand, to touch his cheek, as blood poured from his lips. Izuku's eyes were wide, and he could feel every cell in his body freezing in shock. He found tears pricking at the edges of his eyes. He could feel horror and self-loathing crash into him in waves. Izuku hovered over him, shaking and barely breathing. "You know," he began, before spitting up blood. There was so much blood. He'd killed him. "I always knew you'd be the one to kill me." Izuku blinked past his tears and sorrow and shook his head. No. This couldn't be happening. Why was he talking like this? Izuku could still call 911, he could save him. I could only teach you so much. I couldn't protect you from him. You have such a big heart for a boy who's been through what you've been through. Become a hero, and stain the roses red with his blood. Kaizomi guided Izuku's hand to his blade that protruded from his chest. The blade had returned to its true form, broken and bent. As his fingers wrapped around it, the blade became pristine and brand new. "Kill me, and then you find a way to save yourself." Izuku shook his head again, his tears coming in waves. "It's okay," Kaizomi whispered, his hand on his face still warm despite all the blood he was loosing. "It's okay. Be a hero, son. Become the next symbol of peace, and show the world what you're made of. It's okay." He gasped as Kaizomi wrapped his own bloody hand around Izuku's and lifted the blade from his chest. "You're my hero, Izuku Midoriya." And then he plunged the sword back down, and his eyes lost all their light. If you asked him a few hours later what he did after killing Stain, he'd tell you he was in shock. He took his blade out and wiped at his tears again and again. He grabbed his phone and dialed 911, and summoned Dabi and made him speak into it for him. He took a moment to grieve for Stain, and then he took Stain's knives and katana. He took his red scarf and held it in his hands for a moment. He looked over Ingenium, glad to only find his unconscious with a few cuts and bruises. But as he inspected him more closely, he realized Stain must have gotten him pretty good. Blood was pouring from the wound in his stomach. With trembling hands he ripped apart Ingenium's bloody shirt. He ripped the cloth into thin strips and wrapped it around his abdomen, staunching the flow of blood. As soon as he was sure that Tensei wouldn't bleed out, he looked around. His eyes went to Ida, and he headed over to make sure he was fine. The boy's eyes were closed, and he didn't look like he was hurt. He turned back to Kaizome's body. "You saved both of them, Izuku," Dabi said gently. "It's not your fault Kaizome tried to kill Ingenium." Then Izuku heard the sirens, and he sent one last look toward Kaizome-san's body. He was reluctant to leave it as it was. He wanted to be there when police found it, and found his victims. He wanted to be near Kaizome as he was finally taken away. With guilt heavy in his heart, he left the scene, feeling nothing but agony and horror. He went to Kaizome's apartment and locked the door behind him. Izuku let himself slide down the door, and sit there with his knees hugged to his chest. He sat in complete silence for the longest time, even as Edgar came to beg for pets and cuddles. His body was racked with hiccuping cries and sobs that ripped his throat apart. He sat for a long while, wiping his tears and trembling. He'd killed Kaizome-san. He was in his apartment, covered in his blood. He was covered in Kaizome's blood. He made no move to change or clean himself. For a while, he just sat there, his eyes roving around the pictures of Kaizome smiling with Edgar. He found a picture of himself and Kaizome too, nearby to where he sat. He didn't make any moves to grab it. He just sat there silently, crying his heart out until Edgar started to lick his bloody hands with a snort. Then he had to change and clean himself up. He let Edgar follow him as he grabbed some extra clothes of his that Kaizome took upon himself to steal from Izuku's room. He took a shower, scrubbing himself raw until he emerged. Izuku wasn't even thinking about how livid his parents were going to be when they found out. He didn't even want to think about what All for One would do. He just wrapped his arms around himself and turned on the TV to check the news. He would go home once he was sure he hadn't killed his mentor for no reason. He was almost relieved at what he heard. Just last night the hero killer Stain had attacked and critically injured the pro-hero Ingenium and stabbed his younger brother. Luckily someone neither of them know exactly who it was, or if they were even a fellow hero, but this man killed Stain and saved the lives of both the pro-hero and his brother. We give our thanks to this mysterious hero, and we're all praying for Ingenium's speedy recovery. According to doctors, Ingenium was in critical condition but seems to be stable. His brother is to be released from the hospital in a few hours. Whoever that hero was who put a stop to the terror of Stain, we are lucky to have him. Izuku went through everything in Kaizome's apartment, taking everything incriminating just in case the police investigated the place. He even took Edgar and his bloody clothes. He stuffed the picture of Kaizome and him in a bag along with his other stuff. He took a picture of Kaizome with Edgar. He stayed in the center of the apartment, soaking it all in for a moment. This was the last time he'd see this place. This was the last time. He wiped away the tears that threatened to consume him again. His sword was still covered in blood, but he put it away in its sheath before he headed out, and he went to Kaken's. He was quick about it, knowing his parents would already be suspecting something of him if he didn't return soon. He knocked on Kaken's door, holding the dog in his arms. Kaken raised an eyebrow, looking tired and exhausted. "Zuku, why do you have a dog?" Izuku gave him a flat smile. Kaken sighed. "Are you serious right now?" He nodded. "And you want me to keep the dog?" He nodded again. Kaken glared at him but took the dog anyway. "Fine, I'll try to convince my mom to keep it." Izuku hugged him, and Kaken blushed slightly and grumbled, all right, you're welcome. Don't come to me with any more animals, you got that? Just this once." He smiled at him, and Kaken rolled his eyes. "Do you wanna come in? I'm gonna go back to bed if you wanna crash here all day." Izuku's smile faltered, and he shook his head. He'd just killed someone. He didn't think he'd ever be able to act normal around Kaken now that he had blood on his hands. He was no better than Stain, after what he did. "DMN it all right, don't forget to text me an explanation about this DMN dog." Then Izuku went home. The walk there was too short, and he found himself wanting to run away. But he didn't. He couldn't. They would find him. He opened the door, and Inko was already standing there, with her arms crossed. "Did you hear about Stain?" Inko asked snappily. Izuku froze him fear, before nodding. "And where were you last night?" Izuku shrugged, ducking his head. His sword gently floated out of its sheath due to Inko's quirk, and Inko glared at him. Izuku kept his eyes on the bloody sword. You killed Stain. She shouted. You killed him? Izuku's lips began to tremble and his vision darkened at the corners. Hisashi! She howled, gripping the sword tightly. Izuku couldn't stop his shaking as Hisashi ran into the room, looking disheveled. What is it, Inko? Then his eyes landed on Izuku's sword. You did this. The anger and sorrow was like a death sentence in itself. We. Inko began, her voice trembling. We have to call all for one, Hisashi said flatly. He'll decide what to do to him. Right? Inko muttered, he'll know what to do. Izuku didn't move, as Ink grabbed her phone and Hisashi glared at him, his glare like icy daggers in his heart. He felt so guilty, he hated himself and most of all he hated his power. Even with the suppressant, it was too much. It was all his fault. He killed Stain. He got this quirk. He was born. It was his fault. He shouldn't have been born. Now he was going to suffer a fate worse than death. He let himself get shoved into the purple inky portal that appeared. He let himself be dragged in front of All for One, restrained by his own mother and father. You two say he killed Stain, All for One began, as he leaned down to face Izuku. He grabbed him by the chin and stared right into his eyes like he could already tell the answer. Did you? There was no point in lying. So he nodded, and All for One spat on his face. What the hell were you thinking, my boy? He asked calmly, but Izuku could see the stormy sea of anger swirling in his eyes. Did you think you were saving them? You weren't. You aren't a hero, you aren't anything. You're my spy, Izuku. You can't be running around possibly blowing your cover before the school year even begins. Do you realize how reckless you are? Izuku clenched his jaw and gave him a terrified nod. You don't ever do anything without my permission. Do you understand me? I'll have you killed where you stand. Sir, Hisashi began, after a beat of silence. Shouldn't he be punished? He killed Stain. All for One looked at Izuku, and then to his father. Yes, of course. Do what you will, Hisashi, Inko. He's your son, therefore you get the pleasure of teaching him a lesson, again. Make sure you don't kill him. Shoyuta was concerned and confused. The results of the entrance exam were instantaneous. The part that took the longest was compiling the students who got in and the ones who didn't. Then they had to record every single video for the ones who got in, and an apology letter for the ones who didn't. Shoyuta had finished all of the ones for his class, and now he and Hisashi were sitting outside enjoying their break. Shoyuta, Hisashi mumbled, you've been out of it for a few days, is something wrong? Yes, there was. He'd seen Izuku Midoriya again, and he'd blown away the teachers within a matter of a few seconds. He could still remember the footage their drone caught. He could still remember how Nezu had been intrigued. Ah, ectoplasm, could you direct the drone over to the student who still hasn't gotten a single point yet? The quirkless one, Midoriya Izuku. I'm interested to see what he'll do. As instructed, ectoplasm moved the drone to follow Midoriya. They all watched as Midoriya sat on the edge of a rooftop, watching the other students. The boy waved meekly at the drone. What is he doing? All Might asked. I'm not sure, Nezu replied, send in the 0-pointer. From the drone, they could see the ground shake, and the boy raised an eyebrow. The huge robot emerged, knocking over buildings in its wake. Surely he'll do something now, ectoplasm mumbled. He was right. With 30 seconds to spare, Midoriya stood, and Nezu leaned forward in his chair. What'll he do? He asked to no one in particular. Will he try to destroy it with just that sword? That boy won't do anything, Recovery Girl snapped. A friend of mine came to me begging me to heal that boy. His hands are completely destroyed. He shouldn't even be able to lift a sword, nor destroy that robot. Recovery Girl was right about his hands. They were heavily bandaged, but he didn't do nothing as everyone thought he would. He ripped off his cross, and the footage from the drone blacked out for a second. He drew his sword, fluid and quick. He jumped off the rooftop onto the next. And something materialized beside him, but the camera footage turned blurry. Your orders? The voice croaked. Midoriya said nothing, but that seemed to be enough for that person. Blue flame danced in his hands, and without even moving the robots fell, one by one. The only robot left standing was the 0-pointer. Nezu clapped, with a wide smile. I have no idea what just happened, but what an interesting quirk. Such power, to take down all of the robots in one move. But Nezu stopped mid-sentence as Izuku swung his sword toward the massive robot as it raised an enormous hand to destroy him. The end of his blade touched the metal, and Shoyuta watched with wide eyes as the robot flew back, before falling a long ways away, leaving a ravine where it had once been. Oh my god, Midnight gasped, what was that? He didn't even move. Hisashi yelled, his eyes wide with shock. What a powerful quirk. All Might added as everyone watched Midoriya put away his sword. All Shoyuta could think while Midoriya put on his cross again was, why? Why would his ID say he was quirkless? That should be impossible. His hands were absolutely crushed just a few weeks ago. Recovery girl told them all. He had months of recovery before he could even hold anything. Nezu ignored her. How did Midoriya Izuku place? Instantly, the video footage changed and it displayed the top 10 students. Izuku was tied for first place with Bakugo Katsuki. Oh, this is interesting, Nezu told them. Not only is this the first tie since All Might attended Yui, but they know each other. Childhood friends actually. Could we go to Bakugo's footage? Shoyuta was suspicious. I feel like I've met Midoriya somewhere before, a long time ago. Hisashi thought for a moment, before jumping up from his seat. Oh. I know. Remember when we were younger and we were chasing this shooter? Do you remember how we lost him, but then found him in a park? Shoyuta sighed. What does this have to do with? The shooter almost shot Midoriya and Bakugo. Hisashi reminded him, do you remember that? For a few seconds, he thought his husband was going crazy, but then he suddenly remembered. Yeah, I do. Is that what's bothering you? Well, I'm worried about him. Oh. My. God. Aizawa Shoyuta is worrying about a student? His husband exclaimed dramatically. Am I dreaming? Shut up, Shoyuta snapped. I really am worried. Something's off about him. What do you mean? Do you think he's crazy or something? He's mute, and he doesn't know how to sign. Sometimes he'll not come out of his house for days, Shoyuta confessed. I've been watching him after I ran into him at a convenience store. Something's very wrong about him. Oh come on Shoyuta, you don't know that. Yes, I do. Just wait until you start teaching him, maybe you're wrong. Shoyuta had a feeling Hisashi was the one that was wrong. All Might Yagi Tashinori had been helping Shoyuta, Hisashi, and Nezu go through the many applications for the art scholarship. Shoyuta had been going through them all week, and he was glad that All Might was here with his enhanced speed. They flew through most of them pretty quickly enough that they could take breaks in between each one. The office was pretty quiet as they sipped their coffee, and Hisashi gushed about the sheer talent of every applicant. I mean come on. Look at that shading. Absolutely impeccable, and did you see the way that kid used makeup products instead of paint or other mediums? Shoyuta nodded indulgently. He always loved to listen to Hisashi ramble on and on about art, and this was the only time Hisashi could really do so. I agree. We're going to have an interesting elective art class this year. I sure hope so. Hisashi shouted, jumping up from his chair. Let's look through all of them already. I'm too excited. Hisashi snatched up the papers out of All Might's hands, and his face quickly became pale. What is it, Present Mike? Nezu asked, concerned. Shoyuta leaned closer and looked over Hisashi's shoulder, curious. What he saw made him almost jump. It was so detailed and dark. It was a couple of papers, all of them filled with these kinds of drawings, and on the corner of each of them was a scrawled name in small messy print. A name Shoyuta recognized. Izuku Midoriya. One after another, they flipped through the papers. All Might awkwardly cleared his throat, but Shoyuta spoke first. I know who drew these, he told them all. Midoriya Izuku, the kid who destroyed the zero-pointer without even touching it. I know him too, but he knows me as Yagi, All Might said. I submitted these for him. And it seems someone else had the same idea, Nezu told them. I had the boy he tied with for first place come to me after the exam and hand me this. He put a notebook on the table. He said Midoriya was amazing at art, even if his style is dark and morbid. He begged me to accept him, telling me he needed to be accepted. Bakugo doesn't even know what's in it. So he didn't submit the art himself? Other people did it for him? Does he even know? Shoyuta asked. Well, he knew I'd submit these for him. All Might gestured to the loose papers on the table. They all looked at the drawings and then moved on to the notebook. If the drawings he gave to All Might were bad, then the ones in his notebook were worse. They all crowded around Hisashi as they flipped through it. They saw demons. Saw Bakugo, with a smile, a scowl, a grimace, a glare, a frown. That kid looks like trouble, All Might muttered, as they continued on. I don't think so, Shoyuta commented. Each drawing was darker than the last. Creeper, and sadder. They saw utter darkness. They saw Izuku on his bed, with his knees drawn to his chest, a demon looming over him as he cried. These are really good, Hisashi said quietly. Scary and sad, but good. They saw demons screaming, and tearing off their darkened skin. They saw strong hands reaching out from the darkness. One drawing wasn't a drawing at all. It was words. I want to help you become a hero. Maybe he has a mentor? Hisashi theorized as they kept going. Then they saw a drawing that made them go quiet. It made Shoyuta choke on his words and ignited anger in his chest, as he stared at it. Hisashi paused for a moment, his eyes boring into the image. Izuku was in the center of the drawing, tied to a chair, with a band of cloth around his mouth to keep him from speaking. The entire drawing was covered in black charcoal, except for the rough words written over and over in the image. Written across the cloth tied over his mouth, was the word speechless. Rough and angry. Around him, some of them overlapping, and some unintelligible, were words. Quirkless, 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 shut up. Stop talking. Shut up. Shut up. Keep quiet. Quirkless. Useless. Nothing. Shut up, shut up, shut up, you're quirkless. Shoyuta stared at the drawing. For a long time. He noticed how calm Izuku seemed in the image, as if these were his own thoughts. After a long awkward silence, Hisashi continued through the notebook. They came across the man named Kaizome. Shoyuta recognized him instantly. They even saw a picture of Eclipse, and Shoyuta grinned. Then that grin dropped away. They went to one of the last drawings. It was Bakugo, glaring at Izuku something fierce. In the drawing, he was yelling at Izuku. Take a swan dive off the roof. I hate you. Shoyuta frowned. Maybe he's afraid his friend secretly hates him? Present Mike muttered. Or maybe not. He has a history of occasion violence, Nedzu told them. He was defending him, Shoyuta assured them. They're childhood friends. He'd only ever fought other kids on Midoriya's behalf. At last, they reached the last drawing. One that made Shoyuta completely blank. All Might had gone pale, and his hero form deflated upon seeing the drawing. It was a beautifully gruesome drawing. As if Midoriya had poured his soul into it. It was All Might in his hero form, holding a limp, bloody figure by the neck. Angel wings protruded from his back, and Shoyuta moved onto the figure, getting choked in the picture. It took him a moment to realize who it was. It was Izuku, with bat wings dragging limply on the ground. Demon wings. Around All Might and Izuku was an absolutely destroyed terrain. Blood dribbled down All Might's chin. He wasn't smiling. 5 words were written across the page. You'll never be a hero. Shoyuta shut the book. I think we all know who we're giving the scholarship to. Izuku Midoriya, by a landslide, Nedzu mumbled. Agreed. We'll send his acceptance letter with his scholarship acceptance, Nedzu told them. We should keep a good eye on this boy. He couldn't breathe. He could feel hands holding his head down in the freezing water, his mother's hands. They were in a dark, dark room with a single tub in the middle. His hands had been bound, like his ankles. Then she pushed his head into the icy depths, cruel and grinning as he twisted and flailed. His terror flared, as all the air in his lungs slowly left. His mother's cruel hands held him down as air bubbles surfaced, and he fought for air. Even just a second. His face went numb after just a few seconds. Then she yanked on his hair, and sweet, sweet oxygen filled his lungs. Then his head was moved underwater again. An eternity seemed to go by as his body screamed. His heart pulled in his chest, and his lungs spasmed in an attempt to find air. He swallowed a mouthful of the freezing water, and tears filled his eyes as all his oxygen escaped him. His body seized and fought. I need air. I need air. I can't breathe. Make it stop. Kill me. Just kill me. Izuku's mind screamed, fought, and begged for it to end. He couldn't take much more, and just as he thought his body was about to give in, Inko pulled him out. Tears flooded down his face, and water splattered to the floor from his mouth. He sucked in a deep wet breath, and he was put under again. He could only take so much before all the fight let him. That's what they wanted. What they craved. And it was beautifully tempting to do so. He craved it almost as much as they did. But a voice nagged at him. From a video he'd seen as a kid, from the small tablet of his. When you think you can't go on anymore, look inside. Remember why it is you clench your fist. Your past, remember where you came from. Keeping your origin in mind will help push you past your limit. Izuku only recalled those words right at this moment. When he needed them most. When he was walking the dark road once more, surrounded on all sides. While walking the tightrope of good and evil. Of giving in or fighting. I want to help you become a hero. That was his beginning. That was his origin. His lungs went numb, as the freezing water went still around him. His arms and shoulders went limp and put all his energy into pushing his head up. She would tire eventually. Her hands gripped his curly hair tightly, but he lifted his head out of the water slowly and gasped gratefully as air filled his lungs. Another pair of hands pushed him back down. Izuku couldn't feel the pain this time, as he felt the rope around his hands loosen. His deception had worked. They'd been too worried about him breathing to notice he was freeing himself. With his hands free, his quirk would save him. The building pressure in his chest wouldn't last much longer, he promised himself. He quickly placed his hands on the tub, and let his power explode outward in a blast of inky black power. The tub exploded, and Izuku fell forward with his parents collapsing nearby. He gasped down air and went to untie his feet. With trembling fingers, he loosened his ankles and got to his feet. He whirled on his parents, his trembling hands ready to release a wave of power. He walked around them as they crawled to their feet. He went straight to the door, but two cold strong hands wrapped around the side of his head. They burned against his cold skin, and pain shattered him. Panic broke him, both mingling and stripping him bare of all thought and function. So much pain, and terror. Tears welled up in his eyes, as his knees gave out. He realized that ear-piercing noise was his own screaming. His own agony and fear, colliding in one primal noise that filled the silence. Coherent thought was impossible. Moving was not even an option. He could do nothing but scream, low and tortured, as those hands held him firmly. Izuku didn't even remember vomiting onto the floor and all over his clothes. He didn't remember getting carted off to a different room, strapped to a bed. He didn't remember Hisashi even letting go after All for One told him Izuku could rest until lessons began anew the next morning. He only knew pain and fear. He woke up the next day, head pounding, and strapped to a chair. Izuku was delirious for a moment before he stared wide-eyed at Inko holding a pair of scissors. He tried to move, but his restraints were iron clamps, stained a brownish color that reminded him of blood. On the wall next to her were weapons, and Izuku whimpered quietly. She ripped open his shirt and set the scissors down. Izuku's labored and terrified breathing filled the air as the lights flickered. Inko looked unperturbed by it, and Izuku could suppress the terror that flickered through him as the world went dark for less than a second. Her hand wrapped around a dagger, and she admired it for a second. "Blndfld him and cover his mouth," Inko demanded. From behind someone gagged him. And wrapped a blndfld over his eyes. Then he felt the cold metal against his stomach. Fear drowned him, and Inko pressed the tip of the blade into his muscled skin. He has originally thought she was going to stab him, but then she began to carve him like a piece of meat. His skin burned, sharp and excruciating. The pain settled in his core, tearing at him and ripping him apart. He had no way of knowing what she was carving into his skin, but he screamed. It was muffled by the GG, but it burned his throat, the sound rough and loud. Hot blood poured into his lap, and he didn't stop thrashing and howling in pain. For a moment the knife slid away, before plunging itself back into his flesh. Again and again. A scream followed by a scream, letter after letter. Blood and pain. After what felt like hours, Inko set the knife down with a clatter. Izuku's stomach exploded with agony with each breath. He didn't dare breathe too deeply, as he tried to catch his breath in the midst of the pain. For a moment, Inko seemed to just revel in his pain. Then, quick and sharp pain radiated from his hand. Horrible pain, as his hand seemed to remember every second of pain he'd ever had. His hand jerked but stayed put, as Inko ripped off the next nail. Izuku bit down on his scream, as his fingers throbbed. Sweat dripped down his forehead, and he felt dizzy. "My turn, Inko." Izuku recognized Hisashi's rough voice and balled-up fists, as he tried to ignore his mounting pain. Hisashi took Inko's place, and the door shut behind her with a soft click. Overwhelming panic crashed into him, as Hisashi touched his face. "What should I do with you today?" he asked himself. He thrashed, trying to escape. "Stop," Hisashi snapped, "stop." Izuku refused, as he slammed his wrists against the iron restraints. They were freezing, but Izuku didn't care. He just needed to leave, and never come back. He wanted out. He wanted out. Panicking, he thrashed again. He didn't care about being a spy. He didn't care about Yui. He just needed to get out. At this rate, he was okay with sawing himself apart to escape. He couldn't do this anymore. An ugly sob escaped through his GG, and Hisashi's hand retracted. Another voice joined them. "I think that's enough, Hisashi. He needs stitches, and he's losing a lot of blood. I told you to keep him alive." "All right, sorry sir," Hisashi mumbled, "I'll get him fixed up, I promise." "See that you will," All for One growled. His acceptance letter just came in, along with his art scholarship. "So all we have to do is send in our designs for his hero outfit. When does he start?" "Next week," All for One replied, and Izuku heard his footsteps coming closer. Then his hands undid his restraints, GG, and blndfld. Izuku fought to keep himself sitting upright, gasping in pain as his stomach thrummed with pain. All for One clicked his tongue and pulled Izuku to his feet. He nearly fell over, but All for One rolled his eyes and picked him up. Izuku tried to blink past his exhaustion, as All for One set him down on his bed. Not the bed in his mother's house, but the room he'd been in last night. He was restrained by HNDCFFS on each wrist. In the corner of his room was his sword, he realized, as All for One slammed the door behind him when he left. He couldn't hope to reach it, though. God knew he tried, as he nearly broke his wrist. Izuku tried and tried, until after a while someone walked in. Izuku froze. "You have to be very quiet," the person said. Izuku watched as they walked to his bed, frozen with fear. The person turned on the light, and Izuku relaxed. Whoever this person was didn't matter to him, as he stared at the needle and surgical thread. I'll be as quick as possible. Then he walked to the side of the bed and set down his tools. He glanced nervously at Izuku but then got to work. Izuku couldn't watch. Not as this stranger began the painstakingly long task of stitching him up with unpracticed hands. His wound stung, but the man was true to his word. It was painful, but it was quicker than he expected it to be. Izuku took a moment to stare at the stranger with the purple swirling smoke. It engulfed his entire body, but the man spoke even though Izuku couldn't see a mouth. My name is Kurojiri, hopefully, we don't meet like this again, Midoriya. Then he was gone, and Izuku's exhaustion hit him in a tidal wave. He didn't even remember going to sleep, and he certainly didn't remember going back to his mother's house. Despite that, that's where he woke up the next morning. The room was dark and cold as usual, but he wasn't freezing like he usually was. On his nightstand were his bottle of pills and his sword. He swallowed a couple of his pills instantly. His body begged for it. He'd been without them for so long, and he beginning to feel attached to them. He felt himself relax, but his relaxation didn't last long. His phone buzzed loudly and almost made him jump out of his bed in terror. He grabbed it, and looked at the notification. Kaken, hey! Kaken, you there? Kaken, seriously Deku, answer me. Kaken, are you okay? Kaken, did your mom take your phone? Kaken, it's been 2 days, and I still have no idea why you left this dog with me. Kaken, hey! Kaken, hey! Kaken, hey! Deku, hi! Kaken, and where the F have you been? Deku, kinda got grounded. Kaken, your mom doesn't even pay for that phone. She shouldn't take it. Deku, I'll have you tell that to her face. Kaken, alright. Explain Edgar. My mom is officially in love with him, and he drools on my pillows. Deku, he was abandoned, and I knew I couldn't keep him so I gave him to you. Kaken, okay, that makes sense as to why the number on his collar doesn't work. Deku, yeah. Kaken, I saw our scores. Deku, yeah? Kaken, we tied for first. Deku, what? Kaken, why didn't you tell me you had a quirk earlier? Was it because of your mom? Deku, you know my mother. She'd have a heart attack if she found out. The lie came easily to him. Kaken, I guess. But why wouldn't you tell me? Deku, I mean. Kaken, it doesn't scare me. Deku, well then you're the only one. Kaken, it's cool. Deku, seeing demons and hearing them scream all night long isn't cool. Kaken, I think it is. Deku, good for you, Kaken. Izuku heard his bedroom door swing open, and he typed out a quick text. Deku, sorry gotta go. I'll see you at Yui. Izuku heard his mother call for him, and he trudged up the stairs, clutching his burning stomach. Fear clutched him, but he tried to push it away. He couldn't let his fear control him, not when he was supposed to be spying on Yui soon. Not when his end was coming near, his discovery as a spy inevitable. Izuku had thought he was a pretty panicky person, but he was wrong. He was worse than he thought, as he met up with Kaken as they walked to school in their Yui uniforms. He was worried. Very worried. He wasn't used to being a spy, but All for One had assured him that he would be very good at it. Anxiety was coiling in his gut tighter and tighter, like a snake wrapping itself around its prey. For once, Izuku hoped All for One was right, as they neared the school building. All the students heading for Yui looked pretty pale and worried themselves, probably still trying to convince themselves that they made it. They looked exhausted. He was trying to convince himself that his death would be quick if he was discovered as a spy. That thought kept him from losing himself completely in his own anxiety. It would be quick. I wouldn't hurt. He squeezed his eyes closed for a moment and took a small breath. Izuku couldn't be thinking like that this soon into the school year. He'd be fine, he just needed to distract himself. That distraction wasn't hard to find. Izuku could see the finishing touches being made on their new dorms, as Kaken spoke. They'd start living there next week. Izuku put his hand on the hilt of his sword to comfort himself. Oh, there's that crazy shark-looking dude from my entrance exam, Kaken mumbled into Izuku's ear. He's got a skin-hardening quirk. He mentally filed away that information as they walked into the building. It was huge, and bustling with teachers and students alike. Izuku's heart shot to his throat as he spotted All Might almost instantly. He felt sick, as All Might's blue eyes locked with his own. He could feel his jaw clench, and sweat slick his hands. He looked away before All Might could think of trying to introduce himself. He was terrified the man could smell his deceit if he got close enough. Holy shit, All Might just totally looked at you, you DMN nerd. Izuku felt a hot blush climb up his cheeks, as Kaken slung and around his shoulders. He shook his head vehemently. He totally did, Kaken told him again. It made chills run down his spine. Now where the hell is our class? That was a good question. Kaken glanced down at his acceptance letter that listed their classroom, and they spent a few minutes tracking it down. The first thing Izuku could think of when they saw the door to his classroom was that this school must be made for giants. The door was huge, but Kaken strolled forward like he didn't even notice. Izuku followed a little way off, admiring the whole place. He couldn't believe he was here. He couldn't believe he had to spy on all of them. He didn't want to do it, but he'd never had control over his life. Not once. He should have been resigned to this fate. As he opened the door, Class 1A was loud. Everyone was getting to know everyone, and Izuku stood in the doorway with an expression of worry etched all over his face. He forgot that people would expect him to speak. Expect him to make conversation. Worry settled heavily in his stomach as Izuku took a seat next to Kaken. Kaken was scrolling through his phone but did take a second to glance at him. His lip quirked up in a smirk, and Izuku propped his head up with his hand. For a blissful moment, he thought everyone would ignore him. Then the girl with the anti-gravity quirk spotted him and rushed over with a loud squeal. "Oh my god! Oh my god! You're the guy from the entrance exam who saved me. My name is Uraraka, nice to meet you," she exclaimed. "Your quirk is really strong." Izuku stared at her in silence, as another voice piped up. "I saw that too." He truly figured the entrance exam out. He knew it wasn't just about destroying robots. The thought never even crossed my mind. "My name is Ida. I have a video of it," a monotone, tired voice added. "Y'all wanna see it?" Kaken grunted, looking pretty annoyed, as Uraraka, Ida and a boy with purple hair came to crowd him. A few other classmates came to look as the boy played the video. Some gasped, and others looked pretty impressed. "Let me see that DMN video," Kaken grumbled. The purple boy complied, but not without a glare. "Isn't it cool?" Uraraka asked, grabbing Kaken by the shoulders. "Don't touch me, round face," Kaken snapped. "What's your name?" Ida asked as Uraraka pouted. Izuku glanced around, panicked. He opened his mouth slightly, and then shut up. He glanced helplessly at Kaken as they all went quiet, anticipating an answer. "Leave him alone," he growled, catching Izuku's stare. "You can't tell me what to do." Uraraka told him, "Come on. Tell me your name. If any of you aren't in your seats you're expelled," Aizawa snapped, sitting up in his sleeping bag. He rubbed the sleep from his eyes and waited for all of his students to sit down. A demon stood in the corner of the room, staring at Aizawa. Izuku ignored it, focusing on Aizawa as he spoke. "We won't be going to the school assembly, thank God," Aizawa began. "But before that, I'd like to make a little announcement and take attendance." He began his announcement by pointing at Izuku. "One of your classmates is mute. His name is Midoriya Izuku. Don't expect him to talk to you, and if I see any of you making fun of him you'll be expelled. Speaking of expelled, I can expel you for any reason. If you aren't quiet by the time this class begins, you're expelled. If you wake me up, you're expelled. If you bring food to school, and I see it, you're expelled. If you have your phone out, you're expelled. If you PSS me off, you're expelled. Now let's move on." Then he went through the attendance, calling everyone's name. Izuku was quick to connect names to faces as everyone said an assortment of things. "I'm here. Here. Present. What up, teach?" He hoped he had time to jot everyone's names down. Ida Tenya. Ida was one of Stain's last targets. He saved him. Izuku ducked his head at the memories that flashed in his head, repeating over and over. "It's okay, it's okay. Here. Shudo Todoroki. Present. Katsuki Bakugu. Here. Izuku Midoriya. He's here," Kaken replied, and they continued down the list. Once they were done, Aizawa made them change and go outside. He changed in a bathroom stall, still covered in bruises and healing wounds. It would be absurdly suspicious if anyone saw them. Izuku brought his sword, just in case as they left the building. Izuku admired the clear blue sky and reveled in the warmth of the sun. It wasn't often that Izuku had a chance to see the open sky and appreciate the world's beauty. "Instead of going to the assembly today, I'm going to test your potential. The student to come in last place will be expelled." Izuku swallowed the lump in his throat. He clenched his fists, and he rubbed his thumb over the bandages wrapped around his hands. Aizawa glanced at him, and then at his hands. He crossed his arms, glancing away from his teacher. They began with sprints. Ida came in first place. Not a surprise, considering he was Tensei's brother. Izuku wrapped his hand around his cross, as they moved onto a small obstacle course. Izuku breezed through it without even using his quirk, and Kaken beat him. They went into the gym for a while to do weight exercises to see who could do the most reps. Shoji beat everyone at that, with his multi-arm quirk. They went through many physically demanding trials, before going back to where the quirk apprehension test first began. Izuku didn't excel at many of them, but he wasn't the worst at it either. He didn't really want attention, but All for One's request rang in his ears. Outshine them all. He didn't want to. He wanted to lurk in the shadows and watch from a distance. He didn't want the spotlight. But the walls had eyes, and Izuku wasn't about to get caught disobeying orders. That's when Aizawa told them to do their last trail, and Izuku saw his chance. Throw this baseball as hard as you can, Aizawa told them, handing it to Kaken first. Kaken smirked, drawing back his hand and then throwing it as hard as he could. An explosion sounded, and the ball went flying in a ball of fire. Everyone quickly created a line, and Izuku positioned himself as last. Izuku watched as everyone tried their hardest to beat Kaken, and Uraraka beat everyone with her anti-gravity. Aizawa quickly acknowledged that Uraraka was the winner of this round, but everyone had to go either way. Finally, it was his turn, and everyone watched. He was the only one who hadn't used his quirk yet. Some people still had no idea what his quirk was, and he was disappointed that he couldn't keep it a secret. He held the ball in his hand for a moment, but just as he was about to get ready to throw it, his fingers cramped. His grip was still pretty weak, and his hands were sensitive after having his nails ripped off. He placed a hand on his sword and Dabi materialized. Judging by the gasps and raised eyebrows, everyone could see him. What the hell? Shinso sputtered. Dabi took the ball from Izuku's trembling hand, taking a moment to stare intently at Izuku's hands even though bandages covered everything. Aizawa held up his hand. Who is that? Aizawa asked. Oh, me? Dabi asked, pointing at himself, as he slung his arm around Izuku's shoulders. Izuku let out an annoyed sigh, as Dabi smiled. I'm a result of his quirk. Kind of like Tokoyami's dark shadow, but he can summon me through the sword. So he has a summoning quirk? Ashido asked. No, he doesn't, Kaken snapped. Alright, go ahead then, Aizawa relented. Dabi grinned and threw it. The sky seemed to be ripped apart as bright blue fire erupted around him and Dabi. It was hot, but it didn't burn him. As the dust settled, and Aizawa read his score out loud. Izuku placed his hand on his sword again, and Dabi disappeared. You broke my scale. Izuku pressed his lips together carefully, and Aizawa sighed heavily and then acted as if nothing happened, continued to speak. You and Uraraka officially excelled at this exercise, the ball was long gone. Then Aizawa went through everyone's scores, and Izuku placed pretty well. He thanked his lucky stars that he had Dabi to help him. He certainly wasn't first by no means, but he wasn't last. That's what mattered to him the most. Shinso ended up getting the short end of the stick, but Aizawa said nothing for a minute. After letting Shinso nearly have a heart attack, he finally spoke. I'm not expelling anyone. Ha! Uraraka exclaimed, sounding relieved. It was a logical ruse. Aizawa exclaimed with a rare smile. Shinso looked about ready to throw up. Izuku didn't blame him, as they headed back to their classroom. He didn't catch Aizawa's eyes boring into his head. He was too distracted by Kaken, who threw an arm around his shoulders. I knew it was a lie, he told him. The glasses guy mumbled that in the very beginning of the test. Izuku shook his head. I should have told you, Kaken said, as they took their seats. Izuku shrugged, a soft smile on his lips. He was glad it was a ruse. He didn't think he could handle getting expelled on the first day. God only knew what All for One would do to him. He shuddered at the thought. As they all settled down, Aizawa launched himself into a long-winded explanation of what he expected of them. Izuku was half listening as he placed his notebook on his thighs. His small scrawl filled every page with names, and quirks attached to them. And I expect you to pay attention. Izuku glanced up and found Aizawa glaring at him. He shut his notebook and locked eyes with him. Aizawa moved on, explaining the situation with their dorms. Everyone should be able to move in a few days. Kaken seemed to paying way more attention to Aizawa than Izuku had time for. He returned to his notebook of rough notes. All for One was impatient and undoubtedly expected information even on the first day of school. Izuku jotted down almost everything as the bell rang. He would ask Kaken about everything Aizawa-sensei had been saying later. For now, he was determined to get all of this information to All for One, despite how much he didn't want to. Kaken waited for him in the doorway, and Izuku joined him. They were just about to leave for the day when Aizawa-sensei spoke. I want you here 20 minutes early tomorrow, Aizawa-sensei demanded, looking pointedly at Izuku. He gulped, clutching his notebook to his chest. He nodded curtly, hoping he didn't already blow his cover. I'm coming too, Kaken told him. Fine by me, Aizawa-sensei grumbled. Then they left. As they were getting closer to Kaken's house, Kaken offered him a place to crash. If you want a night away from your parents, you're welcome to climb through my window, again. Izuku nodded and they parted ways. His shoulders slumped forward, and he scratched at his lower lip. His notebook felt like a ticking time bomb in his hands. full of incriminating information that could get his whole class killed if in the wrong hands. And it was about to be, as he neared his home. He paused right at the door, knowing he had no choice. His life wasn't his own. He knew that. But he still didn't want to do this to innocent people, undeserving of the carnage that was sure to ensue once All for One got his hands on this information. He opened the door slowly, swallowing the lump of guilt in his throat. Inko stood in the kitchen, and Hisashi sat on the couch. All for One sat down next to Hisashi, his back ramrod straight. His head whipped over to Izuku, and he closed the distance in 2 strides. Izuku took a cautious step back, holding out his notes. All for One grabbed them and read them even though he didn't have any eyes. "This is a good start, my boy." Izuku shuffled past him, but All for One grabbed him by the wrist. The man nearly yanked him off his feet. Izuku felt tears prick at the edges of his eyes. He kept his eyes trained on the floor beneath him as All for One's words brushed his ear. "If you become compromised, I won't hesitate to kill you myself. It won't be pretty, nor will it be quick for you." Izuku nodded hastily, tears sliding down his cheeks cold and heavy. "I'm glad we understand each other, my boy." He let go of Izuku's wrist, and he rushed for the basement and terrifying dark of his room. Any fear was better than the terror All for One ensued. He slammed the door behind him and hid away. He wrapped his comforter around himself and curled in on himself. He was nothing but a spy. He didn't deserve to be in Yui when so many other kids who would actually become heroes could have been accepted in his stead. He stifled his sobs and guilt. Izuku slept fitfully that night, dreaming of demons tearing him apart, limb by limb. He dreamed of Kaken leaving him forever. He dreamed of bloody bodies and disembodied screams for mercy. Their blood was on his hands. He woke up an hour earlier than usual. His head throbbed with phantom pains, but he managed to get to his feet and dressed. He even had the gall to throw a hoodie over his dress shirt instead of his blazer. He took the gray blazer along with him because he had a feeling Aizawa would probably tell him to change before class. Izuku trudged up the stairs, his shoulders heavy with stress already. Quickly he double-checked that his sword was strapped to his hip. He quietly crept through the living room, almost to the door when his mother snapped at him. "Where are you going?" Izuku paled as he turned around. His mother's cold voice but through his hoodie like he wasn't even wearing it. His hands trembled, more than usual. He wrung them together and pointed to his blazer. Inko rolled her eyes at him. "Come here," she snapped. He was quick to comply. Pain laced through his jaw and cheekbone. He recoiled as her hand struck him again, and again. He held his hands up in front of his face to block her blows, but she didn't seem to care. She slammed her clenched fists into his arms, and his wrists throbbed with pain. She would no doubt leave purple bruises along his arms, and on his face. How could he explain something like that away? He fell? His mom had an episode of lunacy and hit the sheet out of him? Oh, wait. That was the truth. He was pretty sure he didn't have the intelligence to outwit Aizawa-sensei. Nor the ball, if he was being honest. She grabbed him by his hoodie and shook him. "Don't give me that shitty excuse. You're running off to betray all of us, and tell the teachers at Yui that you're a spy, aren't you?" Izuku shook his head rapidly. No. He wasn't stupid. If he was going to do that he'd need a plan. He'd need an army behind him. Betraying them was impossible, and not on his list of top priorities. He just needed to keep Kaken safe. He didn't have time to think for himself. "Don't lie to me," she screamed shrilly. Izuku hissed through his teeth as his mother grabbed a fistful of his green hair. "I knew I should have killed you the second you were born." He nodded slightly, ignoring the flare of sadness ripping at him. She let go of him, but not before cracking her fist across his cheek again. His mouth stung as he accidentally bit his tongue. She turned away from him, muttering nonsense and gibberish. He didn't stay to decipher her words. He had to leave if he wanted to be there 20 minutes early. His face throbbed as he left his house. His phone buzzed in his pocket, and he glanced at the time. He was late for class. On the second day. And he had completely bailed on going to school 20 minutes early. Now he looked suspicious. As he practically ran to school he cursed his mother and her moments of complete insanity. Anxiety pooled in his stomach as he raced down the sidewalks, and ran nearly the whole way there. He didn't stop until he was at the door of his classroom, silently catching his breath. He pushed his anxiety away as he pulled open the door. Aizawa merely gave him a glance as he walked in, muttering, "It's only the second day of school and you're already late?" Izuku didn't want to be a smart butt, but he couldn't resist. He gave Aizawa-sensei a nod. "Be late to my class again and you'll be expelled," Aizawa told him, "and didn't I go over the dress code yesterday? No hoodies or hats. This is your only warning, don't do it next time." Izuku nodded again, hands shaking as he took his seat. Kaken gave him a worried glance as Aizawa started up class again. "Are you okay?" Kaken whispered. Izuku gave him a vague nod as he jotted down the notes. No talking, Aizawa sighed in annoyance. Kaken gave him another concerned glance, and then returned to his own notes on the lecture. The entire first PRD of today was spent learning quirk theory from their homeroom teacher. When the bell rang, Aizawa stopped his lecture and instructed them to go change into their PE uniforms and head outside. Izuku managed to change without aggravating his healing wound, which he still hadn't looked at. He'd wrapped it in bandages he had Dabi steal from Recovery Girl's office the other day. He changed in the bathroom stall again and blissfully avoided changing in front of his classmates. They went outside to a nearby field, and Aizawa waited for everyone to get settled down before he started speaking. Alright, we'll be playing tag today, Aizawa said in his usual bored and tired tone. We're playing tag? Denki asked in disbelief, raising an eyebrow. Yes, that's what I just said. I think this is gonna be unfair. Kirishima pointed out, glancing at Ida. He's got engines in his calves. Then learn how to beat him with your quirk, Aizawa replied. As a pro, you'll be exposed to a lot of quirks that oppose yours, and you'll need to learn how to overcome that. This is a perfect example of that. I'm glad you aren't playing with us, Ashido commented with a slight sigh. Aizawa crossed his arms, and Izuku watched him intently, dully noting that the sky had turned a gloomy gray. Izuku ignored the pit of anxiety growing in his stomach as he looked at Aizawa-sensei. He still didn't know who Aizawa was. Well, he knew his name, but he didn't know his hero name. That's what he really needed to know. Oh, I am, Aizawa-sensei told them, with a wicked smirk. All of you have a mission. To take out me, and Ida before school is over. Izuku rolled his shoulders, as Aizawa's scarf lifted in the air and seemed to defy gravity. Aizawa lunged for Ida, and everyone jumped out the way. He rested his hand on the hilt of his sword and calmed down as he watched chaos erupt around him. Kirishima was gunning for Denki, and Tokoyami was standing nearby Izuku. He looked less than inclined to participate, and Izuku thought he would help him out. As long as no one seemed to think of tagging him yet, he made his way over to Tokoyami and lightly touched him on the shoulder. Tokoyami is out, Aizawa told them, as his scarf whipped around, trying to catch Ida in its thrall. Thank you, fellow child of darkness, Tokoyami said a bit dramatically as he sat down in the grass. Shall I keep your sword company? Izuku thought on it for a moment before shaking his head. Tokoyami nodded slightly. Izuku entered the fray. Denki is out. Todoroki lunged for Izuku, but Izuku was fast. He twisted out of the way and dodged another hand coming for him. Ice exploded from the ground, surrounding Izuku. His sword came out in one fluid motion, and Dabi exploded with hot searing flames. Todoroki gasped but didn't relent in the slightest as his ice melted almost instantly. Red fire collided with blue, and Izuku darted out of the fray. For a few precious seconds Dabi kept Todoroki distracted. Then Dabi disappeared and Todoroki found a different target. Ashido is out. Jairu and Kirishima are out. It seemed as if everyone was gunning for each other, and not giving Aizawa or Ida a second thought as the two danced around each other. Dabi materialized with a mischievous smirk playing on his lips. Midoriya thinks everyone should be going for Aizawa-sensei or Ida if we plan to get this wrapped up before school's over. Come on, guys, I have a date with a pretty fire demon at 4. I don't want to be late. It was like everyone had opened their eyes, and Izuku heard Aizawa curse. It was like watching moths fly into a light, the way everyone converged on Aizawa as one. In all the chaos Dabi had snuck behind Ida and tagged him. Izuku stood a little way away, shocked at how stupidly they went about trying to tag Aizawa and get him out of the game. Ida's out. Ashido called, as Aizawa dodged and tagged anyone who got too close to him. His eyes flashed red as Kaken tried to explode him, and Izuku was hit with a wave of recognition. This entire time, his homeroom teacher had been Eraserhead. Kaken jumped back away from Aizawa's outstretched hand and shoved Aoyama. Aoyama is out. Hagakure is out. Shinso is out. Aizawa tagged them all quickly, as soon enough, it was just Uraraka, Todoroki, Aizawa, Kaken and him. Kaken glanced at him, as he dodged tag after tag. Todoroki lunged for Izuku again, and Dabi appeared, grabbing his hand. Hey, that's not fair. Denki pointed out. For a split second, Aizawa glanced at Izuku and Dabi. I'll allow it. Todoroki is out. Kaken then tagged Uraraka. Uraraka is out. Circle Aizawa-sensei. Izuku told Dabi silently. Kaken glanced at him with a playful smirk or his angry-looking version of a smirk. Oh, Sheet Midoriya is about to be out. Language Kirishima, Aizawa snapped. Kaken rolled his shoulders. You got a plan in that nerd brain of yours? Course he does, Dabi smiled, glancing at Izuku hurriedly. You do, don't you? Izuku shrugged. Well DMN, that's a FING first, Dabi grumbled. Let's just wing it. Alright, Scarface. First of all, rude, Dabi told him, lunging toward Aizawa. His scarf hid Dabi's hand away, and Dabi glared at his teacher. Izuku really had no idea how to go about it, but he wasn't here to learn. He was here to spy, whether or not he wanted to. He needed some information on Aizawa's quirk to give to All for One. He hated himself. He felt horrible for doing this, but he needed to follow All for One's orders. So he followed Kaken's idea as he launched himself at Aizawa, palms exploding. Izuku watched as Aizawa's hair lifted up, and his eyes flashed red. Bakugo is out. Not even a second later, Aizawa tagged Izuku. DMN, we didn't win, Uraraka whined. Well, we all tried our best, which is what matters. Ida replied. Then, like the crack of a whip, thunder rolled. Lightning flashed in the sky, and Izuku ignored the fear rising in his throat. You did really good, Midoriya, Denki commented as they all headed inside to change. Izuku sheathed his sword and smiled. Dabi disappeared. Yeah, you really were. Shiro added with a nod, I didn't even get to tag anyone. Izuku fought the wave of guilt that assaulted him. He was spying on these people. And maybe one day his classmates would die because of him. All for One drilled him relentlessly. He'd woken Izuku up around 4 in the morning and spent the entire time sparring with him. Being drowsy with sleep, Izuku was slower than usual. His sword strokes and parries were weaker, and his stomach throbbed with every movement. All for One wasn't happy about his less than motivated attitude today. He ruthlessly slammed the hilt of his sword into Izuku's stomach, and Izuku stumbled back as pain exploded in his abdomen. His vision burst with blinding white, and he sked in a shallow breath as the world tilted and whirled. His head cracked against the freezing concrete as he landed. Izuku ignored the throbbing dull pain in his head and clutched his burning stomach. Get up, All for One growled. Did I tell you your training is over? Izuku pushed down the urge to vomit, as he stood on shaking legs. He tightened his grip on his katana and struck. His lunge was quick and precise, and his attack landed. But it didn't matter. All for One was inconceivably fast. He slapped the sword as if it was nothing but a stick. Luckily Izuku kept a hold of his weapon and tried to strike again. His teeth snapped together as the sword met nothing but a concrete wall. He whipped around. And just barely dropped himself to the floor in time to avoid the rocks that were launched toward him. Use your quirk, Izuku. His sword clattered to the ground without a single thought. The power greeted him easily, and every time he summoned it, doing so got easier and easier. The hellfire danced and writhed around him, and he embraced the frozen infernal flames. His power. His birthright. His flames, black like ink, but colder than any ice. Izuku didn't worry about losing control this time. You're getting stronger, All for One rasped, with a huge smile that pulled back his molted skin. Good. White puffs of air accompanied each word. Izuku knew All for One couldn't see his flames, no one could see them unless he took his suppressant off. His movements were quick, lethal, and accurate. He swung his hand in a wide arch like Shigaraki had done so many painful times in an attempt to land a hit. He wasn't surprised or disappointed when All for One shifted his stance and Izuku missed him by mere inches. His black fire followed his movement and slammed into All for One despite him missing. A small victorious smile quirked Izuku's lips up in the corners. The fire dissolved as All for One stumbled back. His hellfire was no fire at all. It acted like wind, sharp, strong and deadly. Able to cut flesh and bones like it was nothing but paper. Except all it did to All for One was make him stumble. The said man grunted, once again gaining back his balance. Izuku shifted into a defensive stance, his knees bent and his hands close in. He watched him wearily for his next move. It was too fast for him to follow, and without warning, Izuku was sprawled out on the floor with his feet swept from under him. Momentarily forgetting how to breathe, Izuku gaped. It took a few seconds for his lungs to kick back in gear, and he gasped sharply. Then the pain erupted, as All for One kicked him where he was weakest, in his stomach. Where his wound still tried to heal. White-hot pain made it hard to breathe, much less stand. He remained on the ground as All for One gave him a disgusted look. He didn't move to help him, and Izuku didn't expect it anyway. He was All for One's toy. A plaything that All for One took an interest in. He was nothing. Izuku pressed a hand to his stomach, wincing as his hand came away red and warm with his blood. The watch around All for One's wrist blared shrilly, and All for One threw him his Yui uniform. You're late for school. Get changed and I'll have Kurogyri teleport you. He was quick to pull off his black hoodie and glance down at his bloodied bandages. He'd steal some from Recovery Girl and rewrap them if he had the chance, or maybe he could have Dabi do it while he was at lunch. He grabbed his katana. He put on his dress shirt and did his tie quickly. His shaking hands made it hard. He threw his blazer, pants, and shoes on hastily. Kurogyri entered the room just as All for One made his leave, and set up a portal. Izuku stepped through it without a word. He pushed away the feeling of nausea he always got when stepping through one of Kurogiri's portals. He ended up in an alley not too far from Yui, and he was there pretty soon. The halls of Yui were deserted and quiet. He put a reassuring hand on his sword as he opened the door to his classroom. Aizawa-sensei didn't even look from his chalkboard when he spoke. "Wait outside Midoriya." "Of course." He let out an aggravated sigh and rolled his eyes as he turned to walk right out again. Kaken caught his eye and there was the mirth in those red eyes. Then an underlying spark of concern, but Izuku whirled around and stood by the door before anything could become of it. He didn't have a chance to cover up the bruise from his mother, and he knew it must look pretty bad. His classroom filled with not-so-subtle whispers of concern. The door closed softly, and Izuku got his phone out. Kaizomi-san's death was still making headlines, and he shut off his phone guiltily. Aizawa came out a few minutes later. He looked tired, but that wasn't an uncommon occurrence. He played with the bandages around his hands, looking at anything but the teacher before him. Aizawa sighed tiredly. "Midoriya, you're late again." Izuku crossed his arms if only to hide his hands. He didn't want Aizawa to see his chronic shaking and assume he was scared. While it wouldn't be a wrong assumption, he didn't want his teacher thinking he was weak already. "Why are you late again? Did you miss your alarm? Do you need me to buy a clock for you?" He shook his head vehemently. "Are you just trying to avoid early lessons with me?" He shook his head again. "Then why are you late again?" Aizawa asked as if he could speak. "You can only be late so many times before I have to expel you." Izuku pressed his lips together, head low with his fists clenched. It wasn't his fault. He didn't get a choice. "This is your last chance," Aizawa told him softly. "Usually I would expel you after the second time. Consider yourself lucky." Aizawa turned around and headed for the classroom, and Izuku went to follow. Just before they went inside, Aizawa gave him a glance out of the corner of his eye. "I better see you tomorrow, 20 minutes early." Izuku nodded. He was quick to catch up on his notes and found time to compile some of his own on his classmates. He tucked that journal away and didn't bring it back out. After lunch, they headed back to class, and all the desks had been pushed back to the walls. Standing at the front of the classroom was Present Mike out of his hero costume and in a hoodie. He wore sunglasses, and his hair was pulled into a tight bun. Blank canvas sat all around the room, with 2 stools at each one. "Come in, listeners. We'll be doing a very relaxing activity today." Present Mike began as everyone filed in. "We'll be painting today and half of you will be painting while the other half will be the subjects of your painting." Everyone sat down apprehensively. Except for Izuku, who grabbed Kaken instantly and sat him down on a stool. Kaken huffed in annoyance, but it didn't match his eyes that danced with admiration. "There aren't any rules, except that all paintings be appropriate for school." Izuku started with black paint. He grabbed the biggest brush available and slathered it over the entire canvas, and lightened up the right side of it with dull grays and silvers. Standing in the lighter spot in the painting was Kaken, only recognizable by his spiky blonde hair. His eyes were covered by his hair, and his mouth was pulled down in a frown. A single thin demon stood nearby with a hand tight on Kaken's shoulder. Kaken was reaching into the darkness with one hand, beckoning something. That something was Izuku, who stood on the left side of the painting. He was brandishing his katana. He was the source of the darkness throughout the painting. Fitting, he supposed. He was a monster either way. He added a few touches, not even paying attention to anything around him. He didn't even look at Kaken as he finished up, adding a few touches of light to create the ground beneath them. Then he added the chasm between them and stood back to examine it. "Whoa, I didn't know you were good at art," Denki remarked. "DMN. Well done, little listener." Present Mike exclaimed, putting a hand on his shoulder. Izuku flinched, but not too noticeable as his classmates came over. Present Mike seemed to notice it though and withdrew his hand immediately. Izuku tried to push away the image of All for One, putting his hands on his shoulders. "It's really black," Todoroki mumbled dully, with a slight shrug. "Yeah, like my soul," Shinso grinned as he spoke. "I like it," Tokoyami affirmed. "A true work of art. The nerd's been good at art his whole life." "You're fucking right, it's a FING masterpiece," Kaken said with a smirk. Izuku shook his head. "Don't FING tell me no, DMN it." "It is." Izuku shoved him. Shinso snickered. "He was the one to get the art scholarship, right?" Momo asked, and Izuku nodded. "Speaking of," Present Mike exclaimed excitedly. "Could I see the rest of your art sometime?" Izuku shrugged, not willing to tell the man no outright. He never planned on bringing any of his sketchbooks to school. None of his old ones, anyway. They had a lot of drawings of Kaizomi, and All for One in them. He didn't want to blow his cover already. As everyone took turns looking over his art, the bell rang. He nearly jumped out of his skin in terror, before he put a hand to his chest to calm himself. Izuku wasn't expecting to see All Might so early into the school year. He found himself getting his journal out again, even though he'd thought he wouldn't have to for the rest of the day. I'm coming through the door like a normal person. He'll admit, he blushed in excitement, but he also felt dread pool in his stomach as the man entered their classroom. He was the strongest hero alive, and also the most likely to kill him on the spot if he found out Izuku was a spy. He couldn't help but clench his hands under his desk in apprehension as his blue eyes met Izuku's. The man could probably smell lies from miles away, and Izuku was a bundle of them. He launched into his instructions quickly, eager to get class up and going. Today everyone will be learning basic self-defense and hand-to-hand combat. Your homeroom teacher and I will be helping you today. Everyone, please get dressed in your gym uniforms, and head for the gym. Izuku wasn't as enthusiastic about getting taught by All Might as the rest of his classmates were. He went and changed quickly, hiding away in the locking room stall again as he checked on his wound. It was healing and no longer bleeding. He let out a soft sigh of relief as he got dressed. He and his classmates all gathered in the gym with All Might and Aizawa waiting for them. All right everyone, pair up. Izuku found himself paired with Tokoyami, and he wasn't sad about it. All of you will spar with your partner until this hour is up. Either I or Aizawa-sensei will come to give you pointers and instructions. Tokoyami bowed to him, and Izuku suppressed a smile. Let the best of us win. Izuku nodded. Sounds of people slamming into cushioned mats echoed through the room instantly. Tokoyami was quick and fast, but so was Izuku. They danced around each other, and Izuku was the first one to land a hit. It was a simple roundhouse kick, not too rough. He was too afraid of becoming like his parents, so he was really careful. Tokoyami retaliated by throwing a punch that slammed right into Izuku's fresh bruise. He winced, and Tokoyami's eyes flashed with concern before they resumed. Izuku ignored the flare of pain in his stomach as Tokoyami kicked him, and threw the avian man over his shoulder. Tokoyami landed on his back and gasped for air. Izuku hovered over him apologetically as Tokoyami got up again. I'm okay. I'm just shocked. Are you bleeding? Izuku looked down, anxiety twisting around his heart. Blood has begun to seep through his shirt, and he grit his teeth angrily. His stitches had been aggravated again. During class. He put a hand to his abdomen and could feel his shoulders begin to shake. Out of nowhere, Dabi took it upon himself to appear. Aizawa-sensei. Midoriya-kun is bleeding. Tokoyami exclaimed calmly. Izuku wasn't calm. His breath shuddered in his chest, and he felt fear rising in his throat. Sheet you are, Dabi muttered softly, his hands waving around him anxiously. I don't know how to deal with bleeding humans. What do I do? Izuku felt himself paling as he ignored Dabi's whispers of concern and confusion. Izuku was looking at the demons crawling closer, through walls, through the door, from the ground. He could see demons already coming from all sides, begging for a taste of his blood. Get out of my way, All Might, he heard Aizawa snap, from across the room. He's my kid, I'll handle it. Izuku didn't want anyone to handle it. This would raise questions. This would make him suspicious. This would be the end, and he couldn't let anyone see what had been carved into his skin. By his own mother, who held no love for him. What's going on? Aizawa asked as he came up. Where are you bleeding? His stomach, sir, Dabi answered. Izuku shot him a look of betrayal, before looking at Aizawa-sensei. What? He asked. I'll take you to recovery, girl, let's go. His tired eyes were alive with concern and apprehension. He didn't want to, but he knew it would be suspicious if he refused. All the while, as they walked, sharp pain stabbed at his stomach. He was dizzy and tired when they finally reached her office. She was busy patching up a kid with a bloody nose as they walked in. She kissed the boy on the forehead and sent him on his way. Aizawa cleared his throat, and recovery girl locked eyes with him, before looking at Izuku and Dabi. Come on in, what seems to be the matter? My students were practicing hand-to-hand combat, and he got hurt. Can I see? Izuku shook his head despairingly. He didn't want anyone to touch him. Midoriya. Aizawa reached out to touch him, but Dabi slapped his hand. Away. I wouldn't recommend that, he growled. I'll kill you. Izuku wheeled Dabi away with a single thought, and he disappeared. He shook his head again, wincing. Midoriya-kun, I need to heal you, recovery girl told him softly. It won't hurt, I promise. He wanted to run. He wanted nothing more than to disappear. But he moved toward the bed on the other side of the room and sat down. All right, Sonny, let me see your injury. More like mutilation. Izuku glanced at the recovery girl, and then at Aizawa. The worry must have been reflecting on his eyes as recovery girl spoke again. Nobody but me and Aizawa-sensei will see this, I promise. That didn't make him feel any better, as he lifted up his shirt. Recovery girl undid his hasty job of bandaging his wound. The small horrified gasp that left her lips was hard to miss. Aizawa's eyes widened with sympathy and concern. Who did that to you? Izuku shook his head. He's too exhausted for me to heal, Aizawa. You need to stop pushing your class so hard. He could see the suspicion in Aizawa's eyes. Cold and sharp. Nothing like those soft parental eyes that flashed when Tokoyami said he was bleeding. I'm sorry, Aizawa replied. Midoriya, I need to redo your stitches, okay? That wasn't okay. He didn't want that woman anywhere near him with a needle. He shook his head. The last time someone healed him, it was absolute agony. He ignored the image of Dr. Tsubasa holding his broken hands in his. He ignored the fear. He had no idea how this woman's quirk worked. He didn't want her anywhere near him. She reached for him, and Izuku slapped her hand away. He couldn't. In his panic he thrashed. He didn't want to be touched. Stay away, stay away. Aizawa grabbed him by the shoulders. He forced to lay down. Sweetheart, if you don't start cooperating I'm going to have to sedate you. Izuku wanted to kick her in the face or yell at her. This shouldn't even be happening. But he was being suspicious. He forced himself to relax and to calm his breathing. Okay, that's better, Recovery Girl told him softly. She grabbed a pair of scissors and ripped open his shirt and examined his stitches. For a moment it was silent. Whoever did this wasn't a professional in any capacity. Next time you need stitches, come straight to me. Izuku frowned. He wouldn't come to her if his life depended on it. He was sure of that, as she began to redo his stitches. Izuku didn't flinch, but he did wince when she got her needle ready. He didn't want her to touch him. He hated how her fingers were cold against his skin. They were too much like his mother, and he didn't think he could handle it. It was like getting carved open all over again. With one word getting etched into the skin of his stomach. Villain. Shoyuta sat in bed that night worrying about Midoriya, and he woke up worrying about it. The bruises on his face, on his chest, and shoulders. He had a sick feeling of dread in his stomach ever since he saw the kid with his shirt off. He must have looked terrible as he got out of bed. Hisashi even commented about it in their small empty apartment as they made their morning coffee. Hey, Shoyuta. Hisashi began, are you okay? Shoyuta shook his head, with a heavy sigh. No. I'm not. Are you worried about something? He nodded and downed the whole cup of coffee in one go. Hisashi gave him a wary glance and tentatively sipped his. His husband waited silently, knowing full well that if Shoyuta had something important on his mind he would tell him eventually. He shook his head and ran a hand through his messy hair. You had a class with Midoriya yesterday. Did he look like he was in pain? No, but he did have a huge bruise on his face if that's what you mean. Shout shrugged. We were doing basic combat training, and he was doing really well. That was until one of my other students kicked him in the stomach, and ripped open his stitches I didn't even know he had. Why did he have stitches? Did you take him to Recovery Girl? I did, and he didn't take it well at all, Shoyuta began. He didn't want anyone to touch him, and I had to hold him down at one point. Then Recovery Girl told me he was too exhausted to get healed. We took a look at his wound and do you know what it was? Hisashi raised an eyebrow, looking rightfully concerned. Shoyuta avoided making eye contact with his husband as he spoke, looking right at the clock on the wall. Someone had carved the word villain into his stomach. All Recovery Girl could do was redo his stitches. They looked like he did them himself. He refused to tell us who did that to him, and I can't stop thinking about it. Hisashi looked really pale, and he almost felt bad about telling him. Then Hisashi pressed his lips into a thin line. Did you give him medicine? Have you contacted his mother? Is he okay? I'm not sure, but I did try reaching his mother. It went straight to voicemail, and so did his father's number, Shoyuta told him. I did ask him to come in early to class, so I could. I want to be there, hurry up Shoyuta. Let's go. I need to see if he's okay. Shoyuta grinned slightly and he got dressed quickly. They both seemed a little too eager to check on Midoriya as they piled into his car and peeled out of his driveway, headed for Yui. The halls were quiet but busy with teachers getting ready for the school day to begin. Some students hung around, trying to finish up last-minute assignments. Hisashi followed him to his classroom, and as they got to the door they realized they'd been beaten. Midoriya stood there, with an out-of-breath-looking Bakugu. DMNBSTRD opened my door for 1 fucking second he was gone. Bakugu wasn't even in his uniform, and Shoyuta raised an eyebrow. A dog jumped around Midoriya excitedly, a pug. What's going on? What a cute dog. Hisashi cooed, and Midoriya smiled. This motherfucker got out while I was going outside. I ran after him, all the way here. Dumb dog. Bakugu snapped, with a growl. Midoriya didn't seem to be listening at all as he leaned down to hold the dog. The dog howled excitedly and licked at Midoriya's bruised cheek. Shoyuta could already see a new bruise on his collarbone right where Midoriya's dress shirt began. He glanced at Hisashi and from the look in his eyes, he saw it too. The pug in his arms leaned dangerously to try to lick Hisashi, poking out its pink tongue. Hisashi reached for the dog and melted as Midoriya handed the dog over. "Can I take him to my office until school's out?" Hisashi asked, with pleading eyes. Midoriya nodded with a grin. "Are you ready?" Shoyuta asked Midoriya as Hisashi cradled the pug in his arms. "Bakugo, you can go with Present Mike to get a new uniform." The boy nodded again, and they went inside as Bakugo left. Midoriya looked anxious as he stood in the classroom alone with Shoyuta. He decided to begin immediately. "You don't know how to sign, do you?" Midoriya shook his head, wringing his hands together. "Did your school not offer to teach you?" Shoyuta asked softly, with his arms crossed. Another shake of the head. He thought as much. He wanted to ask why his mother didn't bother to teach him, but he resisted the urge. He wanted to get straight to the point, but learning that his middle school refused to help him set him off. "Do you want to learn?" Midoriya seemed to pause before he picked at his nails. Shoyuta saw the smallest of nods, as Midoriya avoided looking at him. Shuta's heart hurt for this problem child. "I can teach you if that's okay." He nodded more visibly this time, and he got a chance to see those eyes. Usually, they reflected nothing, but right now they shone with determination and excitement. Whoever thought that this child was a waste of time to teach sign language was an a-hole. Who could look at that kid and say that he didn't deserve a chance to communicate? Shoyuta shoved down the anger that exploded from him. He would talk to Nezu about it later, as he began his lesson. Midoriya was confused almost the entire time as Shoyuta carefully taught the boy the alphabet. He was determined for Midoriya to be able to fingerspell by the end of this week. Slowly but surely the halls began to fill with noise and laughter, so Shoyuta cut his lesson short. Midoriya drifted to his seat silently, and Bakugo burst through the door and took his seat. "I swear to God, if that dog gets out again, I will throw him out in the street." Deku. Midoriya glared at Bakugo. "Don't test me, I will." Shoyuta sighed through his nose. He could tell today was going to be a very long day. His class with All Might was more than exciting. The number one hero all deemed them all ready to move on from basic combat training. Today they'd be using their quirks to take down some extra robots from the entrance exam. From there they'd all be scored on how many robots they managed to take down. Izuku was dreading seeing everyone's quirks in action. He would have to document everyone, and he didn't want to. He didn't want to be the reason everyone died, if the villains ever thought to attack. It made him feel sick, as he got dressed in his hero costume for the first time. All for One had designed it for him and he felt obligated to hate it, but as he put it on he found himself liking it. It was a simple black t-shirt with the words "Not Today Satan" printed on it. Ripped black jeans, combat boots with pentacles on them. A cloak with blue fire on the bottom half of it, Dobby's fire, and on the back was an upside-down cross. Lastly he adorned his headband with his horns on it. He slipped on his gloves, and stepped out of his stall, distracting himself with his phone. His eyes lingered on the tabloid articles on Stain, and he clicked on one. Stain's body lost. Earlier today, officials were preparing to perform an autopsy on Stain's body to shed some light on his recent death. His autopsy was scheduled to begin tomorrow morning, but as they were checking on the body they discovered that Stain's body was gone. All of his belongings from the police station nearby were also gone. The robber left no traces or evidence of even being there. As of now, the police are tackling the issue and reassure us that Stain wasn't involved with a group of villains like we all fear. At the moment no other information is available, and we will work diligently to report any new findings on this strange theft. Izuku had a feeling he knew exactly who stole Kaizomi-san's body and all his belongings. "Holy shit, Bakugo, your costume is so manly!" Kirishima exclaimed. He saw Kaken glare at Kirishima, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. "F off, shitty hair. Let's go, Deku!" Kaken yelled, stomping over angrily to drag Izuku out of the locker room. Once they were outside, Kaken gave him a quick once-over, with a smirk. Izuku raised an eyebrow at him. "With that kind of costume, you'll scare off villains for sure," he told him as they waited for everyone to catch up. It was kind of awkward standing the gym alone with All Might. For him at least. Kaken looked ready to explode some robots, and All Might looked a little too eager to teach this class. Izuku was determined to ignore the number one hero. Soon enough the rest of their class arrived, and they all complimented each other on their outfits. Izuku liked Kaken's, Tokoyami's, and Shinsu's the most. You could say he was pretty biased with Kaken seeing as he designed it himself. But with Tokoyami's he just liked how the avian went for a dark theme much like he did. And Shinso. He looked like Aizawa-sensei, a lot like Aizawa. "Whoa Bakugo, who designed your costume?" Ashido asked excitedly, and Izuku flushed. Kaken shrugged. "Deku did." And just like that, all eyes were on him and he blushed. You did? Did you design yours too? It's so cool. Ashido exclaimed, taking a hold of his cloak and feeling the fabric. Izuku nodded slightly, even if it was a lie. All for one smile flashed before him, and he ignored it. DMN, I wish you would have designed mine. Siro whined. Your costume looks hot on you. Shut up, Denki replied. Thanks babe. You're all gross? Kaken blurted. Everyone busted out laughing, and Izuku rolled his eyes at Kaken. All Might cleared his throat to get their attention and everyone finally calmed down. The fake city gleamed in the sunlight as All Might spoke, explaining their exercise. Alright everyone. Listen up, all of you will be defeating robots today. Bakugu, Midoriya, please stand by me to demonstrate what I mean. As he spoke, robots from their entrance exam came from underground on a moving platform. The robot activated instantly, and Izuku watched it warily. Midoriya, please destroy the first one. He gave All Might a slight nod before unsheathing his katana at his hip. He didn't summon Dabi this time, as he rushed forward. His blade cut through the metal like butter. Sparks ignited as the robot flopped down, cut in half with one sword slide. Good job my boy. But Izuku wasn't listening. His body froze up, and he sked in a silent breath. My boy. Fear curled up in his gut, but an explosion brought him out of his stupor. Kakens. He let out a breath, once again listening in on All Might's instructions. Your goal today is to kill as many robots as possible until the hour is up. The student with the most points will win a prize. And then, as soon as All Might finished explaining, their exercise began. It was like the entrance exam all over again, as everyone scrambled to win. This isn't fair. Ida told All Might, as everyone else ran. Last time we were fighting robots, Midoriya-kun destroyed all of them. Izuku ran off, with a wince. He had forgotten his stunt at the entrance exam. Now he kind of felt bad for everyone who had been unlucky enough to be in the same one as him. He came face to face with a robot and summoned his cold fire. It curled around him, embracing him in the icy cold. Izuku gave the robot one kick, before the robot fell in a metal heap. With another he held out his hand and shot out a stream of fire, and it rocketed toward it. The robot landed a few yards away, sparking. He didn't even touch his sword the entire time as he darted between his classmates. His fire burned through every single robot he encountered. At one point he even yanked Shinso off his feet as a robot nearly fell on him. He darted into an alleyway, listening for the sound of Kaken's explosions. The ground beneath him rumbled, and he knew he was nearby. He walked out into the street and dispatched another robot. At the intersection was a mob of robots, and right in the thick of it was Kaken popping off explosion after explosion. Izuku grinned devilishly, and took out his sword. He ran forward, and Dabi materialized. Blue fire incinerated all of the robots around Kaken, and Kaken glared at Izuku. The creeping cold of his hellfire made Izuku's hands go numb, but he still managed to flip him off. Do that again, and see what happens. He exclaimed. Izuku put his sword away, and Dabi disappeared. Kaken grinned as Izuku gestured at himself, as if to say come at me. Kaken snickered, as All Might announced over an intercom that the exercise was over. All right everyone. Time is up. Please return to the entrance and I'll go over the results. Izuku followed Kaken back to the entrance and his friend filled the silence. How many do you think you took down? He asked. Izuku shrugged, he hadn't thought of keeping track at all. Guess they would find out when they joined the rest of the class. They reached the rest of the class pretty quickly, and once everyone returned All Might told them who won. With 60 confirmed kills, young Midoriya, you won. 60? Had he really taken down that many robots? Izuku stood in the observation room in shock, staring at All Might in awe. Had he really destroyed that many in that short of a time? All Might congratulated him. And now for your prize. The man exclaimed joyously, pulling out an All Might pen from one of his pockets. A limited edition All Might pen. It reminded Izuku of Stain's limited edition All Might lighter he carried around. Or used to. He accepted it gratefully, ignoring how his eyes stung with unshed tears. After classes were over, Izuku hurried down the hall to the nearest exit. He was eager to leave, but not too eager on going home. He knew All for One would be waiting for him. As he was leaving the building he slammed into Shinso, and he winced as Shinso raised an eyebrow at him. You good Midoriya? Izuku smiled, and nodded. I didn't mean to run into you, I'm sorry. He shook his head, and held up one finger. 1 second. Shinso waited, looking a little anxious. Izuku fished out a notebook from his backpack and turned to an empty page. It's okay. I wasn't paying attention. I guess we're both pretty clumsy, huh? He nodded in response. I forgot to tell you that I saw you during the entrance exam. You didn't even use a quirk at all. Do you have a quirk? It's cool if you don't. Oh, Shinso began stiffly. My quirk is brainwashing. Really? That's so cool. How does it work? Can you show me some time? So cool. Why you think it's cool? Shinso asked incredulously. Izuku nodded. Thank you Midoriya, it means a lot. And for some reason Shinso left with a word. Izuku stood there for a moment, confused. Then he shrugged it off and finally went home without Kaken. He was getting Edgar back from present Mike. As soon as he opened the door to his mother's house he suddenly began to wish he was with Aizawa-sensei or any pro-hero. There were villains sitting on the couch. They were in his kitchen, sitting on the floor, leaning against walls. In the center of it all was All for One. Dread filled all of him as he spotted his parents in the throng, talking animatedly with another villain. He had a bad feeling about this. All for One smiled widely as Izuku entered, finally. Now we can start planning. Izuku stopped himself from wondering exactly what he had just got himself dragged into. This was the dark and dangerous road Kaizomi-san had unwittingly led him down. And he was trapped, with villains creeping in on all sides. No chance of escape. But maybe he could dig himself out, with the information he was being given. This was his one-way ticket to salvation. He hoped. All for One stood, and took Izuku by the shoulders. My boy, you're in charge of taking notes. Get your journal, and when this meeting is over with, get me a full report on everything. Who should be positioned where, which students' quirks to avoid entirely, and which students are easier targets. This plan cannot fail. I expect at least 5 pages from you. Izuku nodded. He could tell by the way All for One was looking at him that this was a test. The man wanted to know if Izuku would run to the police with this information. This was risky, but he was willing to take this risk for his freedom. He sat himself down on the floor in the corner and wrote down everything. He committed everyone's faces to memory, half listening to All for One and Shigaraki plan. There would be a Nomu, the brainless monstrosities that All for One tortured Izuku with. They would split up the class, putting them where their quirks worked the worst. They'd place the villains where their quirks would shine. Izuku quickly deduced that a lot of these villains were weak and easily taken down. He shifted his focus to the most dangerous of the bunch. He had a lot of people come up to him and tell him their quirk. Pretty soon he had a long list of names and quirks to match them. A list he would somehow get to a teacher. The Nomu will kill All Might. That's our goal with our attack on the USJ, All for One told everyone. It's also to retrieve our spy, Midoriya Izuku. He's gathered plenty of information and his skills are needed elsewhere. Kidnapping a UE student would destroy UE's reputation forever, especially if they can't retrieve their lost student. Then society will lose faith in their so-called heroes. Shigaraki laughed, scratching at his neck. He frowned, as he finished up his notes and began compiling a report. Who should he give this information to? Who would believe him? How could he avoid being thrown in jail? His mind kept going back to a man with messy black hair and tired eyes. He could hide notes for Aizawa-sensei to find. Then at least his teacher would know and do something about it. Hopefully. But Izuku knew how reliable heroes could be, and he knew how they acted. With his luck, Aizawa-sensei wouldn't understand in time, or he would think it was a joke. No matter what he had to try, and rely on a hero he barely knew. He swallowed his anxiety and silently continued his report, placing Shigaraki with the Nomu in the center of the attack, and a few villains with water quirks in the water zone. He also kept another page of notes, detailing the plan. He would keep this for himself, to make sure he could stop the attack before it escalated. Shigaraki, the Nomu, and Kurojiiri would be the first to leave the portal. Izuku would have to work quickly to stop this plan in its tracks. He would have to get rid of Kurojiiri and kill the Nomu with Dabi's fire. Then Shigaraki would be the only dangerous villain left. They would be safe, and hopefully, Izuku would be able to save himself. Somehow he doubted it. Somehow he had a gut feeling that this plan of his would crumble. With a sense of impending doom, he knew deep down that he would die for his recklessness. And he was okay with it if his classmates survived. Nobody saved fallen angels. Nobody saved villains. Nobody would save him. He had to do it himself or die trying. It's okay. Be a hero, son. Become the next symbol of peace, and show the world what you're made of. It's okay. Find a way to save yourself. And he'd found it. Izuku made copies of his notes, and ripped them from his journal. Over the course of a few days he placed them around the school. The first one was in Aizawa-sensei's desk. Another was in the bathroom. Another was in the staff room. He placed his information anywhere he could, leaving clues everywhere for Aizawa-sensei to find. He hoped he found them in time. He was stuffing a few new pages of information in his backpack when the door to his bedroom opened. The hinges creaked loudly in the silence. His hands trembled as he zipped up his bag and shot to his feet. The wooden stairs creaked with Hisashi's weight as he walked down. Izuku? He sing-songed quietly. He stood frozen for a moment, trying to make out Hisashi's figure out on the stairs. He scrambled for his bed, where a knife waited, positioned under his bed so he could reach it easily without needing any light. Goosebumps blossomed along his skin as Hisashi's steps stopped. "You've been a good boy today," Hisashi whispered into the darkness as he entered the room and left the stairs behind. He could barely make him out in the complete darkness of his room. His heart hammered in his chest as he heard Hisashi's footfalls end at his bed. He gripped the knife tightly in one hand, ready to use it if Hisashi tried anything. In the silence all he could hear was his own shaky breathing. Fear gripped him tightly, and the knife shook in his hands. Panic exploded in his heart as Hisashi ruffled his hair. "Keep being a good boy, and don't tell your stupid hero friends about all of our plans, okay?" He stopped breathing. It was like his brain hit pause, and his entire body was still with fear and panic. Hisashi didn't move his hand, and Izuku's grip on the knife slowly loosened until it clattered to the floor. A scream ripped from him as Hisashi grabbed Izuku's face with his other hand, cupping his chin. "I'll kill you," Hisashi growled. "And I'll make it slow. Do you understand me, boy?" Izuku's jaw ached, as Hisashi dug his nails into his cheekbones. Pain exploded in his face, blinding hot. He couldn't even breathe, as Hisashi grinned. "Good, now go upstairs, your mother wants a word with you." He gasped in relief as Hisashi pulled his hand away. The pain left him, but the panic remained. It was a constant. His body shuddered and ached as he grabbed his bag and went up the stairs. His eyes burned as he swung the door to the basement open and went into the living room where his mother waited. He set his bag down and watched her with terrified eyes. Hands shaking, he watched as she stood and glared at him. She didn't say anything, and Izuku never expected her to. Her fist smashed into his face, and he felt his nose crack. Warm sticky blood dropped from his nose like a waterfall. Izuku didn't know what he'd done, but he'd somehow managed to make his mother mad. Again. His eyes watered, and his face throbbed with sharp pain. Before he could even think of raising his arms to protect himself, she grabbed a handful of his hair and screamed at him. "I don't understand why he had to choose you of all people. What makes you so important? Why has he taken such an interest in you? You're nothing." Izuku let it happen. He listened to every word she said, and took it to heart. He felt tears prick at the corner of his eyes. It wasn't like he had been given a choice in the matter. All for One had taken it upon himself to make Izuku a spy. His mother didn't see it like that. She shoved him with almost superhuman strength and Izuku fell. His chin knocked into the floor, and he winced. That was definitely going to bruise. He curled in on himself and waited. Her foot slammed into his side, and his back. Pain ached throughout his body as she kicked him relentlessly until she was out of breath. With one last kick to his head, Inko turned and left. Still spouting angrily about All for One had chosen the wrong person for the job. Izuku's head slammed into the floor, and he groaned as the door to his mother's room closed. He sat up slowly, covering his nose with one hand to stop the flowing blood. With the other hand he grabbed his bag and stood. He left quickly before his mother could come back for round 2. He could feel a bruise forming on his chin and forehead. It was still a little dark as he began his walk-a-run. What could he say? He was going late for Aizawa-sensei's early lessons otherwise to Yui. As he entered the building he looked down at himself. His uniform was all wrinkled. There was blood on it too, from his broken nose. Anxiety ripped at him, squeezing in his chest as he made his way to Aizawa's classroom. He needed to tell him he was going to Recovery Girl's office first. "Midoriya," a gruff, exhausted voice sounded from behind him. Izuku jumped, and turned around. Aizawa-sensei looked exhausted as usual. As soon as Aizawa looked at Izuku however, his expression changed into worry. "Hey, are you okay?" Izuku nodded. "Who did that to you?" Aizawa asked, but Izuku just shrugged. "Move your hand, let me see it." Izuku complied, wiping the blood on the back of his hand. Aizawa sighed heavily and dragged him to Recovery Girl's office without a word. Recovery Girl looked up from her work and gave Izuku a pitying look. "What happened, dear? Did you pick a fight with someone?" "He won't tell me," Aizawa replied, and Izuku pursed his lips together to emphasize the point. "Well, get over here and I can fix you up. I'd like to take a look at your stomach as well. Aizawa, would you mind locking the door behind you?" Izuku came over cautiously, and Recovery Girl gave him a peck on the forehead. The throbbing pain in his face vanished, and she smiled at him. "Good as new." She went over to her desk and pulled out a wet wipe seemingly out of nowhere. She handed over the wipe, and Izuku scrubbed the blood off his face neck. "Now if you wouldn't mind taking off your shirt?" Izuku did so apprehensively. He felt exposed. Izuku didn't entirely trust Recovery Girl yet, and she seemed to notice. Recovery Girl didn't waste time and prolong his suffering. "Ah, I can take out your stitches now. It shouldn't hurt a bit." She grabbed the tiniest pair of scissors he ever saw, and cut the thread on each letter carved into his skin. She then carefully yanked the thread out until there were no stitches left. "I'll ask one more time, and you can write it out for me. Who did that?" She gestured to the word carved on his stomach. He looked away from her. He could feel Izawa staring at him. When he didn't answer, Recovery Girl spoke again. "Who broke your hands like that? Who broke your nose? Who's hurting you? If you don't answer me, then I'm going to come to my own conclusions." Izuku covered his face with his hands. He didn't know how to approach this. He thought the only thing he had to worry about was the USJ attack, but now this was falling into his lap. And he had no instructions. Panic consumed him, eating away at him. Midoriya-kun, Recovery Girl began softly, pulling his hands away from his face. He didn't realize he'd been hyperventilating and crying. "You can tell us. We're heroes. It's our job to help you," Izawa told him, and Izuku glanced at him. He looked drained, as he leaned against the door. For one dangerous moment Izuku was about to tell them. And then an alarm blared to life, screeching shrilly through the air. Izawa-sensei and Recovery Girl moved for the door. "Stay here," Izawa told him. Izawa was gone before Izuku could do anything, and he was grateful for that alarm. He had time to figure out his answer whenever they decided to question him again. Recovery Girl followed Izawa, and Izuku found himself curious. He put his shirt back on and ventured outside the nurse's office. As soon as he looked out into the hallway he knew it wasn't villains or anything because All Might was sipping on a glass of water. He joined his teacher, and All Might gave him a glance. "Young Midoriya," he exclaimed. "What are you doing here so early?" Izuku got out a piece of paper and wrote a simple message. "I was supposed to learn sign language with Izawa-sensei." "I see, how is it going?" Izuku groaned. All Might smiled slightly. "At least you're here, trying to learn it. Give yourself that." Izuku smiled, and pointed to the teachers rushing past. At one point he even spotted Nezu. "Oh, there's a fire in the dorms. It's already being taken care of and I was told to stay far away because my quirk would probably cause more damage. They'll have to start completely over on the dorm buildings now." Izuku frowned. "Never fear, young Midoriya. The dorms will be completely safe when they're finally completed." He probably wouldn't be there for that. His hands curled into fists, and he went back into the nurse's office to grab his bag. All Might didn't say anything as Izuku left him in the hallway. He still had some notes to scatter, and this fire was the perfect cover-up. He put a hand to his katana as he walked, and summoned Dabi. He knew that the cameras wouldn't pick up Dabi's form well. These cameras weren't as good as the ones from the entrance exam. And he was in the camera's blind spot anyway, so it didn't matter if the camera picked Dabi up just a bit. They wouldn't know it was Dabi until the attack was already over. Dabi silently grabbed the ripped pages from Izuku and went into Nezu's office. He came back outside without them. Now all Izuku could do was wait for Nezu to find them. Hopefully he put all the pieces together before the attack. Hopefully he made extra teachers go with them. Hopefully no one died. Izuku took the last of the pages to All Might's desk in the staff room. Right now no one was inside, and he slipped the papers in his desk. One paper in particular was the most important. "He lives." That's all the last page said, and hopefully All Might understood. By the time he was finished, all the teachers slowly came back from the fire. The fire he started, using Dabi's flames as a distraction. School should be starting any minute, but as Izuku went back into the nurse's office to grab his blazer, Recovery Girl stopped him. "School is out today thanks to that fire. I've called everyone's parents to let them know, but I haven't called yours. You're welcome to stay." Izuku paused for a moment. Slowly he set his bag down. "All right, I'll contract them to tell them you're doing some extra studying." He nodded slightly, and the door to her office opened. Izawa's eyes scanned the room and landed on him. "If you're staying we can go into my classroom and we can continue the lesson." Izuku nodded and Recovery Girl shooed him off. "When you come back tomorrow I expect you to be able to sign to me." Then the two of them left and went into Izawa's classroom. It was quiet for a long time as Izuku reviewed the alphabet over and over again. Once Izawa was satisfied he spoke. "What's your quirk?" Izuku was astonished that his hands didn't shake all that much as he signed to him. "I can see and control demons." "I see. Do you summon them?" "Too?" "Yes, with my hands." "Can I look at your hands?" "Do I have a choice?" "Yes." "Then no." "Why not?" "Because. I won't judge you. I don't care. I've already seen them, remember? What does it matter if I look at them again?" "Okay, fine." Izuku held out his hands, with his palms facing up. After a moment of hesitation Izawa held his hands and studied the scars. A summoning circle carved into each palm. His fingers were slightly crooked and lined with scars. All the way up to his elbows long lacerations littered his arm. Did you do that to yourself? Izuku yanked his hands away in disgust. He gave Aizawa-sensei a glare. Then who did? You can tell me. Izuku shook his head. No, I can't. Why not? I just can't. We're done for the day, Aizawa told him, almost angrily. Shita is the kid still. Izuku jumped, and Aizawa groaned. Yes he is, what's going on? Oh, I just wanted to see if he wanted to paint. He nodded eagerly. Present Mike grinned widely. Ooh yeah. Let's go. Let's go. No one here appreciates art as much as me and you Midoriya. Izuku stood with a shaky smile, and grabbed his bag. Present Mike led him to an empty art classroom and Present Mike sighed softly. Do you want to draw? Do you want to paint? Izuku pointed at the paintbrushes, and Present Mike set him up with an empty canvas and paints. Present Mike himself pulled his long blonde hair back into a messy bun. In his hands was a sketchbook, and Present Mike started to draw. Izuku started to paint. He didn't know what he was painting, and after a while, he left the brushes behind and used his hands. His mind zeroed in on the empty canvas before him, and he poured his fear into it. He poured his sorrow and his pain into the painting. He still had no idea what was going to become of this painting. It was black. It was dark. It was evil, and sad, and painful. He took a step back, what felt like hours later, and maybe it was, and saw what he had created. All for One's face leered at him from the painting, with a smile stretching the shiny scarred skin on his face. All for One. His pain, his sorrow, his fear. He blinked away the tears in his eyes, and bumped into Present Mike who had been watching him. Hey, are you okay? And then those bright expressive eyes found Izuku's painting. And they darkened. How did you? Do you know him? Do you know who you just painted? Izuku nodded fearfully. Burn it. Take it away from me. Midoriya. Izuku turned around, paint drying on his hands. Midoriya, don't run. And then he ran. And he didn't stop until his feet ached and he was far, far away from Yui. The look in Present Mike's eyes made fear curl up in his gut and fester. He didn't hesitate as he swung the door to his house open. He deserved the inevitable screams and curses. He deserved any blows that came his way and broke him. He was stupid. He was so stupid, drawing All for One in front of someone. A pro hero no less. He was going to be killed. Present Mike, or All for One himself, would see to that. The next day he was worried, and his back ached with new bruises and cuts. The entire walk to school with Kaken was lively. He kept yelling about how it was stupid that school had been cancelled. How's your lessons with Aizawa going? He said suddenly, after he finished his rant. Izuku shrugged. Say something in sign. I only know the alphabet Kaken. That's good enough for me. You know sign? I learned a while ago, that whole month where you avoided me. I only wanted to come with you to Aizawa's lessons to help you. Oh. Yeah. Don't ever avoid me again, you little sheet. I won't. You better not. Izuku smiled, and Kaken took a hold of his hand with his own. Izuku completely blanked, a blush covering his cheeks. Kaken was holding his hand. The Kaken. His best friend. A shiver ran up his spine as Kaken's thumb rubbed his hand. He wasn't used to this, but he liked it. They walked all the way to school like that. Hand in hand. He was calm and content until he remembered what was supposed to happen today. Everything was supposed to come crashing down. And him with it. His hand went cold in Kaken's grip, and Izuku began to hope that Aizawa had found a lot of his notes. Maybe even Nedzu found his, and hopefully All Might had a brain and noticed his. Thankfully their walk was short, and they arrived at the school early for Aizawa's lessons. He could see if he had found anything before school started. Kaken's hand squeezed his own, and he glanced at his best friend. Are you okay? He nodded. You look really worried about something. Izuku shook his head and threaded his fingers with Kaken's. Alright, don't tell me then. Don't tell you what? Aizawa asked, rubbing at his eyes as he walked to his classroom with Present Mike in tow. Nothing, Kaken grumbled angrily. Are you ready for more practice, Midoriya? Aizawa asked as he opened the door. Izuku nodded and Kaken followed them inside. All four of them pushed together two desks and pulled up a chair. The lesson began and 20 minutes passed easily. As Present Mike left the classroom, he pulled Izuku outside with him for a moment. Midoriya, about yesterday. I can explain. It's okay, Present Mike told him. I just want to know how you're associated with him. I can't. It's safe for you here, Midoriya. It's not. If he's forcing you into this, then all you have to do is nod. Maybe it was the fear in his eyes. Or maybe it was because he really did nod, but Present Mike gave him a pat on the head and whispered as he walked away, I'll save you, kiddo. He stood there shocked for a while, and only snapped out of it when Shinso bumped into him sleepily. Instead of an apology, he simply patted Izuku's shoulder and muttered under his breath. I'm so tired. It's so early. Izuku nodded in agreement, and went back inside. He sat down at his desk and put his head down. He agreed with Shinso 100%. His body begged for a nap. He didn't intend to actually fall asleep, as he closed his eyes. He didn't think Aizawa would let him, but maybe an hour later he woke up with a start and almost fell out of his seat. Oh good, you're finally awake I see, Aizawa said. Izuku blinked blearily and stood. Hurry up and get dressed in your hero costume, we're headed somewhere for the rest of the day. The USJ he already knew. Anxiety made his hands shake even more, as he got up and headed to the locker room where the rest of his class was. He got dressed quickly, and before he could worry too much, they were on the bus headed for the unforeseen simulation joint. And for a moment it was like the calm before the storm. Soon the air that was filled with laughter would be filled with screams of terror. He was ready to puke as soon as they entered the building. He spotted 13 a little ways away in the building. They greeted the class as Izuku and his classmates walked inside. Hello everyone, they said excitedly. If only 13 knew what was about to happen. If only they knew the danger they were in. Aizawa-sensei joined 13 and they began to explain what he and the rest of his class would be doing today. The building everyone is now standing in is called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, otherwise known as the USJ. Today all of you will be practicing your rescuing skills. Even if your quirk isn't suited for rescue work, it's still useful to know exactly how. For example, at first I didn't think my quirk would be useful for rescue. It's called Black Hole, and my quirk could easily be used to kill as it is to rescue. Always keep that in mind when you ultimately decide which path of heroism you'll follow. They told them, with their arms wide. Too eager, too kind. Too ignorant. Izuku was too busy glancing around worriedly to listen. The sun was high in the sky, and through the opaque glass ceiling he could feel the warmth of the sun in the sky. But terror made the blood in his veins freeze. He could already feel sweat beating on his forehead, and his heart skip a beat in his chest. Any second now, it would begin. That's why he wasn't surprised to see a purple warp appear down by the fountain. He wasn't surprised when the lights in the building flickered for only a second. He was surprised, however, at how quickly the assault began. They'd barely been in the building for more than a minute or two. It was long enough for his classmates to notice and look at the swirling purple of the portal. What's that? Ida asked, pointing with a raised eyebrow. Izuku could hear the tremor in his voice. The worry and unease that seemed to wash over his classmates as soon as Ida had spoken. He could see the fear in those eyes, and he felt a pang of guilt. They'd gotten information on all of his classmates directly from him. If anyone got hurt or worse, killed, it would be his fault. Aizawa-sensei turned around. Izuku could see from where he was standing that Aizawa looked just as worried as Ida, and Izuku felt his hand go for his sword. End it here. Right now. Aizawa glanced at him, and shook his head slightly at him. Is the exercise already happening? Shiro asked, a bit dumbly. Shigaraki poked his head out of the portal and waltzed into the USJ like he owned the place. His smile was crooked, wicked, and sharp. His arms were spread wide, as if he was about to embrace someone. Following him was Kurojairi and the Nomu. Villains streamed out behind them, and Izuku watched with wide eyes as Shigaraki scratched at the dry skin of his neck. He grating laugh danced in the air. No. Those are real villains. 13. Protect the students, keep them back. Aizawa yelled, his goggles coming down to cover his eyes as they flashed red, his quirk at the ready. Izuku's grip on his sword was tight. His knuckles turned white as all the blood left his fingers. Aizawa-sensei leaped down to the fountain where the villains waited. Izuku stopped himself from jumping down there with his teacher, and instead unsheathed his katana. As Aizawa landed and used his scarf to knock out villains, Izuku took his sword and summoned Dabi. The flames erupted instantly, filling the air with the smell of smoke, as Dabi flew forward without an order. He could probably smell Izuku's fear. He could probably read the need to protect, written all over his face. Aizawa. Dabi yelled as he landed beside him, I'm here to provide assistance with taking out the trash. Izuku glared at his teacher as Aizawa looked up to glare at him. He wouldn't let Aizawa refuse all forms of help. After a second, Aizawa turned around to stomp a villain into the dirt. That's when Kurojairi took his cue and teleported himself up to where Izuku and his classmates stood, shielded by 13. Kurojairi's form expanded until they couldn't even see Dabi and Aizawa fighting. A wall of purple smoke circled around them, and they were trapped on all sides exactly according to plan. Except Izuku knew how to stop this plan in its tracks. If he was quick enough. If he was strong enough. Izuku tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. He took a deep breath, but just as he was about to fight, Kurojairi 13 held out a hand to stop him. I'll take care of him, they growled. I can't allow you to get in harm's way. 13 positioned themselves in front of Izuku, facing Kurogyri head-on, with nothing but their black hole quirk. They had to know it was a horrible matchup. They had to know Kurogyri wasn't just chosen for this mission because of his teleportation quirk. He was the perfect counter for 13, but despite that fact, they still put themselves in front of Izuku. Izuku watched in horror as 13 activated their quirk and attempted to SCK Kurogyri into their black hole. But Kurogyri was smarter than that. He wouldn't allow himself to get caught up in that, and Izuku already knew his plan. He could practically see it in slow motion. Kurogyri opened a purple portal. He could already see it. 13's death. He needed to move. He needed to get them out of the way. Izuku rushed forward, fear fueling him. He slammed 13 to the ground with all of his strength, but he was still too late. Kurogyri had successfully turned the tables in an instant. He'd still managed to reverse 13's quirk right back onto them. Kurogyri had used the first portal he summoned to protect himself from the attack, but he'd used the second one to turn it back on 13. Izuku had barely made it in time, even if he wasn't entirely successful. 13's suit, which held their body together, had been ripped open. Izuku looked over them, his eyes skimming over the suit. He couldn't breathe. He'd done this. He'd caused this. All of this was his fault. Blood pooled from 13's suit. His hands were covered in it, as he tried to staunch the bleeding. 13, are you okay? Uraraka asked worriedly, coming to their aid immediately. 13 nodded, but didn't move. They were losing a lot of blood, and yet. 13 reassured Uraraka. But Uraraka didn't buy it. She had already taken off her track jacket, and ripped it apart to use as bandages. It's unwise to. Take your eyes off your enemy, Midoriya-kun, Kurogyri grumbled, adjusting his sleeves. Izuku glared at Kurogyri, and stood. He was so angry. His hands were shaking, but it didn't stop him from clenching his fists. His nails cut into his palms, but he didn't care. He went for his sword again. Before he could move though, Kaken and Kirishima launched themselves at Kurogyri's form. Explosions pulsed through the air, and Kirishima followed him with his hardened skin. For a moment, everything was still. Then a purple portal SCKED up both of them, and more appeared to scatter the class. Half on the class was instantly thrown about the USJ where villains were waiting. All except Uraraka, Ashido, Ida, Denki, and 13. Izuku stood frozen for a moment, before remembering exactly where all of his classmates had been placed. He could rescue them, if he took down Kurogyri. Those dark eyes found Izuku's, and Izuku had the nerve to grin manically. He sliced his own hand open on his katana, and he could see the demons summon themselves. Drawn by the sweet, sweet scent of their king's blood, and Izuku used it to his advantage. They screamed loudly at him, and for a minute he couldn't hear anything except their hollers. The angry wails of the tamed. Izuku knelt down, and pressed his palms to the earth. He pushed his power through the circles in his palms, and all the demons around him became corporeal. His black hellfire arched in and out of the earth, and touched each of them. Kurogyri seemed to falter, and Izuku ran forward. The demons grinned wickedly at him, and joined him. He swung his sword, only missing Kurogyri by a few inches as the purple smoke condensed back into him, and his suit was once again visible. Kurogyri took a few steps back, and threw up a portal as a shield. Izuku darted around it, and grabbed Kurogyri by his metal brace. Izuku's sword was positioned to slice the metal in half. His deep voice met Izuku's ears, and he hesitated. Stain the roses red, Izuku. Remember those who helped you. DMN. He was right. His hand loosened just enough on the metal brace that Kurogyri slipped out, and Izuku let himself fall forward. He owed Kurogyri that much. He glared at Kurogyri and scrambled to his feet, and then he heard Shigaraki laugh manically. Nomu, attack the stupid teacher. Break his face. Izuku's eyes widened in horror for a moment, and that's when Kurogyri disappeared and reappeared at Shigaraki's side. Wrapped in Kurogyri's fist was Ida, choking. They whispered together, and Shigaraki glanced up at him. The demons leered in response, as the Nomu followed Shigaraki's orders. Izuku took the stairs 2 at a time as soon as he glanced behind him. Everyone was still tending to 13, or crying. They were safe for now. He needed to save Ida. He needed to save Aizawa. He needed to save everyone. His fire danced to greet him, icy cold yet hot at the same time. Shigaraki watched him with eager eyes, as he grabbed Ida from Kurogyri. He kept one finger up, and his eyes sparkled with a challenge and exhilaration. Kurogyri, get the experiment, prototype Nomu. Izuku furrowed his eyebrows in confusion but rushed forward anyway as Kurogyri warped away. Tenya Ida, he said, as the Nomu and Aizawa fought in the background. Izuku couldn't bring himself to look at his teacher. No. He had to have faith in Eraserhead, and Ida needed him. Brother to Tensei Ida, both of whom have speed quirks, isn't that right, Midoriya? Izuku fought the urge to freeze as Shigaraki spoke. He needed to keep Shigaraki distracted enough to save Ida. As long as his classmates were safe, nothing mattered. He didn't matter. Todoroki Shudo, half cold half hot. Bakugo Katsuki, explosion quirk. Uraraka Ochako, anti-gravity. Denki Kaminari, electricity quirk. Shigaraki smiled wickedly, and Izuku had to focus to keep himself from glancing at the demon that had been inching its way behind Shigaraki. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he tells everyone I'm a spy. I just need to save Ida. Midoriya Izuku, spy for the League of Villains. Did you hear that, Eraserhead? He's our spy. Izuku felt the tears drip down his cheeks, but his demon was finally in range. He's been spying on Yui this entire time. With otherworldly strength, the demon grabbed a hold of Ida and yanked him out of Shigaraki's grasp. Those crazed eyes went wide, and he yelled and pointed at Izuku. "UFING traitor." Izuku flipped him off, as the demon dragged Ida over to where the rest of his classmates were. Ida looked so relieved and exhausted already. "Ida, find your other classmates and make sure they're safe." Aizawa yelled, and Midoriya looked over to his teacher. He saw anger reflected in those eyes, but also fear. The Nomo launched itself back at Dabi and Aizawa. Izuku needed to get rid of Shigaraki and save Aizawa. A loud roar that made the ground shudder and him halt in his steps. He fought for balance as he saw Dabi's flames sear the Nomu. Next to Shigaraki was a portal, and sticking half in and half out of it was something Izuku had never seen before. "Prototype Nomu, it's time to play," Shigaraki said with an excited huff. There was a glint of satisfaction in his tone. "Inko, Hisashi, make sure your son doesn't escape it." His breathing quickened when he locked eyes with his mother and father. Neither of them were masked whatsoever. He felt himself begin to shake as they walked side by side with that monster. And Izuku felt himself fly off his feet. Felt the prototype Nomo's claws rip him open as they took him. Katsuki was taken away by a stupid FING portal, and he was stuck with FING's shitty hair to top it all off. They were in rocky, snowy terrain, and he knew that these villains had to have a spy on the inside. They had to know their quirks. Only a spy would know that Katsuki's quirk relied on sweat, and cold was the worst area for him to be in. He was at a huge disadvantage here, but luckily he had shitty hair by his side. A shit ton of thuggish villains appeared as soon as they got teleported here. Sheet. Ice exploded from one of the villains, and Kirishima shoved Katsuki out of the way, hardening his skin against the ice. Kirishima slammed his fists into the ice, and it cracked. Katsuki let out a sigh of relief as Kirishima plowed through the low-level thugs. "Hey Bakugo, isn't snow bad for your quirk? Let's get out of here." Kirishima exclaimed. "Yes, sheet for brains. Hurry the F up. Gotta get back to Midoriya as soon as possible, huh?" Kirishima commented, "You seem to like him, eh? Lot. FING, shut up. He's just my childhood friend and I have to protect him." "That's it," Katsuki explained with a scowl. Shitty hair sure was FING dumber than he thought. "I think that's cute." Kirishima told him, "I wish I had a boyfriend like you. Midoriya's really lucky." "We aren't FING dating you, fucker." Katsuki yelled with a blush as they walked out of the snow zone. Now they were entering the fire zone, and he could feel himself to begin to sweat. They quieted down as they glanced around anxiously. There were probably a hell of a lot of villains crawling through the USJ that they had yet to take down. As they were rounding a corner, they found Tokoyami, the bird boy, fighting off a few villains. Bakugo used his explosions to propel himself forward. He let off an explosion in a villain's face, and used another to change his trajectory mid-air. Dark Shadow took down a villain with a weak punch. Katsuki was surprised. Kirishima was panting by the time he reached them. The villains laid in heaps on the ground, and Shoji came to join them. One of his multi-hands were missing, but Katsuki could see it was already growing back. "The villains don't seem to be very dangerous," Tokoyami commented. "Yeah, they're pretty weak," Shoji replied. "Have you guys seen anybody else recently? Do you think we should find everyone and go back to Aizawa?" "Duh, now let's get a FING move on you extras," Katsuki shouted, and they moved on to the next zone. With their strength in numbers, Kirishima talked animatedly with Tokoyami and Shoji. Along the way, Katsuki and Bird Brain took down a villain or two. "So is Dark Shadow like its own entity?" Kirishima asked. "Yeah, pretty much. He follows my orders well enough in daylight, but when it gets darker he's harder to control." "So light is your weakness?" "A necessary weakness to keep everyone safe, yes," Tokoyami muttered ominously. "DMN," Kirishima commented. "That's so manly." "I agree," Shoji said quietly. "I like Dark Shadow, he's like a pet." "Dark Shadow is not my pet." "FING, okay, we get it, Bird Brain," Katsuki snapped, with his arms crossed. What about you, Shoji? Do you know how your arms grow back? Kirishima asked. Would you all shut the F up? Katsuki yelled, we're getting attacked by villains, and this is the sheet y'all talk about? Yes, it is, Kirishima said with a nod. Anyone see anybody else yet? They kept going as no one answered Kirishima, and they got to the water zone with the shipwreck. They were nearing where Aizawa-sensei should be. That's when a huge group came from the city zone. Shinso was leading them, and it consisted of almost the entirety of the rest of the class. But a lot of their classmates were bleeding and wounded. The only ones missing were Todoroki, Uraraka, Ashido, Denki, Ida, and Deku. Katsuki frowned. Anyone fucking seen Deku? There was no response, as the two groups came together as one. For the moment they were safe, and the wounded sat themselves down Jairu, Tsuyu, Kuda, Ojiro, Shoji, Aoyama, but no one was severely injured. Katsuki was grateful for at least that. As everyone began to treat their own wounds, Katsuki remained diligent and kept a lookout for any villains. They had enough uninjured people that they could protect themselves from any weak villain. Todoroki came after a little while, and Katsuki glared at him, just because he really didn't like that half-and-half BSTRD. That's when they heard the roar, and felt the ground shake. That's when they saw it. A monster, tall and lean. Black fur covered it head to toe, and its skull was visible. White horns protruded from the skull, and glowing eyes met Katsuki's. It stopped for only a moment before running past them. Katsuki felt sick when he saw that the thing had Deku in its hand. Then he lost his voice entirely when he saw Inko and Hisashi. Cold, fierce fear hit him like a wave. Deku. He turned to follow it, but Kirishima put a hand on his shoulder to stop him. Was that thing taking Midoriya away? Shoyuta watched in horror as Kurojairi trapped his students while he was fighting villains. They dropped like flies as he and Dabi fought them off, but they kept coming, wave after wave. Soon they'd be too exhausted to go on, and they'd be killed. Then his students would be thrown to the wolves, but he wasn't going to let that happen. He needed to protect them at all costs, not matter the cost. Dabi's blue flames incinerated a villain with a water quirk in an instant. Aizawa wrapped his capture weapon around a villain, and gave him a swift kick to the head to knock him out. He had to focus on taking out all of these villains, and then he could make sure his class was safe. He slammed his fist into the face of another villain, disabling their quirk with his erasure. He and Dabi made a pretty good team, he was willing to admit as they fought together. Hey, Duck Teach! Shoyuta didn't hesitate, and Dabi shot out a stream of beautiful blue fire right into a villain who had just been about to knock Shoyuta unconscious. Thanks, Shoyuta muttered, taking a deep breath. No problem, Dabi shrugged. Shoyuta wrapped up a villain in his scarf, and slammed him into another villain. The two went down in a heap. Shuta's eyes were beginning to sting with the overuse of his quirk. He could tell by Dabi's tense shoulders and excessive sweating that his quirk was exhausting him as well. Then out of the corner of his eye he saw Kurojairi and Midoriya fighting as the purple smoke wall dissipated. Kurojairi said something to him, and Midoriya faltered before getting ready to fight again. Then Shigaraki started to laugh, and Shoyuta felt goosebumps blossom along his arms. Nomu, attack the stupid teacher. Break his face. The big monster that had been standing next to Shigaraki Shoyuta knew him from the secret notes he found around the school moved. It launched itself at Shoyuta, and he had to dodge to avoid its enormous hands. And as Shoyuta and Dabi fought the Nomu, Kurojairi disappeared and reappeared with Ida in his grip. It's all Shoyuta could look at or concentrate on. Ida was in the arms of the villains. He was a hostage. His fear seemed to increase tenfold when Midoriya jumped down to save Ida, demons trailing him with sinister, dark smiles. The demons looked as scary as Midoriya's drawings depicted them to be. He felt sick to his stomach as he looked at them. Dabi kept the Nomu at bay with his flames, and Shoyuta was forced to help by trying to restrain the beast with his scarf. It didn't work, and Shoyuta got yanked off his feet. The Nomu pounced and Shoyuta just managed to roll out of the way. The Nomu stopped for a moment as Shigaraki began to speak. He said something to Kurojairi, and Ida got handed to him as the portal guy left for a moment. Tenya Ida, brother to Tensei Ida, both of whom have speed quirks, isn't that right, Midoriya? Shigaraki said, and Shoyuta felt his eyes go wide. Todoroki Shudo, half cold half hot. Bakugu Katsuki, explosion quirk. Uraraka Ochako, anti-gravity. Denki Kaminari, electricity quirk. No. This couldn't be right. Midoriya Izuku, spy for the League of Villains. Did you hear that, Eraserhead? He's our spy. Shoyuta gawked at Midoriya, feeling rage, betrayal, and sadness, but most of all confusion. He had many suspicions about Midoriya, but he didn't think of that. That kid was probably abused and traumatized, but he never thought. It never crossed his mind. He's been spying on Yui this entire time. He saw the tears running down Midoriya's face, and he knew it had to be true. His heart squeezed in his chest as the realization hit him. Midoriya had helped plan all of this. Rage coiled in his chest as he glared at Midoriya. He let his classmates get assaulted by villains. He was the reason that this was happening. Dabi covered his face with one hand and looked hopelessly at Midoriya. It wasn't his choice. Dabi whispered softly enough only for Shoyuta to hear. Don't make it sound like he did it willingly, UFINGBSTRD. Shoyuta pressed his lips together angrily as he watched Shigaraki. Then he saw it. The thing that cut through the haze of anger, a demon. One that had been inching toward Ida the entire time. He watched in relief as Ida got ripped from Shigaraki's grasp. Instantly Shigaraki was screaming at Midoriya, and it clicked for Shoyuta. Midoriya had been the one leaving notes. He was trying to tell him without telling him. He locked eyes with Midoriya for a moment, finding terror and guilt in those dark green eyes that always seemed to be filled with pain. Ida, find your other classmates and make sure they're safe. He shouted, and a few seconds later he saw his student go off running. The ground trembled beneath them. A roar cut through the air, and Shoyuta whipped his head to the source of the noise. Every hair on his body raised, and he looked at the monster in horror. Prototype Nomu, it's time to play, Shigaraki said with an excited huff. Inko, Hisashi, make sure your son doesn't escape it. Shoyuta felt frozen as Midoriya's parents emerged with the monster, the prototype Nomu. Midoriya looked the same way, but he seemed to look even more terrified than Shoyuta. He dropped his sword entirely, and his eyes had gone impossibly wide. His breath shuddered in his chest, and he could see Midoriya shaking. And in a blink of an eye blood splattered everywhere, and a scream shattered through the air terrified and shrill. Midoriya's blood. Midoriya's scream. All he could see was the blood. Covering the walls, the floor, his hands. It wasn't his blood, but the blood of the innocent children that died because of him. All because he couldn't speak. All because All for One was angry with him, and wanted Izuku to suffer. He could still the gunshots ringing in his ears as he desperately tried to wipe the blood off. Every time his hands came back more bloody than before, and the screams of terror pierced his ears. Save me, please mister. Just say something. But all of this was a joke for everyone except Izuku and these children. His mother and father held him down, on his knees. They all knew he couldn't speak, not because he was mute but because they gagged him and bound his hands together. He couldn't even scream. He couldn't move. Please. Save me. Izuku thrashed in his parents' grip, but they held tight. The quirk suppressors around his ankles made it impossible to use his quirk to save the children. He was useless. Tears pricked at the edges of his eyes, and he flinched as the first child fell in time with the first shot. The small girl next to the dead corpse of a boy vomited. Blood splattered onto Izuku's face, and he stood frozen to the spot, his eyes burning into the dead corpse before him. His fault. All of this was his fault, and none of this would have happened if he just died. The girl was next, and more blood covered him. He felt himself go limp, as All for One reloaded his gun, and pointed it at the last child. There was screaming, and begging. There were tears and blood. 3 corpses of children. You see Izuku? All for One whispered, his shoes getting stained red with the blood of children. You couldn't save those children. Their deaths are on your hands. What kind of hero are you, my boy? All for One waited for a response that would never come. Izuku stared blankly at the 3 small bodies in the room and he couldn't register anything. There was so much blood. And it was his fault. All for One grabbed Izuku's face and pulled him close enough that Izuku could feel his breath on his cheek. Exactly. You'll never be a hero. You are a murderer. You are a spy. You're a villain. His eyes snapped open, and he got to his feet instantly. Where was he? What was going on? It took a moment for his brain to catch up and remember what was happening. The USJ attack. Right. His side ached, but it didn't matter as he locked eyes with his mother. And then his father. And the prototype Nomu. The monster that hadn't been a part of the plan. He reached for his sword, only to find it gone. His eyes widened and looked around wildly for it. Izuku felt his heart jump into his throat, as he realized he must have dropped it. Prototype Nomu, you can play with your new toy now, Hisashi said, a game of cat and mouse. Izuku summoned his flames and waited for a bated breath. The monster rushed forward through the broken city zone. The ground trembled with each step, and its long claws swiped for him. He darted out of the way, sweat already making his hands slick. He could feel himself beginning to panic. You better start running. Inko shouted from her spot on a rooftop. Izuku's eyes flickered to his parents for only a second. Hisashi wrapped an arm around her waist and grinned down at him. He dodged those deadly talons again, but they still grazed him. Pain hit him sharply and throbbing. Blood seeped through the gash of his shirt, but shock started to set in and he couldn't feel it. His feet skid against the asphalt as he scrambled back to his feet. Where the hell would he run? He couldn't bring this thing back to Aizawa-sensei, or risk running into his classmates. The prototype Nomu screamed as Izuku threw caution to the wind and ran toward a zone where he knew none of his classmates had been placed. The ground quaked, and he covered his ears. The glass ceiling of the USJ seemed to crack a little. He willed his feet to go faster as the prototype Nomu plowed through buildings like it was nothing. It was playing with him. This monster could have outrun him and killed him already. Izuku ran into a small alleyway and briefly saw his mother and father follow him by jumping rooftops. His fire swirled around him, and he blasted away a wall of debris in his path. The world around him caught fire, as he threw a ball of fire at the prototype Nomu without glancing back. The prototype Nomu growled, and he felt the reverberations in his chest. Then the worst happened, as they came to a destroyed intersection. He tripped over uneven ground, and the Nomu pounced. He felt something in his arm snap. Its large claws dug into his shoulders and ripped at his skin. He found it difficult to breathe, as the Nomu's hands pinned him to the ground. "Keep playing with your food, Nomu," Inko mumbled, and the prototype Nomu complied easily. Izuku was thrown like a rag doll into a building. His ankle and arm throbbed as he slammed into a concrete wall. For a moment everything went black before he blinked blearily. The Nomu ran to meet him as Izuku struggled to gain his footing. The world seemed to keep tilting and swirling. He could feel blood trickle down his face as he took a breath. He summoned his fire again and sent a wave of it toward the Nomu, but it did nothing. He spat out a mouthful of blood and reached for the cross around his neck. To survive he'd need all of his power. Every last drop. The prototype Nomu grabbed him by the ankle and dragged him. Those huge claws cut through his skin like butter. Izuku blasted hellfire right in the thing's back, as he ripped off his suppressant. The buildings shook. The ground groaned. The prototype Nomu roared in excitement, and let go of Izuku for only a moment. That single moment was all he needed as the full power of his quirk greeted him. Demons rose from the ground, and without a thought, he absorbed them completely. More and more of them ran to his aid as he sent a shockwave of his demon-fueled hellfire. With their energy in his body, he was stronger. The Nomu stumbled, and the buildings around them tilted uneasily. "Nomu, time to show him your quirk." Izuku got to his feet, absorbing the demons that reached him. The power was hot in his veins as he glared at the monster, but the Nomu stood still. He waited anxiously, and then the Nomu opened its massive mouth and screamed again louder than ever. The USJ building itself began to tremble and quake, and a stream of white light exploded from the Nomu's mouth. Izuku thanked his lucky stars that he managed to dodge it entirely. Everything that had been in the path of that beam had been completely vaporized. Half of the city zone, in one breath. His body started to shake, and Izuku gaped in horror. He felt his knees go weak, and his heart began to explode in his chest with each beat. A quirk like that monster had such a dangerous quirk. Izuku couldn't beat that. It screamed again, and Izuku rolled out of the way as another beam shot out. He scrambled to his feet and ran as he realized that the Nomu's quirk was still activated, and following him. Trying to vaporize him into oblivion. He couldn't hear anything past the utter destruction that thing's quirk was causing. He wasn't going to be fast enough. He could feel the heat of the beam on his heels. He could feel it burning his cloak completely. He kept running, faster and faster, undoing the clasp to cloak as he went. Desperate, he shot fire at the prototype Nomu as he ran in a circle around it. His body ached and burned. He couldn't keep this up for long. The city around him was completely vaporized. Scratch that, almost half of the USJ was vaporized. In frustration, the prototype Nomu stopped his quirk to scream and tear at its face. Izuku fell to his knees and gasped in lungfuls of air. "Nomu, kill him," Hisashi breathed, from his spot in front of the prototype Nomu. With his quirk all but forgotten, the prototype Nomu charged at him. This time, Izuku didn't have the strength to dodge. His body and soul were tired. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't move. All the pain and exhaustion seemed to be catching up with him. The prototype Nomu tore him apart, and Izuku almost didn't care. He could feel his ankle shatter, as the Nomu grabbed him and slammed him back into the ground. Again and again. His face burned against the asphalt, and the prototype Nomu ripped at his arm. He heard himself scream. Low, guttural and tortured as his arm twisted. It was still playing with him, making his death slow and horrible. Its claws ripped at his back, and suddenly it had its huge paw around Izuku's neck. His legs kicked uselessly as he was raised into the air. His lungs squeezed harshly in his chest as the air was cut off. Its grip tightened around Izuku's throat, and he was surprised his neck didn't just snap. His vision darkened, and he ripped uselessly at the claws around his throat. He choked uselessly and barely heard the sound of Shigaraki shouting orders. "Take him! Sensei wants him back alive, that's our only objective since All Might refused to show up. He has to pay for his treason. No. He didn't want to go back. Those stupid roses ruined the whole operation. Let's go before the FING heroes arrive. The roses? What the F was going on? The prototype Nomo lessened its harsh grip, and Izuku sked in a breath of much-needed air. He glanced down at Shigaraki to see that his hand was bleeding. Kurogyri put up a portal. They weren't paying too much attention to Izuku. He absorbed the demons that rushed for him. The power made his body shudder. So much power. Enough to kill that thing. He spotted a particularly large one, the size of a building. That demon smiled at him and reached out. I save you? Izuku nodded and absorbed that one too, and he felt sick. It was too much for him to handle. His body nearly seized up completely. No one was watching as his fire greeted him again. But the prototype Nomu was. It happened fast. 1 second he was in the air, and the next there was a talon protruding from his face and he was on the ground. His scream cut through the air, and Shigaraki whipped around to look at him. Izuku pulled out the claw. It wasn't in too deep, but it grazed his eye and screamed again. He clutched his face and got up on his shaking feet. Blood squirted from his face in between his fingers as he covered his eye. The special Nomu came for him, but Izuku condensed all of his stored-up energy and poured it into one attack. He could see Shigaraki running for him. But he'd be too late. His fire swirled and began to freeze even more than usual. It writhed with the power, and Izuku shot it out in an explosion. His hellfire ripped through the prototype Nomu. Bone crunched and broke. Hump. There was silence as the prototype Nomu tilted and fell. The ground shuddered, and Izuku vomited. Shigaraki stomped over, seething. He grabbed a handful of Izuku's hair and dragged his over to the purple portal. Villains poured into the portal, and Izuku thrashed, digging his nails into Shigaraki's bleeding hand. Inko FING help me with this brat. Shigaraki snapped, and Izuku groaned as Inko delivered a quick kick to his abdomen. Shigaraki then grabbed his broken arm and twisted it behind his back. Pain, agony, horror, terror. It hit him like a tidal wave, and he threw his head back and felt the satisfying crack of Shigaraki's nose. Shigaraki let go of him and spit out a string of curses. Izuku collapsed, and Inko lunged for him. He blasted his hellfire in her face. It was weak, but it still sent her falling on her but nonetheless. He almost laughed. A pair of villains converged on him and pulled him to his feet. One of them moved to put a hand over his mouth, and he took his chance as they dragged him closer and closer to the portal. Most of the villains had already entered. All that was left were Kurogyri, Shigaraki, Inko, and the two villains dragging him. He bit the hand coming to cover his mouth. He tasted the metallic iron of blood. The villain cursed and dropped him. Izuku shot a stream of fire at the other one, blinking back the urge to pass out. His back throbbed. Blood still poured from his eye, and he could barely see. His arm was a broken mess, twisted and bleeding. Every inch of his exploded in agony with each movement, but he had to keep fighting. But he was so tired. Shigaraki reached for his face, with all 5 fingers. Izuku tried to move, he really did. His ankle throbbed with pain, and he ended up staying put. Then the shots rang out. Blood splattered on Izuku's face. With wide eyes, Izuku stared at the bullet wound in Shigaraki's hand. Another round of shots rang in his ears, and he saw his mother go down. He saw Kurogyri grab Shigaraki and escape. He tensed as the pro-heroes approached the scene. All Might was there, not smiling in the slightest. Izuku vomited again, still clutching at his eye. Aizawa, bloody and tired but otherwise okay, rushed over. He locked eyes with Dabi and whimpered. Dabi got him first, his blue fire flaring angrily as he positioned himself in front of him. Izuku felt a pang of gratitude. "Leave him alone, you assholes!" he shouted. With that shout, some demons crawled out of the ground. Izuku heard a gasp. One of them with a smile waved at All Might. Another wandered over to grab Izuku's quirk suppressor, and Izuku sighed in immense relief as it took the liberty of putting it back on for him. The demons vanished from the pro-hero's view. There was another round of surprised gasps, and no one came near him. Aizawa glared at Dabi. "He needs medical attention, now," he told Dabi. "I don't think you understand." Izuku blinked back the fog in his mind as Dabi stepped aside with a terrified look. He was so tired. He didn't even remember passing out. He woke up screaming. It was too bright in the room wherever he was. His eyes burned, and his body ached dully. What hit him the most was the wave of terror that crashed into him. In his mind, he was still getting ripped apart by the prototype Nomu. His bones were cracking. His skin was being torn. So he screamed. He thrashed, and his heart monitor screeched along with him. He covered his face with shaking hands and screamed. His body shuddered, and voices reached his ears, concerned and frantic. Midoriya. My boy. Young Midoriya. Kill him. Kill him, you're a villain. You're no hero. I need you to calm down, okay Midoriya? Someone pulled his hands away from his face. He thrashed and fought. He was confused, he didn't know what was happening. Someone else grabbed him and held him down, and he kicked wildly. He opened his eyes and thrashed, but he couldn't move. Stop moving. Izuku glanced around, but he didn't register anything. He was in danger. That's all his body could process. That's all he wanted to process. And suddenly his eyes met Dabi's, and he felt himself relax. That's it. He said softly. You're fine. You're at Yui, and you're not getting chased by the prototype Nomu. Oh, that's right. Yui. The USJ attack. It was all coming back to him, slowly but surely. He'd killed the strange Nomu and passed out after the pros saved him. His heart calmed down, beating slower now in time with the heart monitor, and he looked around again. This time people were in the room. All Might, Aizawa, Recovery Girl, Dabi, and Nedzu. They knew. They knew he was a spy. His heart monitor picked up speed again, and he stared at everyone with wide eyes. What would happen to him now? After a moment of silence between everyone in the room, Dabi disappeared and Nedzu spoke. I'm glad to see that you're awake, Midoriya-kun. Nedzu, shouldn't we let him rest first? Aizawa grumbled, it's not like he can run away with his leg broken. His leg was broken? I agree, Recovery Girl commented, look at the boy, he can't even stand. I healed as much as I could, but his arm's in a cast. His eye is going to heal, but it'll take a while. He has to heal naturally, and he needs rest. Ah, yes. I agree, but there are some very important questions I want to ask him first, Nedzu told them all. Aizawa-sensei, you taught him sign language, yes? Aizawa nodded, but he didn't seem happy about it. Wonderful. Please translate everything he says for me. Izuku waited. Aizawa-sensei didn't look too happy about helping Nedzu question him. First question, are you a spy? Yes. He says he is, Aizawa said with a dark look. Are you a willing spy? No. Aizawa translated softly for him, and Nedzu continued. In what way were you unwilling? How did you become involved with the League of Villains? My parents and my mentor. Inko and Hisashi? Am I correct? Izuku nodded. Nedzu stroked his chin. Who was your mentor? Stain the hero killer. So, he trained you to kill heroes? Nedzu hypothesized, putting a paw up to his face to slide his chin. He was a part of the League before his death? He wanted me to become a hero, but he never planned on introducing me to the League. But both him and your parents dragged you into it? My parents forced me into it. Stain was forced to bring me along. Why would they want you to join the League? To spy. Spy on who? What was your goal? No. What do you mean no? No more questions. The questions will stop when I'm satisfied, Midoriya-kun, Nedzu told him, his gaze sharpening. Who is your master? Nedzu, stop. Aizawa growled. He just woke up. I don't care. Who is your master? No answer. His breath hitched. Please Midoriya, Nedzu pleaded, but there was no desperation in his eyes. Only the want to know the answer. No fear, no worry for his staff and students. We need to know. No answer. Izuku's hands shook. He's not going to answer us anymore. He's given us everything he can give, Aizawa said, his hand coming to rest on Izuku's shoulder comfortingly. Izuku nodded, hands trembling. The door to Recovery Girl's office flew open. Midoriya. Present Mike screamed, I'm so glad you're alright, what's going on? I'm asking him a few questions, Nedzu explained. He's a spy, did you not know? Let's remember he was forced. Aizawa stopped Nedzu instantly, holding up his hand. He left notes around the school. And in your office, if I remember correctly. He was playing both sides. I'm aware of that, Nedzu said offhandedly. I'm trying to figure out if he's a threat. I need him to answer my question. What's the question? Present Mike asked. Let's try again, Midoriya. I'm against using force to get answers. Especially if they're children, and I don't want to have to. Go ahead and use force. You'll get no answers. Any torture you could come up with would pale in comparison to what I've already been through. What if I tortured your mother, would you answer then? Principal Nedzu. Recovery Girl shouted. Her face had gone a sickening shade of green. We're heroes. You wouldn't get answers. Not from her. Not from me. I figured. I just wanted to see what you would say. What did you ask him? Present Mike asked again. I wanted to know who his master was, Nedzu explained. I think I know, Present Mike told them quietly. Izuku's heart monitor screeched loudly as his heart began to pound even faster. His hands felt clammy, and he felt sick. Present Mike had that painting. I'll be right back. Izuku turned away from his teachers and looked down at himself. His arm wasn't twisted anymore, but it was in a sling. His leg was also in a cast, and the rest of him was wrapped in bandages. "You were severely injured," Recovery Girl told him, after she noticed him looking at his wounds. "That monster sure did a number on you. I'm surprised you didn't pass out as soon as he twisted your arm. It broke your leg and nearly ripped open your stomach." "I'm surprised he killed it," Izuku commented. "It vaporized half of the USJ, that's how we found you," All Might said. "How did you manage to survive and kill it?" "I took off my quirk suppressor and nearly died even though I was at full power." "Quirk suppressor?" All Might echoed in confusion. "My quirk is too dangerous without one. I need it to help me control my quirk." "So you're never at 100% unless you take it off?" Nezu asked, suddenly intrigued. "It's too dangerous. Is your suppressor the cross around your neck?" Izuku asked. Izuku nodded and wrapped his hand around it cautiously. Just then, Present Mike entered the room again. Carrying in his hands was Izuku's painting. The oh-so-incriminating painting, his portrait of All for One. He stared at it from across the room, and All for One smiled at him creepily. It looked so real. "Ah, Present Mike. What does a painting have?" But Nezu went quiet. They all looked at the painting in mounting horror. "He painted this the other day," Present Mike explained, "All for One." It was like he was thrown back in time. He could see himself screaming, he could see his hands getting crushed again and again. He could feel it. He covered his face with his hand, trying to block out the whispers caressing his ears. It was like he was standing in the room with him, crushing his hands. Izuku whined. "You could say I'm the supervillain who almost tore All Might in half." The heart monitor beeped loudly. He ignored it. "So you know All for One?" Nezu asked. "I am All for One." It was silent in the room, but Izuku kept hearing All for One whisper in his ear. Izuku came over and placed a hand on his shoulder, and Izuku slapped it away. He couldn't breathe. His hands, his hands, his hands. "Why can't I take your quirk? Midoriya, are you okay?" Izuku asked, his voice thin with worry. "Get that painting out of here." Izuku could feel himself panicking. "Why can't I take it from you? I see. What a beautifully intriguing quirk you have, Izuku Midoriya. I think I like you. Would you mind if I do an experiment?" "Of course, you don't mind, my boy." He could hear his bones crunching and cracking. His breath shuddered in his chest, and his nails dug into his face. Crack. His hands. His hands. "I smell blood." They broke again, and Izuku jumped. He needed his mind to shut off. "Midoriya," Izuku said softly, "take deep breaths." He tried, but he could still hear his own screaming. Present Mike took the painting away. "You're okay now," he shook his head. Izuku pulled Izuku's hand away from his face. "Stop hurting yourself." His face stung, and he realized he must have ripped open his skin. He gripped Izuku's shirt as he tried to stand. "No. Don't leave." Reluctantly Izuku leaned down again, and the whispers in his mind seemed to go quiet. "I guess we'll go for now," Nezu said quietly. "Izuku, we'll discuss his situation at a later date when he's healthier." Izuku nodded, and suddenly the two of them were gone. Even Recovery Girl left them for the time being. Izuku took a deep, sobering breath and let himself relax. The voices didn't come up again and he sighed in relief. "We're trying our hardest," Izuku mumbled. "We all want to save you, I promise. So please cooperate with anything Nezu wants you to do." He pulled back, and Izuku gaped at him. He didn't even know he was crying until Izuku wrapped his arms around his shoulders. He never thought he would ever get to hear those words. Not with the things he did, and the things that had been done to him. He sobbed into Izuku-sensei's shoulder, and for the first time, hope sparked in his heart. "We all want to save you."
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.